The Martian by Andy Weir. Read for you by Alexander Wilk. For Mom, who calls me Pickle, and Dad, who calls me Dude. Chapter 1. Log entry, Sol 6. I'm pretty much fucked. That's my considered opinion. Fucked. 6 days into what should be the greatest 2 months of my life, and it's turned into a nightmare. I don't even know who'll read this. I guess someone will find it eventually, maybe 100 years from now. For the record, I did not die on Sol 6. Certainly the rest of the crew thought I did, and I can't blame them. Maybe there'll be a day of national mourning for me, and my Wikipedia page will say, Mark Watney is the only human being to have died on Mars. And it'll be right, probably, 'cause I'll surely die here. Just not on Sol 6 when everyone thinks I did. Let's see, where do I begin? The Ares program. Mankind reaching out to Mars to send people to another planet for the very first time and expand the horizons of humanity, blah 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 blah. The Ares 1 crew did their thing and came back heroes. They got the parades and fame and love of the world. Ares 2 did the same thing in a different location on Mars. They got a firm handshake and a hot cup of coffee when they got home. Ares 3? Well, that was my mission. Okay, not mine per se. Commander Lewis was in charge. I was just one of her crew. Actually, I was the lowest ranked member of the crew. I would only be in command of the mission if I were the only remaining person. What do you know? I'm in command. I wonder if this log will be recovered before the rest of the crew die of old age. I presume they got back to Earth alright. Guys, if you read this, it wasn't your fault. You did what you had to do. In your position, I would have done the same thing. I don't blame you, and I'm glad you survived. I guess I should explain how Mars missions work, for any layman who might be reading this. We got to Earth orbit the normal way, through an ordinary ship to Hermes. All the Ares missions use Hermes to get to and from Mars. It's really big and cost a lot, so NASA only built one. Once we got to Hermes, 4 additional unmanned missions brought us fuel and supplies while we prepared for our trip. Once everything was a go, we set out for Mars. But not very fast. Gone are the days of the heavy chemical fuel burns and the trans-Mars injection orbits. Hermes is powered by an ion engine. They throw argon out of the back of the ship really fast to get a tiny amount of acceleration. The thing is, it doesn't take much reactant mass, so a little argon and a nuclear reactor to power things let us accelerate constantly the whole way there. You'd be amazed how fast you can go with a tiny acceleration over a long time. I could regale you with the tales of how we had great fun on our trip, but I won't. I don't feel like reliving it right now. Suffice it to say, we got to Mars 124 days later without strangling each other. From there we took the MDV, the Mars Descent Vehicle, to the surface. The MDV is basically a big can with some light thrusters and parachutes attached. Its sole purpose is to get 6 humans from Mars orbit to the surface without killing any of them. And now we come to the real trick of Mars exploration, having all of our shit there in advance. A total of 14 unmanned missions deposited everything we would need for surface operations. They tried their best to land all the supply vessels in the same general area, and did a reasonably good job. Supplies aren't nearly so fragile as humans and can hit the ground really hard, but they tend to bounce around a lot. Naturally, they didn't send us to Mars until they confirmed that all the supplies had made it to the surface and their containers weren't breached. Start to finish, including supply missions, a Mars mission takes about 3 years. In fact, there were Ares 3 supplies en route to Mars while the Ares 2 crew were on their way back home. The most important piece of our advanced supplies, of course, was the MAV, the Mars Ascent Vehicle. That was how we would get back to Hermes after surface operations were complete. The MAV was soft-landed, as opposed to the balloon bounce fest the other supplies had. Of course, it was in constant communication with Houston, and if there had been any problems with it, we would have passed Mars and gone home without ever landing. The MAV is pretty cool. Turns out, through a neat set of chemical reactions with the Martian atmosphere, for every kilogram of hydrogen you bring to Mars, you can make 13 kilograms of fuel. It's a slow process though. It takes 24 months to fill the tank. That's why they sent it along before we got here. You can imagine how disappointed I was when I discovered that the MAV was gone. It was a ridiculous sequence of events that led me to almost dying, and an even more ridiculous sequence that led me to surviving. The mission is designed to handle sandstorm gusts up to 150 kph. So Houston got understandably nervous when we got whacked with 175 kph winds. We all got in our flight spacesuits and huddled in the middle of the HAB, just in case it lost pressure. But the HAB wasn't the problem. The MAV is a spaceship. It has a lot of delicate parts. It can put up with storms to a certain extent, but it can't just get sandblasted forever. After an hour and a half of sustained winds, NASA gave the order to abort. Nobody wanted to stop a month-long mission after only 6 days, but if the MAV got any more punishment, we'd all have gotten stranded down here. We had to go out in the storm to get from the HAB to the MAV. That was going to be risky, but what choice did we have? Everyone made it but me. Our main communications dish, which relayed signals from the HAB to Hermes, acted like a parachute, getting torn from its foundations and carried with the torrent. Along the way, it crashed through the reception antenna array. Then one of those long, thin antennae slammed into me end first. It tore through my suit like a bullet through butter, and I felt the worst pain of my life as it ripped open my side. I vaguely remember having the wind knocked out of me, pulled out of me really, and my ears popping painfully as the pressure of my suit escaped. The last thing I remember was seeing Joe Hansen hopelessly reaching out toward me. I awoke to the oxygen alarm in my suit. A steady, obnoxious beeping that eventually roused me from my deep and profound desire to just fucking die. The storm had abated. I was face down, almost totally buried in sand. As I groggily came to, I wondered why I wasn't more dead. The antenna had enough force to punch through the suit and my side, but it had been stopped by my pelvis. So there was only one hole in the suit, and a hole in me, of course. I had been knocked back quite a ways and rolled down a steep hill. Somehow I landed face down, which forced the antenna to a strongly oblique angle that put a lot of torque on the hole in the suit. It made a weak seal. Then the copious blood from my wound trickled down toward the hole. As the blood reached the side of the breach, the water in it quickly evaporated from the airflow and low pressure, leaving a gunky residue behind. More blood came in behind it and was also reduced to gunk. Eventually, it sealed the gaps around the hole and reduced the leak to something the suit could counteract. The suit did its job admirably. Sensing the drop in pressure, it constantly flooded itself with air from my nitrogen tank to equalize. Once the leak became manageable, it only had to trickle new air in slowly to relieve the air lost. After a while, the CO2, carbon dioxide, absorbers in the suit were expanded. That's really the limiting factor of life support. Not the amount of oxygen you bring with you, but the amount of CO2 you can remove. In the HAB, I have the oxygenator, a large piece of equipment that breaks apart the CO2 to give the oxygen back. But the spacesuits have to be portable, so they use a simple chemical absorption process with expandable filters. I'd been asleep long enough that my filters were useless. The suit saw this problem and moved to an emergency mode the engineers called bloodletting. Having no way to separate out the CO2, the suit deliberately vented air to the Martian atmosphere, then backfilled it with nitrogen. Between the breach and the bloodletting, it quickly ran out of nitrogen. All it had left was my oxygen tank. So it did the only thing it could do to keep me alive. It started backfilling with pure oxygen. I now risked dying from oxygen toxicity, as the excessively high amount of oxygen threatened to burn up my nervous system, lungs and eyes. An ironic death for someone with a leaky spacesuit. Too much oxygen. Every step of the way would have had beeping alarms, alerts, and warnings. But it was the high oxygen warning that woke me. The sheer volume of training for a space mission is astounding. I'd spent a week back on Earth practicing emergency spacesuit drills. I knew what to do. Carefully reaching to the side of my helmet, I got the breach kit. It's nothing more than a funnel with a valve at the small end and an unbelievably sticky resin on the wide end. The idea is to have the valve open and stick the wide end over the hole. The air can escape through the valve, so it doesn't interfere with the resin, making a good seal. Then you close the valve and you've sealed the breach. The tricky part was getting the antenna out of the way. I pulled it out as fast as I could, wincing as the sudden pressure drop dizzied me and made the wound in my side scream in agony. I got the breach kit over the hole and sealed it. It held. The suit backfilled the missing air with yet more oxygen. Checking my arm readouts, I saw the suit was now at 85% oxygen. For reference, Earth's atmosphere is at about 21%. I'd be okay so long as I didn't spend too much time like that. I stumbled up the hill back toward the hab. As I crested the rise, I saw something that made me very happy and something that made me very sad. The hab was intact. Yay! And the MAV was gone. Boo! Right that moment I knew I was screwed. But I didn't want to just die out on the surface. I limped back to the hab and fumbled my way into an airlock. As soon as it equalized, I threw off my helmet. Once inside the hab, I doffed the suit and got my first good look at the injury. It would need stitches. Fortunately, all of us had been trained in basic medical procedures, and the hab had excellent medical supplies. A quick shot of local anesthetic, irrigate the wound, 9 stitches, and I was done. I'd be taking antibiotics for a couple of weeks, but other than that, I'd be fine. I knew it was hopeless, but I tried firing up the communications array. No signal, of course. The primary satellite dish had broken off, remember? And it took the reception antennae with it. The hab had secondary and tertiary communication systems, but they were both just for talking to the MAV, which would use its much more powerful systems to relay to Hermes. Thing is, that only works if the MAV is still around. I had no way to talk to Hermes. In time, I could locate the dish out on the surface, but it would take weeks for me to rig up any repairs, and that would be too late. In an abort, Hermes would leave orbit within 24 hours. The orbital dynamics made the trip safer and shorter the earlier you left, so why wait? Checking out my suit, I saw the antenna had plowed through my biomonitor computer. When on an EVA, all the crew's suits are networked so we can see each other's status. The rest of the crew would have seen the pressure in my suit to drop to nearly 0, followed immediately by my biosigns going flat. Add to that watching me tumble down a hill with a spear through me in the middle of a sandstorm. Yeah, they thought I was dead. How could they not? They may have even had a brief discussion about recovering my body, but regulations are clear. In the event a crewman dies on Mars, he stays on Mars. Leaving his body behind reduces weight for the MAV on the trip back. That means more disposable fuel and a larger margin of error for the return thrust. No point in giving that up for sentimentality. So, that's the situation. I'm stranded on Mars. I have no way to communicate with Hermes or Earth. Everyone thinks I'm dead. I'm in a hab that was designed to last 31 days. If the oxygenator breaks down, I'll suffocate. If the water reclaimer breaks down, I'll die of thirst. If the hab breaches, I'll just kind of explode. If none of those things happen, I'll eventually run out of food and starve to death. So, yeah, I'm fucked. Chapter 2. Log entry, Soul 7. Okay, I've had a good night's sleep, and things don't seem as hopeless as they did yesterday. Today I took stock of supplies and did a quick EVA to check on the external equipment. Here's my situation. The surface mission was supposed to be 31 days. For redundancy, the supply probes had enough food to last the whole crew 56 days. That way, if 1 or 2 probes had problems, we'd still have enough food to complete the mission. We were 6 days in when all hell broke loose, so that leaves me enough food to feed 6 people for 50 days. I'm just one guy, so it'll last me 300 days. And that's if I don't ration it. So I've got a fair bit of time. I'm pretty much flush on EVA suits too. Each crew member had 2 spacesuits, a flight spacesuit to wear during descent and ascent, and the much bulkier and more robust EVA suit to wear when doing surface operations. My flight spacesuit has a hole in it, and of course the crew was wearing the other 5 when they returned to Hermes. But all 6 EVA suits are still here and in perfect condition. The HAP stood up to the storm without any problems. Outside, things aren't so rosy. I can't find the satellite dish. It probably got blown kilometers away. The MAV is gone, of course. My crewmates took it up to Hermes. Though the bottom half, the landing stage, is still here. No reason to take that back up when weight is the enemy. It includes the landing gear, the fuel plant, and anything else NASA figured it wouldn't need for the trip back up to orbit. The MDV is on its side and there's a breach in the hull. Looks like the storm ripped the cowling off the reserve chute, which we didn't have to use on the landing. Once the chute was exposed, it dragged the MDV all over the place, smashing it against every rock in the area. Not that the MDV would be much use to me. Its thrusters can't even lift its own weight. But it might have been valuable for parts. Might still be. Both rovers are half buried in sand, but they're in good shape otherwise. Their pressure seals are intact. Makes sense. Operating procedure when a storm hits is to stop motion and wait for the storm to pass. They're made to stand up to punishment. I'll be able to dig them out with a day or so of work. I've lost communication with the weather stations placed a kilometer away from the HAB in 4 directions. They might be in perfect working order for all I know. The HAB's communications are so weak right now it probably can't even reach a kilometer. The solar cell array was covered in sand, rendering it useless. Hint, solar cells need sunlight to make electricity. But once I swept the cells off, they returned to full efficiency. Whatever I end up doing, I'll have plenty of power for it. 200 square meters of solar cells, with hydrogen fuel cells to store plenty of reserve. All I need to do is sweep them off every few days. Things indoors are great, thanks to the HAB's sturdy design. I ran a full diagnostic on the oxygenator. Twice. It's perfect. If anything goes wrong with it, there's a short-term spare I can use. But it's only for emergency use while repairing the main one. The spare doesn't actually pull CO2 apart and recapture the oxygen, it just absorbs the CO2 the same way the spacesuits do. It's intended to last 5 days before it saturates the filters, which means 30 days for me, just 1 person breathing instead of 6. So there's some insurance there. The water reclaimer is fine too. The bad news is there's no backup. If it stops working, I'll be drinking reserve water while I rig up a primitive distillery to boil piss. Also, I lose half a liter of water per day to breathing until the humidity in the HAB reaches its maximum and water starts condensing on every surface. Then I'll be licking the walls. Yay! Anyway, for now, no problems with the water reclaimer. So yeah, food, water, shelter, all taken care of. I'm going to start rationing food right now. Meals are pretty minimal already, but I think I can eat a 3/4 portion per meal and still be alright. That should turn my 300 days of food into 400. Foraging around the medical area, I found the main bottle of vitamins. There's enough multivitamins there to last years. So I won't to have any nutritional problems. Though I'll still starve to death when I'm out of food, no matter how many vitamins I take. The medical area has morphine for emergencies. and there is enough there for a lethal dose. I'm not going to slowly starve to death, I'll tell you that. If I get to that point, I'll take the easier way out. Everyone on the mission had two specialties. I'm a botanist and a mechanical engineer. Basically, I'm the mission's fix-it man who plays with plants. The mechanical engineering might save my life if something breaks. I've been thinking about how to survive this. It's not completely hopeless. There'll be humans back on Mars in about 4 years when Ares 4 arrives, assuming they didn't cancel the program in the wake of my death. Ares 4 will be landing in Schiaparelli crater, which is about 3,200 kilometers away from my location here in Acidalia Planitia. No way for me to get there on my own. But if I could communicate, I might be able to get a rescue. Not sure how they'd manage that with the resources on hand, but NASA has a lot of smart people. So that's my mission now. Find a way to communicate with Earth. If I can't manage that, find a way to communicate with Hermes when it returns in 4 years with the Ares 4 crew. Of course, I don't have any plan for surviving 4 years on 1 year of food. But one thing at a time. For now, I'm well fed and have a purpose. Fix the damn radio. Log entry, Sol 10. Well, I've done 3 EVAs and haven't found any hint of the communications dish. I dug out one of the rovers and had a good drive around, but after days of wandering, I think it's time to give up. The storm probably blew the dish far away and then erased any drag marks or scuffs that might have led to a trail. Probably buried it too. I spent most of the day out at what's left of the communications array. It's really a sorry sight. I might as well yell towards Earth for all the good the damn thing will do me. I could throw together a rudimentary dish out of metal I find around in the base, but this isn't some walkie-talkie I'm working with here. Communicating from Mars to Earth is a pretty big deal and requires extremely specialized equipment. I won't be able to whip something up with tinfoil and gum. I need to ration my EVAs as well as food. The CO2 filters are not cleanable. Once they're saturated, they're gone. The mission accounted for 4-hour EVAs per crew member per day. Fortunately, CO2 filters are light and small, so NASA had the luxury of sending more than we needed. All told, I have about 1,500 hours worth of CO2 filters. After that, any EVAs I do will have to be managed with bloodletting the air. 1,500 hours may sound like a lot, but I'm faced with spending at least 4 years here if I'm going to have any hope of rescue, with a minimum of several hours per week dedicated to sweeping off the solar array. Anyway, no needless EVAs. In other news, I'm starting to come up with an idea for food. My botany background may come in useful after all. Why bring a botanist to Mars? After all, it's famous for not having anything growing there. Well, the idea was how to figure out how well things grow in Martian gravity and see what, if anything, we can do with Martian soil. The short answer is quite a lot, almost. Martian soil has the basic building blocks needed for plant growth, but there's a lot of stuff going on in Earth soil that Mars soil doesn't have, even when it's placed in an Earth atmosphere and given plenty of water. Bacterial activity, certain nutrients provided by animal life, etc. None of that is happening on Mars. One of my tasks for the mission was to see how plants grow here, in various combinations of Earth and Mars soil and atmosphere. That's why I have a small amount of Earth soil and a bunch of plant seeds with me. I can't get too excited, however. It's about the amount of soil you'd put in a window box, and the only seeds I have are a few species of grass and ferns. They are the most rugged and easily grown plants on Earth, so NASA picked them as the test subjects. So, I have 2 problems. Not enough dirt, and nothing edible to plant in it. But I'm a botanist, damn it! I should be able to find a way to make this happen. If I don't, I'll be a really hungry botanist in about a year. Log entry, Sol 11. I wonder how the Cubs are doing. Log entry, Sol 14. I got my undergrad degree at the University of Chicago. Half the people who studied botany were hippies who thought they could return to some natural world system, somehow feeding 7 billion people through pure gardening. They spent most of their time working out better ways to grow pot. I didn't like them. I've always been it for the science, not for any New World Order bullshit. When they made compost heaps and tried to conserve every little ounce of living matter, I laughed at them. Look at the silly hippies, look at their pathetic attempts to simulate a complex global ecosystem in their backyard. Of course, now I'm doing exactly that. I'm saving every scrap of biomatter I can find. Every time I finish a meal, the leftovers go into the compost bucket. As for other biological material, the hab has sophisticated toilets. Shit is usually vacuum dried, then accumulated in sealed bags to be discarded on the surface. Not anymore! In fact, I even did an EVA to recover the previous bags of shit from before the crew left. Being completely desiccated, the particular shit didn't have any bacteria in it anymore, but it still had complex proteins that would serve as useful manure. Adding it to water and active bacteria would quickly get it inundated, replacing any population killed by the toilet of doom. I found a big container and put a bit of water in it, then added the dried shit. Since then, I've added my own shit to it as well. The worse it smells, the better things are going. That's the bacteria at work. Once I get some Martian soil in here, I can mix in the shit and spread it out. Then I can sprinkle the earth soil on top. You might not think that it would be an important step, but it is. There are dozens of species of bacteria living in earth soil, and they're critical to plant growth. They'll spread around and breed like, well, a bacterial infection. People have been using human waste as fertilizers for centuries. It's even got a pleasant name, night soil. Normally, it's not an ideal way to grow crops, because it spreads disease. Human waste has pathogens in it that, you guessed it, infect humans. But it's not a problem for me. The only pathogens in this waste are the ones I already have. Within a week, the Martian soil will be ready for plants to germinate in. But I won't plant yet. I'll bring in more lifeless soil from the outside and spread some of the live soil over it. It'll infect the new soil and I'll have double of what I started with. After another week, I'll double it again, and so on. Of course, all the while I'll be adding new manure to the effort. My asshole is doing as much to keep me alive as my brain. This isn't a new concept I just came up with. People have speculated on how to make crop soil out of Martian dirt for decades. I'll just putting it to the test for the first time. I searched through the food supplies and found all sorts of things that I can plant. Peas, for instance. Plenty of beans too. I also found several potatoes. If any of them can still germinate after their ordeal, that'll be great. With a nearly infinite supply of vitamins, all I need are calories of any kind to survive. The total floor space of the hab is about 92 square meters. I plan to dedicate all of it to this endeavor. I don't mind walking on dirt. It'll be a lot of work, but I'm going to need to cover the entire floor to a depth of 10 centimeters. That means I'll have to transport 9.2 cubic meters of Martian soil into the hab. I can get maybe 1/10 of a cubic meter in through the airlock at a time, and it'll be back-breaking work to collect it. But in the end, if everything goes to plan, I'll have 92 square meters of crop-able soil. Hell yeah, I'm a botanist! Feel my botany powers! Log entry, Sol 15. Oh, this is back-breaking work. I spent 12 hours today on EVAs to bring dirt into the hab. I only managed to cover a small corner of the base, maybe 5 square meters. At this rate, it'll take me weeks to get all the soil in. But hey, time is one thing I've got. The first few EVAs were pretty inefficient. Me filling small containers and bringing them in through the airlock. Then I got wise and just put one big container in the airlock itself and filled that with small containers till it was full. That sped things up a lot because the airlock takes about 10 minutes to get through. I'll ache all over. And the shovels I have are made for taking samples, not heavy digging. My back is killing me. I foraged the medical supplies and found some Vicodin. I took it about 10 minutes ago. Should be kicking in soon. Anyway, it's nice to see progress. Time to start getting the bacteria to work on these minerals. After lunch. No 3/4 ration today. I've earned a full meal. Log entry. Sol 16. One complication I hadn't thought of. Water. Turns out, being on the surface of Mars for a few million years eliminates all the water in the soil. My master's degree in botany makes me pretty sure plants need wet dirt to grow in. Not to mention the bacteria that has to live in the dirt first. Fortunately, I have water, but not as much as I want. To be viable, soil needs 40 liters of water per cubic meter. My overall plan calls for 9.2 cubic meters of soil, so I'll eventually need 368 liters of water to feed it. The hab has an excellent water reclaimer, best technology available on Earth. So NASA figured, why send a lot of water up there? Just get enough for an emergency. Humans need 3 liters of water per day to be comfortable. They gave us 50 liters each, making 300 liters total in the hab. I'm willing to dedicate all but an emergency 50 liters to the cause. That means I can feed 62.5 square meters at a depth of 10 centimeters. About 2/3 of the hab's floor. It'll have to do. That's the long-term plan. For today, my goal was 5 square meters. I waddled up blankets and uniforms from my departed crewmates to serve as one edge of a planter box, with the curved walls of the hab being the rest of the perimeter. It was as close to 5 square meters as I could manage. I filled it with sand to the depth of 10 centimeters. Then I sacrificed 20 liters of precious water to the dirt gods. Then things got disgusting. I dumped my big container of shit on the soil and nearly puked from the smell. I mixed the soil and shit together with a shovel and spread it out evenly again. Then I sprinkled the earth soil on top. Get to work, bacteria, I'm counting on you. That smell is going to stick around for a while too. It's not like I can open a window. Still, you get used to it. In other news, today is Thanksgiving. My family will be gathering in Chicago for their usual feast at my parents' house. My guess is it won't be much fun, what with me having died 10 days ago. Hell, they probably just got done with my funeral. I'll wonder if they ever find out what really happened. I've been so busy staying alive, I never thought of what this must be for my parents. Right now, they're suffering the worst pain anyone can endure. I'd give anything just to let them know I'm still alive. I'll just have to survive to make up for it. Log entry. Sol 22. Wow, things really came along. I got all the sand in and ready to go. 2/3 of the base is now dirt. And today I executed my first dirt doubling. It's been a week and the former Martian soil is rich and lovely. 2 more doublings and I'll have covered the whole field. All that work was great for my morale. It gave me something to do. But after things settled down a bit and I had dinner while listening to Johansson's Beatles music collection, I got depressed again. Doing the math, this won't keep me from starving. My best bet for making calories are potatoes. They grow prolifically and have a reasonable caloric content, 770 calories per kilogram. I'm pretty sure the ones I have will germinate. Problem is, I can't grow enough of them. In 62 square meters, I could grow maybe 150 kilograms of potatoes in 400 days, the time I have before running out of food. That's a grand total of 115,500 calories, a sustainable average of 288 calories per day. With my height and weight, if I'm willing to starve a little, I need 1,500 calories per day. Not even close. So I can't just live off the land forever, but I can extend my life. The potatoes will last me 76 days. Potatoes grow continually, so in those 76 days I can grow another 22,000 calories of potatoes, which will tide me over for another 15 days. After that, it's kind of pointless to continue the trend. All told, it buys me about 90 days. So now I'll start starving to death on Sol 490 instead of Sol 400. It's progress, but any hope of survival rests on me surviving until Sol 1412, when Ares 4 will land. There's about 1,000 days of food I don't have, and I don't have a plan for how to get it. Shit. Chapter 3. Log Entry, Sol 25. Remember those old math questions you had in algebra class? Where water is entering a container at a certain rate and leaving at a different rate, and you need to figure out when it'll be empty? Well, that concept is critical to the Mark Watney Doesn't Die project I'm working on. I need to create calories, and I need enough to last 1387 sols until Ares 4 arrives. If I don't get rescued by Ares 4, I'm dead anyway. A sol is 39 minutes longer than a day, so it works out to be 1425 days. That's my target, 1425 days of food. I have plenty of multivitamins, over double of what I need. And there's 5 times the minimum protein in each food pack, so careful rationing of portions takes care of my protein needs for at least 4 years. My general nutrition is taken care of. I just need calories. I need 1,500 calories per day. I have 400 days of food to start off with. So how many calories do I need to generate per day along the entire time period to stay alive for around 1,425 days? I'll spare you the math. The answer is about 1,100. I need to create 1,100 calories per day with my farming efforts to survive until Ares 4 gets here. Actually, a little more than that, because it's Sol 25 right now and I haven't actually planted anything yet. With my 62 square meters of farmland, I'll be able to create about 288 calories per day. So I need almost 4 times my current plant's production to survive. That means I need more surface area for farming, and more water to hydrate the soil. So let's take the problems one at a time. How much farmland can I really make? There are 92 square meters in the HAB. Let's say I could make use of all of it. Also, there are 5 unused bunks. Let's say I put soil in on them too. They're 2 square meters each, giving me 10 more square meters, so we're up to 102. The HAB has 3 lab tables, each about 2 square meters. I want to keep 1 for my own use, leaving 2 for the cause. That's another 4 square meters, bringing the total to 106. I have 2 Martian rovers. They have pressure seals, allowing the occupants to drive without spacesuits during long periods traversing the surface. They're too cramped to plant crops in, and I want to be able to drive them around anyway. But both rovers have an emergency pop tent. There are a lot of problems with using pop tents as farmland, but they have 10 square meters of floor space each. Presuming I can overcome the problems, they net me around 20 square meters, bringing my farmland up to 126. 126 square meters of farmland. That's something to work with. I still don't have water to moisten all of the soil, but like I said, one thing at a time. The next thing to consider is how efficient I can be in growing potatoes. I based my crop yield estimates on the potato industry back on Earth. But potato farmers aren't in a desperate race for survival like I am. Can I get a better yield? For starters, I can give attention to each individual plant. I can trim them and keep them healthy and not interfering with each other. Also, as their flowering bodies breach the surface, I can replant them deeper, then plant younger plants above them. For normal potato farmers, it's not worth doing because they're working with literally millions of potato plants. Also, this sort of farming annihilates the soil. Any farmer doing it would turn their land into a dust bowl within 12 years. It's not sustainable. But who cares? I just need to survive for 4 years. I estimate I can get 50% higher yield by using these tactics. And with the 126 square meters of farmland, just over double the 62 square meters I now have, it works out to be over 850 calories per day. That's real progress. I'd still be in danger of starvation, but it gets me in the range of survival. I might be able to make it by nearly starving but not quite dying. I could reduce my caloric use by minimizing manual labor. I could set the temperature of the HAB higher than normal, meaning my body would expend less energy keeping its temperature. I could cut off my arm and eat it, gaining me valuable calories and reducing my overall caloric need. No, not really. So let's say I could clear up that much farmland. Seems reasonable. Where do I get the water? To go from 62 to 126 meters of farmland at 10 centimeters deep, I'll need 6.4 more cubic meters of soil. More shoveling! Whee! And that will need over 250 liters of water. The 50 liters I have is for me to drink if the water reclaimer breaks. So I'm 250 liters short of my 250 liter goal. Blach! I'm going to bed. Log entry, Sol 26. It was a back-breaking yet productive day. I was sick of thinking, so instead of trying to figure out where I'll get the 250 liters of water, I did some manual labor. I need to get a whole ass load more soil into the HAB, even if it's dry and useless right now. I got a cubic meter in before getting exhausted. Then a minor dust storm dropped by for an hour and covered the solar collectors with crap. So I had to suit up again and do another EVA. I was in a pissy mood for the whole time. Sweeping off a huge field of solar cells is boring and physically demanding. But once the job was done, I came back to my little HAB on the prairie. It was about time for another dirt doubling, so I figured out I might as well get it over with. It took another hour. One more doubling and the usable soil will be all good to go. Also, I figured it was time to start up a seed crop. I had doubled the soil enough that I could afford to leave a little corner of it alone. I had 12 potatoes to work with. I'm one lucky son of a bitch they aren't freeze-dried or mulched. Why did NASA send 12 whole potatoes, refrigerated but not frozen? And why send them along with us as in-pressure cargo, rather than in a crate with the rest of the HAB supplies? Because Thanksgiving was going to happen while we were doing surface operations, and NASA's shrinks thought it would be good for us to make a meal together. Not just to eat it, but to actually prepare it. There is probably some logic to that, but who cares? I cut each potato into 4 pieces, making sure each piece had at least 2 eyes. The eyes are where they sprout from. I let them sit for a few hours to harden a bit, then plant them well spaced apart in the corner. Godspeed, little taters, my life depends on you. Normally it takes at least 90 days to yield full-sized potatoes. But I can't wait that long. I'll need to cut up all the potatoes from this crop to seed the rest of the field. By setting the Hab temperature to a balmy 25.5 degrees Celsius, I can make the plants grow faster. Also, the internal lights will provide plenty of sunlight, and I'll make sure they get lots of water, once I figure out where to get the water. There will be no foul weather or any parasites to hassle them, or any weeds to compete with for soil or nutrients. With all this going for them, they should yield healthy, sproutable tubers within 40 days. I figured that was enough being Farmer Mark for one day. A full meal for dinner. I'd earned it. Plus I'd burned a ton of calories and I want them back. I rifled through Commander Lewis's stuff until I found her personal data disk. Everyone got to bring whatever digital entertainment they wanted, and I was tired of listening to Johansson's Beatles albums for now. Time to see what Lewis had. Crappy TV shows. That's what she had. Countless entire runs of TV shows from forever ago. Well, beggars can't be choosers. Three's Company it is. Log entry. Soul 29. Over the last few days I got in all the dirt that I'll need. I prepped the tables and bunks for holding the weight of soil, and even put the dirt in place. There is still no water to make it viable, but I have some ideas. Really bad ideas, but they're ideas. Today's big accomplishment was setting up the pop tents. The problem with the rover's pop tents is they weren't designed for frequent use. The idea was you'd throw a pop tent, get in, and wait for rescue. The airlock is nothing more than a valve and two doors. Equalize the airlock with your side of it, get in, equalize with the other side, get out. This means you lose a ton of air with each use. And I'll need to get in there at least once a day. The total volume of each pop tent is pretty low, so I can't afford to lose the air from it. I spent hours trying to figure out how to attach a pop tent's airlock to a Hab airlock. I have 3 airlocks in the Hab. I'd be willing to dedicate 2 to pop tents. That would have been awesome. The frustrating part is pop tent airlocks can attach to other airlocks. You might have injured people in there or not enough spacesuits. You need to be able to get people out without exposing them to the Martian atmosphere. But the pop tents were designed for your crewmates to come rescue you in a rover. The airlocks on the Hab are much larger and completely different from the airlocks on the rovers. When you think about it, there is really no reason to attach a pop tent to the Hab. Unless, of course, you're stranded on Mars, everyone thinks you're dead, and you're in a desperate fight against time and the elements to stay alive. But, other than that edge case, there's no reason. So I finally decided I'd just take the hit. I'll be losing some air every time I enter or exit a pop tent. The good news is each pop tent has an air feed valve to the outside. Remember, these are emergency shelters. The occupants might need air, and you can provide it from a rover by hooking up the air line. It's nothing more than a tube that equalizes the rover's air with the pop tents. The Hab and the rovers use the same valve and tubing standards, so I was able to attach the pop tents directly to the Hab. That will automatically replenish the air I lose with my entries and exits, what we NASA folk call ingress and egress. NASA was not screwing around with these emergency tents. The moment I pushed the panic button in the rover, there was an ear-popping whoosh as the pop tents fired out, attached to the rover's airlock. It took about 2 seconds. I closed the airlock from the rover's side and ended up with a nice isolated pop tent. Setting up the equalizer hose was trivial. For once I'm using equipment the way it was designed to be used. Then, after a few trips through the airlock, with the air loss automatically equalized by the HAB, I got the dirt in. I repeated the process for the other tent. Everything went really easily. Water. In high school I played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. You may not have guessed this botanist mechanical engineer was a bit of a nerd at high school, but indeed I was. In the game I played a cleric. One of the magic spells I could cast was Create Water. I always thought this was a really stupid spell, and I never used it. Boy, what I wouldn't give to be able to do that in real life right now. Anyway, that's a problem for tomorrow. For tonight I have to get back to Three's company. I stopped last night in the middle of an episode where Mr. Roper saw something and took it out of context. Log entry. Soul 30. I have an idiotically dangerous plan for getting the water I need. And boy, do I mean dangerous. But I don't have much choice. I'm out of ideas and I'm due for another dirt doubling in a few days. When I do the final doubling, I'll be doubling to all that new soil I've brought in. If I don't wet it first, it'll just die. There isn't a lot of water here on Mars. There is ice at the poles, but that's too far away. If I want water, I'll have to make it from scratch. Fortunately, I know the recipe. Take hydrogen, add oxygen, burn. Let's take them one at a time. I'll start with oxygen. I have a fair bit of O2 reserves, but not enough to make 250 liters of water. 2 high-pressure tanks at the end of the HAB are my entire supply, plus the air in the HAB, of course. They each contain 25 liters of liquid O2. The HAB would use them only in an emergency. It has the oxygenator to balance the atmosphere. The reason the O2 tanks are here is to feed the spacesuits and rovers. Anyway, the reserve oxygen will only be enough to make 100 liters of water. 50 liters of O2 makes 100 liters of molecules that only have 1 O each. That would mean no EVAs for me and no emergency reserves. And it would make less than half the water I need. Out of the question. But oxygen is easier to find on Mars than you might think. The atmosphere is 95% CO2, and I happen to have a machine whose sole purpose is liberating oxygen from CO2. Yay, oxygenator! One problem. The atmosphere is very thin, less than 1% of the pressure on Earth. So it's hard to collect. Getting air from the outside to inside is nearly impossible. The whole purpose of the HAB is to keep that sort of thing from happening. The tiny amount of Martian atmosphere that enters when I use the airlock is laughable. That's where the MAV fuel plant comes in. My crewmates took away the MAV weeks ago. But the bottom half of it stayed behind. NASA isn't in the habit of putting unnecessary mass into orbit. The landing gear, ingress ramp, and fuel plant are still here. Remember how the MAV makes its own fuel with the help of the Martian atmosphere? Step 1 of that is to collect CO2 and store it in a high-pressure vessel. Once I get the fuel plant hooked up to the HAB's power, it'll give me half a liter of liquid CO2 per hour, indefinitely. After 10 souls it'll have made 125 liters of CO2, which will make 125 liters of O2 after I fed it through the oxygenator. That's enough to make 250 liters of water. So I have a plan for oxygen. The hydrogen will be a little trickier. I considered raiding the hydrogen fuel cells, but I need those batteries to maintain power at night. If I don't have that, it'll get too cold. I could bundle up, but the cold would kill my crops, and each fuel cell has only a small amount of H2 anyway. It's just not worth sacrificing so much usefulness for so little gain. The one thing I have going for me is that energy is not a problem. I don't want to give that up. So I'll have to go a different route. I often talk about the MAV, but now I want to talk about the MDV. During the most terrifying 23 minutes of my life, 4 of my crewmates and I tried not to shit ourselves while Martinez piloted the MDV down to the surface. It was kind of like being in a tumble dryer. First, we descended from Hermes and decelerated our orbital velocity so we could start falling properly. Everything was smooth until we hit the atmosphere. If you think turbulence is rough in a jetliner going 720 kph, just imagine what it's like at 28,000 kph. Several staged sets of chutes deployed automatically to slow our descent. Then Martinez manually piloted us to the ground, using the thrusters to slow descent and control our lateral motion. He trained for this for years, and he did his job extraordinarily well. He exceeded all plausible expectations of landings, putting us just 9 meters from the target. That guy just plain owned that landing. Thanks, Martinez. You may have saved my life. Not because of the perfect landing, but because he left so much fuel behind. Hundreds of liters of unused hydrazine. Each molecule of hydrazine has 4 hydrogen atoms in it. So each liter of hydrazine has enough hydrogen for 2 liters of water. I did a little EVA today to check. The MDV has 292 liters of juice left in the tanks. Enough to make almost 600 liters of water. Way more that I need. There is just one catch. Liberating hydrogen from hydrazine is, well, it's how rockets work. It's really, really hot and dangerous. If I do it in an oxygen atmosphere, the hot and newly liberated hydrogen will explode. There will be a lot of H2O at the end, but I'll be too dead to appreciate it. At its root, hydrazine is pretty simple. The Germans used it as far back as World War II for rocket-assisted fighter fuel, and occasionally blew themselves up with it. All you have to do is run it over a catalyst, which I can extract from the MDV engine, and it will turn into nitrogen and hydrogen. I'll spare you the chemistry, but the end result is that 5 molecules of hydrazine become 5 molecules of harmless N2 and 10 molecules of lovely H2. During this process, it goes through an intermediate step of being ammonia. Chemistry, being the sloppy bitch it is, ensures there'll be some ammonia that doesn't react with the hydrazine, so it'll just stay ammonia. You like the smell of ammonia? Well, it'll be prevalent in my increasingly hellish existence. The chemistry is on my side. The question now is, how do I actually make this reaction happen slowly? And how do I collect the hydrogen? The answer is, I don't know. I suppose I'll think of something, or die. Anyway, much more important, I simply can't abide the replacement of Chrissy with Cindy. Three's company may never be the same after this fiasco. Time will tell. Chapter 4. Log Entry. Sol 32. So, I ran into a bunch of problems with my water plan. My idea is to make 600 liters of water, limited by the hydrogen I can get from the hydrazine. That means I'll need 300 liters of liquid O2. I can create the O2 easily enough. It takes 20 hours for the MAV fuel plant to fill its 10-liter tanks with CO2. The oxygenator can turn it into O2. Then the atmospheric regulator will see that the O2 content in the HAB is high and pull it out of the air, storing it in the main O2 tanks. They'll fill up, so I'll have to transfer the O2 over to the rover's tanks and even the spacesuit tanks as necessary. But I can't create it very quickly. At half a liter of CO2 per hour, it will take 25 days to make the oxygen I need. That's longer than I'd like. Also, there's the problem of storing the hydrogen. The air tanks of the HAB, the rovers, and all the spacesuits add up to exactly 374 liters of storage. To hold all the materials for water, I would need a whopping 900 liters of storage. I considered using one of the rovers as a tank. It would certainly be big enough, but it just isn't designed to hold that much pressure. It is made to hold, you guessed it, 1 atmosphere. I need vessels that can hold 50 times that much. I'm sure a rover would burst. The best way to store the ingredients of water is to make them be water. So that's what I'll have to do. The concept is simple, but the execution will be incredibly dangerous. Every 20 hours I'll have 10 liters of CO2 thanks to the MAV fuel plant. I'll vent it into the HAB via the highly scientific method of detaching the tank from the MAV landing struts, bringing it into the HAB, then opening the valve until it's empty. The oxygenator will turn it into oxygen in its own time. Then I'll release the hydrazine very slowly over the iridium catalyst to turn it into N2 and H2. I'll direct the hydrogen to a small area and burn it. As you can see, this plan provides many opportunities for me to die in a fiery explosion. Firstly, hydrazine is some serious death. If I make any mistakes, there'll be nothing left but the Mark Watney Memorial Crater where the HAB once stood. Presuming I don't fuck up with the hydrazine, there's still the matter of burning hydrogen. I'm going to be setting a fire in the HAB on purpose. If you asked every engineer at NASA what the worst scenario for the HAB was, they'd all answer fire. If you asked them what the result would be, they'd answer death by fire. But if I can pull it off, I'll be making water continuously with no need to store hydrogen or oxygen. It'll be mixed into the atmosphere as humidity, but the water reclaimer will pull it out. I don't even have to perfectly match the hydrazine end of it with the fuel plant CO2 part. There's plenty of oxygen in the HAB, and plenty more in reserve. I just need to make sure I don't make so much water I run myself out of O2. I hooked up the MAV fuel plant to the HAB's power supply. Fortunately, they both use the same voltage. It's chugging away, collecting CO2 for me. Half ration for dinner. All I accomplished today was thinking up a plan that'll kill me. And that doesn't take much energy. I'm going to finish off the last of Three's company today. Frankly, I like Mr. Furley more than the Ropers. Log entry. Sol 33. This may be my last entry. I've known since Sol 6 there was a good chance I'd die here, but I figured it would be when I ran out of food. I didn't think it would be this early. I'm about to fire up the hydrazine. Our mission was designed knowing that anything might need maintenance, so I have plenty of tools. Even in a spacesuit, I was able to pry the excess panels off the MDV and get at the 6 hydrazine tanks. I set them in the shadow of a rover to keep them from heating up too much. There's more shade and a cooler temperature near the HAB, but fuck that. If they're going to blow up, they can blow up a rover, not my house. Then I pried out the reaction chamber. It took some work, and I cracked the damn thing in half. But I got it out. Lucky for me, I don't need a proper fuel reaction. In fact, I really super duper don't want a proper fuel reaction. I brought the reaction chamber in. I briefly considered only bringing 1 tank of hydrazine in at a time to reduce risk. But some back of the napkin math told me that even 1 tank was enough to blow the whole HAB up. So I brought them all in. Why not? The tanks have manual vent valves. I'm not 100% sure what they are for. Certainly we were never expected to use them. I think they are there to release the pressure during the many quality checks done during construction and before fueling. Whatever the reason, I have valves to work with. All it takes is a wrench. I liberated a spare water hose from the water reclaimer. With some thread torn out of a uniform, sorry Johansson, I attached it to the valve output. Hydrazine is a liquid, so all I have to do is to lead it to the reaction chamber. More of a reaction bowl now. Meanwhile, the MAV fuel plant is still working. I've already brought in 1 tank of CO2, vented it, and returned it for refilling. So there are no more excuses. It's time to start making water. If you find the charred remains of the HAB, it means I did something wrong. I'm copying this log over to both rovers, so it's more likely it'll survive. Here goes nothing. Log entry, Sol 33, Part 2. Well, I didn't die. First thing I did was to put on the inner lining of my EVA suit. Not the bulky suit itself, just the inner clothing I wear under it, including the gloves and booties. Then I got an oxygen mask from the medical supplies and some lab goggles from Vogel's chem kit. Almost all of my body was protected and I was breathing canned air. Why? Because hydrazine is very toxic. If I breathe too much of it, I'll get major lung problems. If I get it on my skin, I'll have chemical burns for the rest of my life. I wasn't taking any chances. I turned the valve until a trickle of hydrazine came out. I let 1 drop fall into the iridium bowl. It undramatically sizzled and disappeared. But hey, that's what I wanted. I just freed up hydrogen and nitrogen. Yay! One thing I have in abundance here are bags. They're not much different from kitchen trash bags, though I'm sure they cost $50,000 because of NASA. In addition to being our commander, Lewis was also the geologist. She was going to collect rock and soil samples from all over the operational area. That's a 10-kilometer radius. Weight limits restricted how much she could actually bring back to Earth, so she was going to collect first, then sort out the most interesting 50 kilograms to take home. The bags were to store and tag the samples. Some are smaller than a Ziploc, while others are as big as a hefty lawn and leaf bag. Also, I have duct tape. Ordinary duct tape like you buy at a hardware store. Turns out even NASA can't improve on duct tape. I cut up a few hefty-sized bags and taped them together to make a sort of tent. Really, it was more of a supersized bag. I was able to cover the whole table where my hydrazine mad scientist setup was. I put a few knickknacks on the table to keep the plastic out of the iridium bowl. Thankfully, the bags are clear, so I can still see what's going on. Next, I sacrificed a spacesuit to the cause. I needed an air hose. I have a surplus of spacesuits after all. A total of 6. 1 for each crew member, so I don't mind murdering one of them. I cut a hole in the top of the plastic and duct taped the hose in place. Nice seal, I think. With some more string from Johansson's clothing, I hung the other end of the hose from the top of the HAB's dome by 2 angled threads, to keep them well clear of the hose opening. Now I had a little chimney. The hose was about 1 centimeter wide, hopefully a good aperture. The hydrogen will be hot after the reaction, and it'll want to go up. So I let it go up the chimney, then burn it as it comes out. Then I had to invent fire. NASA put a lot of effort into making sure nothing here can burn. Everything is made out of metal or flame-retardant plastic, and the uniforms are synthetic. I needed something that could hold a flame, some kind of pilot light. I don't have the skills to keep enough H2 flowing to feed a flame without killing myself. Too narrow a margin there. After a research of everyone's personal items, hey, if they wanted privacy, they shouldn't have abandoned me on Mars with their stuff. I found the answer. Martinez is a devout Catholic. I knew that. What I didn't know was he brought along a small wooden cross. I'm sure NASA gave him shit about it, but I also know Martinez is one stubborn son of a bitch. I chipped his sacred religious item into long splinters using a pair of pliers and a screwdriver. I figure if there's a god, he won't mind, considering the situation I'm in. If ruining the only religious icon I have leaves me vulnerable to Martian vampires, I'll have to risk it. There were plenty of wires and batteries around to make a spark. But you can't just ignite wood with a small electric spark. So I collected ribbons of bark from local palm trees, then got a couple of sticks and rubbed them together to create enough friction to... No, not really. I vented pure oxygen at the stick and gave it a spark. It lit up like a match. With my mini torch in hand, I started a slow hydrazine flow. It sizzled on the iridium and disappeared. Soon I had short bursts of flame sputtering from the chimney. The main thing I had to watch was the temperature. Hydrazine breaking down is extremely exothermic, so I did it a bit at a time, constantly watching the readout of the thermocouple I'd attached to the iridium chamber. Point is, the process worked. Each hydrazine tank holds a little over 50 liters, which would be enough to make 100 liters of water. I'm limited by my oxygen production, but I'm all excited now, so I'm willing to use half my reserves. Long story short, I'll stop when the tank is half empty, and I'll have 50 liters of water at the end. Log entry: Sol 34. Well, that took a really long time. I've been at it all night with the hydrazine, but I got the job done. I could have finished faster, but I figured caution is best when setting fire to rocket fuel in an enclosed space. Boy, is this place a tropical jungle now, I'll tell ya. It's almost 30 degrees Celsius in here, and humid as all hell. I'll just dumped a ton of heat and 50 liters of water into the air. During this process, the poor Hab had to be the mother of a messy toddler. It's been replacing the oxygen I've used, and the water reclaimer is trying to get the humidity down to sane levels. Nothing to be done about the heat. There's actually no air conditioning in the Hab. Mars is cold. Getting rid of excess heat isn't something we expected to deal with. I've now grown accustomed to hearing the alarms blare at all times. The fire alarm has finally stopped, now that there's no more fire. The low oxygen alarm should stop soon. The high humidity alarm will take a little longer. The water reclaimer has its work cut out for it today. For a moment there was yet another alarm. The water reclaimer's main tank was full. Booyah! That's the kind of problem I want to have. Remember the spacesuit I vandalized yesterday? I hung it from its rack and carried buckets of water to it from the reclaimer. It can hold an atmosphere of air in. It should be able to handle a few buckets of water. Man, I'm tired. Been up all night and it's time to sleep. But I'll drift off to dreamland in the best mood I've been since Sol 6. Things are finally going my way. In fact, they're going great. I have a chance to live after all. Log entry: Sol 37. I am fucked and I'm gonna die! Okay, calm down. I'm sure I can get around this. I'm writing this log to you, dear future Mars archaeologist from Rover 2. You may wonder why I'm not in the Hab right now. Because I fled in terror, that's why. And I'm not sure what the hell to do next. I guess I should explain what happened. If this is my last entry, you'll at least know why. Over the last few days, I've been happily making water. It's been going swimmingly. See what I did there? Swimmingly. I even beefed up the MAV fuel plant compressor. It was very technical. I increased the voltage to the pump. So I'm making water even faster now. After my initial burst of 50 liters, I decided to settle down and just make it at the rate I get O2. I'm not willing to go below a 25 liter reserve. So when I get too low, I stop digging with hydrazine until I get the O2 back up to well above 25 liters. Important note, when I say I made 50 liters of water, that's an assumption. I didn't reclaim 50 liters of water. The additional soil I'd filled the hab with was extremely dry and greedily sucked up a lot of the humidity. That's where I want the water to go anyway, so I'm not worried. And I wasn't surprised when the reclaimer didn't get anywhere near 50 liters. I get 10 liters of CO2 every 15 hours, now that I've souped up the pump. I've done this procedure 4 times. My math tells me that including my initial 50-liter burst, I should have added 130 liters of water to the system. Well, my math was a damn liar. I'd gained 70 liters in the water reclaimer and the spacesuit turned water tank. There's plenty of condensation on the walls and domed roof, and the soil is certainly absorbing its fair share. But that doesn't account for 60 liters of missing water. Something was wrong. That's when I noticed the other O2 tank. The hab has 2 reserve O2 tanks, one on each side of the structure, for safety reasons. The hab can decide which one to use whenever it wants. Turns out it's been topping off the atmosphere from tank 1, but when I add O2 to the system via the oxygenator, the hab evenly distributes the gain between the 2 tanks. Tank 2 has been slowly gaining oxygen. That's not a problem, the hab is just doing its job, but it does mean that I've been gaining O2 over time, which means I'm not consuming it as fast as I thought. At first I thought, yay, more oxygen, now I can make water even faster. But then a more disturbing thought occurred to me. Follow my logic. I'm gaining O2, but the amount I'm bringing in from outside is constant. So the only way to gain is to be using less than I thought. But I've been doing the hydrazine reaction with the assumption that I was using all of it. The only possible explanation is that I haven't been burning all the released hydrogen. It's obvious now in retrospect, but it never occurred to me that some of the hydrogen just wouldn't burn. It got past the flame and went on its merry way. Damn it, Jim, I'm a botanist, not a chemist. Chemistry is messy, so there's unburned hydrogen in the air, all around me, mixed with the oxygen. Just hanging out, waiting for a spark so it can blow the hab up. Once I figured this out and composed myself, I got a Ziploc-sized sample bag and waved it around a bit, then sealed it. Then a quick EVA to a rover where we keep the atmospheric analyzers. Nitrogen 22%, oxygen 9%, hydrogen 64%. I've been hiding here in the rover ever since. It's Hydrogenville in the hab. I'm very lucky it hasn't blown. Even a small static discharge would have led to my own private Hindenburg. So I'm here in rover 2. I can stay for a day or 2 tops before the CO2 filters from the rover and my spacesuit fill up. I have that long to figure out how to deal with this. The hab is now a bomb. Chapter 5. Log entry. Sol 38. I'm still cowering in the rover, but I've had some time to think. And I know how to deal with the hydrogen. I thought about the atmospheric regulator. It pays attention to what's in the air and balances it. That's how the excess O2 I've been importing ends up in the tanks. Problem is, it's just not built to pull hydrogen out of the air. The regulator uses freeze separation to sort out the gases. When it decides there's too much oxygen, it starts collecting air in a tank and cooling it to 90 Kelvin. That makes the oxygen turn to liquid, but leaves the nitrogen, condensation point 77 Kelvin, still gaseous. Then it stores the O2. But I can't get it to do that for hydrogen, because hydrogen needs to be below 21 Kelvin to turn to liquid. And the regulator just can't get temperatures that low. Dead end. Here's the solution. Hydrogen is dangerous because it can blow up, but it can only blow up if there's oxygen around. Hydrogen without oxygen is harmless, and the regulator is all about pulling oxygen out of the air. There are 4 different safety interlocks that prevent the regulator from letting the hab's oxygen content get too low. but they're designed to work against technical faults, not deliberate sabotage. Bwahahahaha. Long story short, I can trick the regulator into pulling all the oxygen out of the HAB. Then I can wear a spacesuit, so I can breathe, and do whatever I want without fear of blowing up. I'll use an O2 tank to spray short bursts of oxygen at the hydrogen and make a spark with a couple of wires and a battery. It'll set the hydrogen on fire, but only until the small bit of oxygen is used up. I'll just do that over and over in controlled bursts until I've burned all the oxygen. One tiny flaw with that plan: it'll kill my dirt. The dirt is only viable soil because of the bacteria growing in it. If I get rid of all the oxygen, the bacteria will die. I don't have 100 billion little spacesuits handy. It's half a solution anyway. Time to take a break from thinking. Commander Lewis was the last one to use this rover. She was scheduled to use it again on Sol 7, but she went home instead. Her personal travel kit is still in the back. Rifling through it, I found a protein bar and a personal USB. Probably full of music to listen to on the drive. Time to chow down and see what the good commander brought along for music. Log entry: Sol 38, Part 2. Disco! God damn it, Lewis! Log entry: Sol 39. I think I've got it. Soil bacteria are used to winters. They get less active and require less oxygen to survive. I can lower the HAB temperature to 1 degree Celsius, and they're nearly hibernate. This sort of thing happens on Earth all the time. They can survive a couple of days this way. If you're wondering how bacteria on Earth survive longer periods of cold, the answer is they don't. Bacteria from further underground where it's warmer breed upwards to replace the dead ones. They'll still need some oxygen, but not much. I think a 1% content will do the trick. That leaves a little in the air for the bacteria to breathe, but not enough to maintain a fire, so the hydrogen won't blow up. But that leads to yet another problem. The potato plants won't like the plan. They don't mind the lack of oxygen, but the cold will kill them. So I'll have to pot them, bag them actually, and move them to a rover. They haven't even sprouted yet, so it's not like they need light. It was surprisingly annoying to find a way to make the heat stay on when the rover is unoccupied. But I figured it out. After all, I've got nothing but time here. So, that's the plan. First, bag the potato plants and bring them to the rover. Make sure it keeps the damn heater on. Then, drop the HAB temperature to 1 degree Celsius. Then, reduce the O2 content to 1%. Then, burn off the hydrogen with a battery, some wires, and a tank of O2. Yeah, this sounds like a great idea with no chance of catastrophic failure. That was sarcasm, by the way. Well, off I go. Log entry: Sol 40. Things weren't 100% successful. They say no plan survives first contact with implementation. I'd have to agree. Here's what happened. I summoned up the courage to return to the HAB. Once I got there, I felt a little more confident. Everything was how I'd left it. What did I expect? Martians looting my stuff? It would take a while to let the HAB cool, so I started right away by turning the temperature down to 1 degree Celsius. I bagged the potato plants and got a chance to check up on them while I was at it. They're rooting nicely and about to sprout. One thing I hadn't accounted for was how to bring them from the HAB to the rovers. The answer was pretty easy. I put all of them in Martinez's spacesuit. Then I dragged it out with me to the rover I'd set up as a temporary nursery. Making sure to jimmy the heater to stay on, I'd headed back to the HAB. By the time I got back, it was already chilly. Down to 5 degrees Celsius already. Shivering and watching my breath condense in front of me, I threw on extra layers of clothes. Fortunately, I'm not a very big man. Martinez's clothes fit right over me, and Vogel's fit over Martinez's. These shitty clothes were designed to be worn in a temperature-controlled environment. Even with 3 layers, I was still cold. I climbed into my bunk and under the covers for more warmth. Once the temperature got to 1 degree Celsius, I waited another hour, just to make sure the bacteria in the dirt got the memo that it was time to take it slow. The next problem I ran into was the regulator. Despite all my swaggering confidence, I wasn't able to outwit it. It really does not want to pull too much O2 out of the air. The lowest I could get it was 15%. After that, it flatly refused to go lower, and nothing I did mattered. I had all these plans about getting in and reprogramming it, but the safety protocols turned out to be on ROMs. I can't blame it. The whole purpose is to prevent the atmosphere from becoming lethal. Nobody at NASA thought, hey, let's allow a fatal lack of oxygen that will make everybody drop dead. So I had to use a more primitive plan. The regulator uses a different set of vents for the air sampling than it does for the main air separation. The air that gets freeze-separated comes in through a single large vent on the main unit. But it samples the air from 9 small vents that pipe back to the main unit. That way, it gets a good average of the HAB, and one localized imbalance won't throw it off. I taped up 8 of the intakes, leaving only 1 of them active. Then I taped the mouth of a hefty-sized bag over the neck hole of a spacesuit. Johansson's this time. In the back of the bag, I poked a small hole and taped it over the remaining intake. Then I inflated the bag with pure O2 from the suit's tanks. Holy shit, the regulator thought. I better pull out O2 right away. Worked great. I decided not to wear a spacesuit after all. The atmospheric pressure was going to be fine. All I needed was oxygen. So I grabbed an O2 canister and a breather mask from the medical bay. That way I had a hell of a lot more freedom of motion. It even had a rubber band to keep it on my face. Though I did need a spacesuit to monitor the actual HAB oxygen level, now that the HAB's main computer was convinced it was 100% O2. Let's see, Martinez's spacesuit was in the rover. Johansson's was outwitting the regulator. Lewis's was serving as water tank. I didn't want to mess with mine. Hey, it's custom fitted. That left me 2 spacesuits to work with. I grabbed Vogel's suit and activated the internal air sensor while leaving the helmet off. Once the oxygen dropped to 12%, I put the breather mask on. I watched it fall further and further. When it reached 1%, I cut the power to the regulator. I may not be able to reprogram the regulator, but I can turn the bastard off completely. The HAB has emergency flashlights in many locations in case of critical power failure. I tore the LED bulbs out of one and left the 2 frayed power wires very close together. Now when I turned it on, I got a small spark. Taking the canister of O2 from Vogel's suit, I attached a strap on both ends and slung it over my shoulder. Then I attached an air line to the tank and crimped it with my thumb. I turned on a very slow trickle of O2, small enough that it couldn't overpower the crimp. Standing on the table with the sparker in one hand and my oxygen line in the other, I reached up and gave it a try. And holy hell, it worked! Blowing the O2 over the sparker, I flicked the switch on the flashlight and a wonderful jet of flame fired out of the tube. The fire alarm went off, of course, but I'd heard it so much lately I barely noticed it anymore. Then I did it again, and again. Short bursts, nothing flashy. I was happy to take my time. I was elated. This was the best plan ever. Not only was I clearing out the hydrogen, I was making more water. Everything went great, right up to the explosion. 1 minute I was happily burning hydrogen. The next I was on the other side of the HAB and a lot of stuff was knocked over. I stumbled to my feet and saw the HAB in disarray. My first thought was, my ears hurt like hell. Then I thought, I'm dizzy, and fell to my knees. Then I fell prone. I was that dizzy. I groped my head with both hands, looking for the head wound I desperately hoped would not be there. Nothing seemed to be amiss. But feeling all over the head and face revealed the true problem. My oxygen mask had been ripped off in the blast. I was breathing nearly pure hydrogen. The floor was covered in junk from all over the hab. No hope of finding the medical O2 tank. No hope of finding anything in this mess before I'd pass out. Then I saw Lewis's suit hanging right where it belonged. It hadn't moved in the blast. It was heavy to start with and had 70 liters of water in it. I rushed over, quickly cranked on the O2, and stuck my head into the neck hole. I'd removed the helmet long ago for easy access to the water. I breathed a bit until the dizziness faded. Then I took a deep breath and held it. Still holding my breath, I glanced over to the spacesuit and hefty bag I'd used to outsmart the regulator. The bad news is I'd never removed them. The good news is the explosion removed them. 8 of the 9 intakes for the regulator were still bagged, but this one would at least tell the truth. Stumbling over to the regulator, I turned it back on. After a 2-second boot process, it was made to start up fast for obvious reasons, it immediately identified the problem. The shrill low oxygen alarm blared throughout the hab as the regulator dumped pure oxygen into the atmosphere as fast as it safely could. Separating oxygen from the atmosphere is difficult and time-consuming, but adding it is as simple as opening a valve. I clambered over the debris back to Lewis's spacesuit and put my head back in for more good air. Within 3 minutes, the regulator had brought the hab oxygen back up to par. I noticed for the first time how burnt my clothing was. It was a good time to be wearing 3 layers of clothes. Mostly the damage was on my sleeves. The outer layer was gone. The middle layer was singed and burned clean through in places. The inner layer, my own uniform, was in reasonably good shape. Looks like I lucked out again. Also, glancing at the hab's main computer, I saw the temperature had gone up to 15 degrees. Something very hot and very explodey had happened, and I wasn't sure what, or how. And that's where I am now, wondering what the hell happened. After all that work and getting blown up, I'm exhausted. Tomorrow I'll have to do a million equipment checks and try to figure out what exploded, but for now I just want to sleep. I'm in the rover again tonight. Even with the hydrogen gone, I'm reluctant to hang out in the hab that has a history of exploding for no reason. Plus, I can't be sure there isn't a leak. This time I brought a proper meal, and something to listen to that isn't disco. Log entry, Sol 41. I spent the day running full diagnostics on every system in the hab. It was incredibly boring, but my survival depends on these machines, so it had to be done. I can't just assume an explosion did no long-term damage. I did the most critical tests first. Number 1 was the integrity of the hab canvas. I felt pretty confident it was in good shape, because I'd spent a few hours asleep in the rover before returning to the hab, and the pressure was still good. The computer reported no change in pressure over that time, other than a minor fluctuation based on temperature. Then I checked the oxygenator. If that stopped working and I can't fix it, I'm a dead man. No problems. Then the atmospheric regulator. Again, no problem. Heating unit, primary battery array, O2 and N2 storage tanks, water reclaimer, all 3 airlocks, lighting systems, main computer, on and on I went, feeling better and better as each system proved to be in perfect working order. Got to hand it to NASA. They don't screw around when making this stuff. Then came the critical part, checking the dirt. I took a few samples from all over the hab. Remember, it's all dirt flooring now, and made slides. With shaking hands I put a slide into the microscope and brought the image up on screen. There they were, healthy, active bacteria doing their thing. Looks like I won't be starving to death on Sol 400 after all. I plopped down to the chair and let my breathing return to normal. Then I set about cleaning up the mess, and I had a lot of time to think about what had happened. So what had happened? Well, I have a theory. According to the main computer, during the blast the internal pressure spiked to 1.4 atmospheres, and the temperature rose to 15 degrees Celsius in under a second. But the pressure quickly subsided back to 1 atm. This would make sense if the atmospheric regulator were on, but I'd cut the power to it. The temperature remained at 15 degrees Celsius for some time afterwards, so any heat expansion would still have been present. But the pressure dropped down again. So where did the extra pressure go? Raising the temperature and keeping the same number of atoms inside should permanently raise the pressure, but it didn't. I quickly realized the answer. The hydrogen, the only available thing to burn, combined with oxygen, hence combustion, and became water. Water is 1,000 times as dense as a gas, so the heat added to the pressure, and the transformation of hydrogen and oxygen into water brought it back down again. The million-dollar question is, where the hell did the oxygen come from? The whole plan was to limit oxygen and keep an explosion from happening, and it was working for quite a while before blowing up. I think I have my answer. And it comes down to me brain farting. Remember when I decided not to wear a spacesuit? That decision almost killed me. The medical O2 tank mixes pure oxygen with surrounding air, then feeds it to you through a mask. The mask stays on your face with a little rubber band and goes around the back of your neck, not an airtight seal. I know what you're thinking. The mask leaked oxygen. But no, I was breathing the oxygen. When I was inhaling, I made a nearly airtight seal with the mask by sucking it to my face. The problem was exhaling. Do you know how much oxygen you absorb out of the air when you take a normal breath? I don't know either, but it is not 100%. Every time I exhaled, I added more oxygen to the system. It just didn't occur to me, but it should have. If your lungs grabbed up all the oxygen, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation wouldn't work. I'm such a dumbass for not thinking of it. And my dumbassery almost got me killed. I'm really going to have to be more careful. It's a good thing I burned off most of the hydrogen before the explosion. Otherwise, that would have been the end. As it is, the explosion wasn't strong enough to pop the hab, though it was strong enough to almost blast my eardrums in. This all started with me noticing a 60-liter shortfall in water production. Between deliberate burn-off and a bit of unexpected explosion, I'm back on track. The water reclaimer did its job last night and pulled 50 liters of newly created water out of the air. It's storing it in Lewis's spacesuit, which I'll call the cistern from now on, because it sounds cooler. The other 10 liters of water was directly absorbed by the dry soil. Lots of physical labor today. I've earned a full meal. And to celebrate my first night back in the hab, I'll kick back and watch some shitty 20th century TV courtesy of Commander Lewis. The Dukes of Hazzard, huh? Let's give it a whirl. Log entry, Sol 42. I slept in late today. I deserved it. After 4 nights of awful sleep in the rover, my bunk felt like the softest, most profoundly beautiful feather bed ever made. Eventually, I dragged my ass out of bed and finished some post-explosion cleanup. I moved the potato plants back in today, and just in time too. They are sprouting. They look healthy and happy. This isn't chemistry, medicine, bacteriology, nutrition analysis, explosion dynamics, or any other shit I've been doing lately. This is botany. I'm sure I can at least grow some plants without screwing up. Right? You know what really sucks? I've only made 130 liters of water. I have another 470 liters to go. You'd think after almost killing myself twice, I'd be able to stop screwing around with the hydrazine. But nope, I'll be reducing hydrazine and burning hydrogen in the hab every 10 hours for another 10 days. I'll do a better job of it from now on. Instead of counting on a clean reaction, I'll do frequent hydrogen cleanings with a small flame. It'll burn off gradually, instead of building up to kill mark levels. I'll have a lot of dead time. 10 hours for each tank of CO2 to finish filling. It only takes 20 minutes to reduce the hydrazine and burn the hydrogen. I'll spend the rest of the time watching TV. And seriously, It's clear that General Lee can outrun a police cruiser. Why doesn't Roscoe just go to the Duke farm and arrest them when they're not in the car? Chapter 6. Venkat Kapoor returned to his office, dropped his briefcase on the floor, and collapsed into his leather chair. He took a moment to look out the windows. His office in Building 1 afforded him a commanding view of the large park in the center of the Johnson Space Center complex. Beyond that, dozens of scattered buildings dominated the view all the way to Mud Lake in the distance. Glancing at his computer screen, he noted 47 unread emails urgently demanding his attention. They could wait. Today had been a sad day. Today was the memorial service for Mark Watney. The president had given a speech praising Watney's bravery and sacrifice, and the quick actions of Commander Lewis in getting everybody else to safety. Commander Lewis and the surviving crew, via long-range communication from Hermes, gave eulogies for their departed comrade from deep space. They had another 10 months of traveling yet to endure. The administrator had given a speech as well, reminding everyone that spaceflight is incredibly dangerous and that we will not back down in the face of adversity. They'd asked Venkat if he was willing to make a speech. He declined. What was the point? Watney was dead. Nice words from the director of Mars operations wouldn't bring him back. "You okay, Venk?" came a familiar voice from the doorway. Venkat swiveled around. "Guess so," he said. Teddy Sanders swept a rogue thread of his otherwise immaculate blazer. "You could have given a speech." "I didn't want to. You know that." "Yeah, I know. I didn't want to either. But I'm the administrator of NASA. It's kind of expected." "You sure you're okay?" "Yeah, I'll be fine." "Good," Teddy said, adjusting his cufflinks. "Let's get back to work then." "Sure," Venkat shrugged. "Let's start with you authorizing my satellite time." Teddy leaned against the wall with a sigh. "This again." "Yes," Venkat said. "This again. What is the problem?" "Okay, run me through it. What exactly are you after?" Venkat leaned forward. Ares 3 was a failure, but we can salvage something from it. We're funded for 5 Ares missions. I think we can get Congress to fund a 6th. "I don't know, Venk." "It's simple, Teddy," Venkat pressed on. "They evac'd after 6 sols. There's almost an entire mission's worth of supplies up there. It would only cost a fraction of the normal mission. It normally takes 14 pre-supply probes to prep a site. We might be able to send what's missing in 3, maybe 2. "Venk, the site got hit by a 175 kph sandstorm. It'll be in really bad shape." "That's why I want imagery," Venkat said. "I just need a couple of shots of the site. We could learn a lot." "Like what? You think we'd send people to Mars without being sure everything was in perfect working order?" "Everything doesn't have to be perfect," Venkat said quickly. "Whatever's broken, we'd send replacements for." "How will we know from imagery what's broken?" "It's just the first step. They evac'd because the wind was a threat to the MAV, but the HAB can withstand a lot more punishment. It might still be in one piece. And it'll be really obvious. If it popped, it would completely blow out and collapse. If it's still standing, then everything inside will be fine. And the rovers are solid. They can take any sandstorm Mars has to offer. Just let me take a look, Teddy. That's all I want." Teddy paced to the windows and stared out at the vast expanse of buildings. "You're not the only guy who wants satellite time, you know. We have Ares 4 supply missions coming up. We need to concentrate on Schiaparelli crater." "I don't get it, Teddy. What's the problem here?" Venkat asked. "I'm talking about securing us another mission. We have 12 satellites in orbit around Mars. I'm sure you can spare 1 or 2 for a couple of hours. I can give you the windows for each one when they'll be at the right angle for Ares 3 shots." "It's not about satellite time, Venk," Teddy interrupted. Venkat froze. Then, but what?" Teddy turned to face him. We're a public domain organization. There's no such thing as secret or secure information here. So? Any imagery we take goes directly to the public. Again, so? Mark Watney's body will be within 20 meters of the hab, maybe partially buried in sand, but still very visible, and with a comm antenna sticking out of his chest. Any images we take will show that. Venkat stared, then glared. This is why you denied my imagery requests for 2 months? Venk, come on. Really, Teddy, he said. You're afraid of a PR problem? The media's obsession with Watney's death is finally starting to taper off, Teddy said evenly. It's been bad press after bad press for 2 months. Today's memorial gives people closure, and the media can move on to some other story. The last thing we want is to dredge everything back up. So, what do we do then? He's not going to decompose. He'll be there forever. Not forever, Teddy said. Within a year, he'll be covered in sand from normal weather activity. A year? Venkat said, rising to his feet. That's ludicrous. We can't wait a year for this. Why not? Ares 4 won't even launch for another 5 years. Plenty of time. Venkat took a deep breath and thought for a moment. Okay, consider this. Sympathy for Watney's family is really high. Ares 6 could bring his body back. We don't say it's the purpose of the mission, but we make it clear that it would be part of it. If we framed it that way, we'd get more support in Congress. But not if we wait a year. In a year, people won't care anymore. Teddy rubbed his chin. Mindy Park stared at the ceiling. She had little else to do. The 3 a.m. shift was pretty dull. Only a constant stream of coffee kept her awake. Monitoring the status of satellites around Mars had sounded like an exciting proposition when she took the transfer, but the satellites tended to take care of themselves. Her job turned out to be sending emails as imagery became available. Master's degree in mechanical engineering, she muttered, and I'm working in an all-night photo booth. She sipped her coffee. A flicker on her screen announced that another set of images was ready for dispatch. She checked the name on the work order. Venkat Kapoor. She posted the data directly to internal servers and composed an email to Dr. Kapoor. As she entered the latitude and longitude of the image, she recognized the numbers. 31.2 degrees north, 28.5 degrees west. Acidalia planitia. Ares 3? Out of curiosity, she brought up the first of the 17 images. As she'd suspected, it was the Ares 3 site. She'd heard they were going to image it. Slightly ashamed of herself, she scoured the image for any sign of Mark Watney's dead body. After a minute of fruitless searching, she was simultaneously relieved and disappointed. She moved on to perusing the rest of the image. The hab was intact. Dr. Kapoor would be very happy to see that. She brought the coffee mug to her lips, then froze. She mumbled to herself. She brought up the NASA intranet and navigated through the site to the specifics of the Ares missions. After some quick search, she picked up her phone. Hey, this is Mindy Park at SATCON. I need the mission logs for Ares 3. Where can I get them? Okay, thanks. After some more time on the intranet, she leaned back in her seat. She no longer needed coffee to keep her awake. Picking up the phone again, she said, Hello, security? This is Mindy Park in SATCON. I need the emergency contact number for Dr. Venkat Kapoor. Yes, it is an emergency. Mindy fidgeted in her seat as Venkat drudged in. To have the director of Mars operations visiting SATCON was unusual. Seeing him in jeans and a t-shirt was even more unusual. You, Mindy Park? He asked with the scowl of a man operating on 2 hours of sleep. Yes, she quavered. Sorry to drag you in. I'm assuming you had a good reason. So? Um, she said, looking down. Um, it's, well, the imagery you ordered. Um, come here and look. He pulled another chair to her station and seated himself. Is it about Watney's body? Is that why you're shook up? No, she said. Um, well, she winced at her own awkwardness and pointed at the screen. Venkat inspected the image. Looks like the hab is in one piece. That's good news. Solar array looks good. The rovers are okay too. Main dish isn't around. No surprise there. What's the big emergency? Uh, um, she said, touching her finger to the screen. That. Venkat leaned in and looked closer. Just below the hab, beside the rovers, two white circles set in the sand. Hmm, looks like hab canvas. Maybe the hab didn't do well after all. I guess pieces got torn off and, um, she interrupted. They look like rover pop tents. Venkat looked again. Probably right. How did they get set up? Mindy asked. Venkat shrugged. Commander Lewis probably ordered them deployed during the evac. Not a bad idea. Have the emergency shelters ready in case the MAV didn't work and the hab breached. Yeah, Mindy said, opening a document on her computer. This is the entire mission log for Sols 1 through 6, from MDV touchdown to MAV emergency liftoff. Okay, and? I read through it several times. They never threw out the pop tents. Her voice cracked at the last word. Well, Venkat said, furrowing his brow. They obviously did, but it didn't make it into the log. They activated two emergency pop tents and never told anyone? That doesn't make a lot of sense, no. Maybe the storm messed with the rovers and the tents auto-deployed? So, after auto-deploying, they detached themselves from the rovers and lined up next to each other 20 meters away? Venkat looked back at the image. Well, obviously they activated somehow. Why are the solar cells clean? Mindy said, fighting back tears. There was a huge sandstorm. Why isn't there sand all over them? A good wind could have done it, Venkat said, unsure. Did I mention I never found Watney's body? She said, sniffling. Venkat's eyes widened as he stared at the picture. Oh, he said quietly. Oh God. Mindy put her hand over her face and sobbed quietly. Fuck! Annie Montrose said. You have to be fucking kidding me! Teddy glared across his immaculate mahogany desk at his director of media relations. Not helping, Annie. He turned to his director of Mars operations. How sure are we of this? Nearly 100%, Venkat said. Fuck! Annie said. Teddy moved his folder on his desk slightly to the right so it would line up with his mouse pad. It is what it is. We have to deal with it. Do you have any idea the magnitude of shitstorm this is gonna be? She retorted. You don't have to face those damn reporters every day. I do. One thing at a time, Teddy said. Vank, what makes you sure he's alive? For starters, nobody, he explained. Also, the pop tents are up, and the solar cells are clean. You can thank Mindy Park and SATCON for noticing all that, by the way. But, Venkat continued, his body could have been buried in the Sol 6 storm. The pop tents might have auto-deployed, and wind could have blown them around. A 30 kph windstorm sometime later would have been strong enough to clean the solar cells, but not strong enough to carry sand. It's not likely, but it's possible. So I spent the last few hours checking everything I could. Commander Lewis had two outings in Rover 2. The second was on Sol 5. According to the logs, after returning, she plugged it into the hab for recharging. It wasn't used again, and 13 hours later they evac'd. He slid a picture across the desk to Teddy. That's one of the images from last night. As you can see, rover 2 is facing away from the hab. The charging port is in the nose, and the cable isn't long enough to reach. Teddy absently rotated the picture to be parallel with the edges of his desk. She must have parked it facing the hab, or she wouldn't have been able to plug it in, he said. It's been moved since Sol 5. Yeah, Venkat said, sliding another picture to Teddy. But here's the real evidence. In the lower right of the image, you can see the MDV. It's been taken apart. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have done that without telling us. And the clincher is on the right of the image, Venkat pointed. The landing struts of the MAV. Looks like the fuel plant has been completely removed, with considerable damage to the struts in the process. There's just no way that could have happened before liftoff. It would have endangered the MAV way too much for Lewis to allow it. Hey, Annie said, why not talk to Lewis? Let's go to Capcom and ask her directly. Rather than answer, Venkat looked to Teddy knowingly. Because, Teddy said, if Watney really is alive, we don't want the Ares 3 crew to know. What? Annie said. How can you not tell them? They have another 10 months of their trip home, Teddy explained. Space travel is dangerous. They need to be alert and undistracted. They're sad that they lost a crewmate, but they'd be devastated if they found out they'd abandoned him alive. Annie looked to Venkat. You're on board with this? It's a no-brainer, Venkat said. Let them deal with the emotional trauma when they're not flying a spaceship around. This will be the most talked about event since Apollo 11, Annie said. How will you keep it from them? Teddy shrugged. Easy. We control all the communication with them. Fuck! Annie said, opening her laptop. When do you want to go public? What's your take? He asked. Annie said. We can hold the pigs for 24 hours before we're required to release them. We'll need to send out a statement along with them. We don't want people working it out on their own. We'd look like assholes. Okay, Teddy agreed. Put together a statement. That will be fun, she grumbled. Where do we go from here? Teddy asked Venkat. Step 1 is communication, Venkat said. From the pictures, it's clear the comm array is ruined. We need another way to talk. Once we can talk, we can assess and make plans. All right, Teddy said. Get on it. Take anyone you want from any department. Use as much overtime as you want. Find a way to talk to him. That's your only job right now. Got it. Annie, make sure nobody gets wind of this till we announce. Right, Annie said. Who else knows? Just the three of us and Mindy Park and SatCon, Venkat said. I'll have a word with her, Annie said. Teddy stood and opened his cell phone. I'm going to Chicago. I'll be back tomorrow. Why? Annie asked. That's where Watney's parents live, Teddy said. I owe them a personal explanation before it breaks on the news. They'll be happy to hear their son's alive, Annie said. Yes, he's alive, Teddy said. But if my math is right, he's doomed to starve to death before we can possibly help him. I'm not looking forward to that conversation. Fuck, Annie said thoughtfully. Nothing? Nothing at all? Venkat groaned. Are you kidding me? You had 20 experts working for 12 hours on this. We have a multi-billion-dollar communications network. You can't figure out any way to talk to him? The two men in Venkat's office fidgeted in their chairs. He's got no radio, said Chuck. Actually, said Morris, he's got a radio, but he doesn't have a dish. Thing is, Chuck continued, Without the dish, a signal would have to be really strong, like melting the pigeons strong, Morris supplied. For him to get it, Chuck finished. We considered Martian satellites, Morris said. They're way closer, but the math doesn't work out. Even Super Surveyor 3, which has the strongest transmitter, would need to be 14 times more powerful. 17 times, Chuck said. 14 times, Morris asserted. No, it's 17. You forgot the amperage minimum for the heaters to keep the. Guys, Venkat interrupted. I get the idea. Sorry, sorry. Sorry if I'm grumpy, Venkat said. I got like 2 hours of sleep last night. No problem. Totally understandable, Chuck said. Okay, Venkat said. Explain to me how a single windstorm removed our ability to talk to Ares 3. Failure of imagination, Chuck said. Totally didn't see it coming, Morris agreed. How many backup communication systems does an Ares mission have? Venkat asked. 4, Chuck said. 3, Morris said. No, it's 4, Chuck corrected. He said backup systems, Morris insisted. That means not including the primary system. Oh, right. 3. So, 4 systems total, then, Venkat said. Explain how we lost all 4. Well, Chuck said, the primary ran through the big satellite dish. It blew away in the storm. The rest of the backups were in the MAV. Yep, Morris agreed. The MAV is like a communications machine. It can talk to Earth, Hermes, even satellites around Mars if it has to. And it has 3 independent systems to make sure nothing short of a meteor strike can stop communication. Problem is, Chuck said, Commander Lewis and the rest of them took the MAV when they left. So 4 independent communication systems became 1, and that one broke, Morris finished. Venkat pinched the bridge of his nose. How could we overlook this? Chuck shrugged. Never occurred to us. We never thought someone would be on Mars without an MAV. I mean, come on, Morris said. What are the odds? Chuck turned to him. 1 in 3, based off empirical data. That's pretty bad if you think about it. This was going to be rough, and Annie knew it. Not only did she have to deliver the biggest mea culpa in NASA's history, every second of it would be remembered forever. Every movement of her arms, intonation of her voice, and expression on her face would be seen by millions of people over and over again. Not just in the immediate press cycle, but for decades to come. Every documentary made about Watney's situation would have this clip. She was confident that none of that concern showed on her face as she took the podium. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, she said to the assembled reporters. We have an important announcement to make. If you could all take your seats. What is it about, Annie? Brian Hess from NBC asked. Something happened with Hermes? Please take your seats, Annie repeated. The reporters milled about and argued over seats for a brief time, then finally settled down. This is a short but very important announcement, Annie said. I won't be taking any questions at this time, but we will have a full press conference with a Q&A in about an hour. We have recently reviewed satellite imagery from Mars and have confirmed that astronaut Mark Watney is currently still alive. After 1 full second of utter silence, the room exploded with noise. A week after the stunning announcement, it was still the top story on every news network in the world. I'm getting sick of daily press conferences, Venkat whispered to Annie. I'm getting sick of hourly press conferences, Annie whispered back. The two stood with countless other NASA managers and executives bunched up on the small stage in the press room. They faced a pit of hungry reporters, all desperate for any scrap of new information. Sorry, I'm late, Teddy said, entering from the side door. He pulled some flashcards from his pocket, squared them in his hands, and then cleared his throat. In the 9 days since announcing Mark Watney's survival, we've received a massive show of support from all sectors. We're using this shamelessly every way we can. A small chuckle cascaded through the room. Yesterday, at our request, the entire SETI network focused on Mars, just in case Watney was sending a weak radio signal. Turns out he wasn't, but it shows the level of commitment everyone has towards helping us. The public is engaged, and we will do our best to keep everyone informed. I've recently learned CNN will be dedicating a half-hour segment every weekday to reporting on just this issue. We will assign several members of our media relations team to that program, so the public can get the latest information as fast as possible. We've adjusted the orbits of 3 satellites to get more view time on the Ares 3 site and hope to catch an image of Mark outside soon. If we can see him outside, we will be able to draw conclusions on his physical health based on stance and activities. The questions are many. How long can he last? How much food does he have? Can Ares 4 rescue him? How will we talk to him? The answers to these questions are not what we want to hear. I can't promise we'll succeed in rescuing him, but I can promise this. The entire focus of NASA will be to bring Mark Watney home. This will be our overriding and singular obsession until he is either back on Earth or confirmed dead on Mars. Nice speech, Venkat said as he entered Teddy's office. Meant every word of it, Teddy said. Oh, I know. What can I do for you, Venk? I've got an idea. Well, JPL had an idea. I'm the messenger. I like ideas, Teddy said, gesturing to a seat. Venkat sat down. We can rescue him with Ares 4. It's very risky. We ran the idea by the Ares 4 crew. Not only are they willing to do it, but now they're really pushing hard for it. Naturally, Teddy said. Astronauts are inherently insane, and really noble. What's the idea? Well, Venkat began, it's in the rough stages, but JPL thinks the MDV can be misused to save him. Ares 4 hasn't even launched yet. Why misuse an MDV? Why not make something better? We don't have the time to make a custom craft. Actually, he can't even survive until Ares 4 gets there, but that's a different problem. So, tell me about the MDV. JPL strips it down, loses some weight, and adds some fuel tanks. Ares 4's crew lands at the Ares 3 site, very efficiently. Then, with a full burn, and I mean a full burn, they can lift off again. It can't get back into orbit, but it can go to the Ares 4 site on a lateral trajectory that's, well, really scary. Then they have an MAV. How are they losing weight? Teddy asked. Don't they already have it as light as it can be? By removing safety and emergency equipment. Wonderful, Teddy said. So we'd be risking the lives of 6 more people. Yep, Venkat said. It would be safer to leave the Ares 4 crew in Hermes and only send the pilot down with the MDV. But that would mean giving up the mission, and they'd rather risk death. They're astronauts, Teddy said. They're astronauts, Venkat confirmed. Well, that's a ludicrous idea, and I'll never okay it. We'll work on it some more, Venkat said. Try to make it safer. Do that. Any idea how to keep him alive for 4 years? Nope. Work on that too. Will do, Venkat said. Teddy swiveled his chair and looked out the window to the sky beyond. Night was edging in. What must it be like? He pondered. He's stuck out there. He thinks he's totally alone and that we all gave up on him. What kind of effect does that have on a man's psychology? He turned back to Venkat. I wonder what he's thinking right now. Log entry Soul 61. How come Aquaman can control whales? They're mammals. Makes no sense. Chapter 7. Log entry Soul 63. I finished making water some time ago. I'm no longer in danger of blowing myself up. The potatoes are growing nicely. Nothing has conspired to kill me in weeks. And 70s TV keeps me disturbingly more entertained than it should. Things are stable here on Mars. It's time to start thinking long term. Even if I find a way to tell NASA I'm alive, there is no guarantee they'll be able to save me. I need to be proactive. I need to figure out how to get to Ares 4. Won't be easy. Ares 4 will be landing at the Schiaparelli crater, 3,200 kilometers away. In fact, their MAV is already there. I know because I watched Martinez land it. It takes 18 months for the MAV to make its fuel, so it's the first thing NASA sends along. Sending it 48 months early gives it plenty of extra time in case fuel reactions go slower than expected. But much more importantly, it means a precision soft landing can be done remotely by a pilot in orbit. Direct remote operation from Houston isn't an option. They're anywhere from 4 to 20 light minutes away. Ares 4's MAV spent 11 months getting to Mars. It left before us and got here around the same time we did. As expected, Martinez landed it beautifully. It was one of the last things we did before piling into our MDV and heading to the surface. Ah, the good old days when I had a crew with me. I'm lucky. 3,200 kilometers isn't that bad. It could have been up to 10,000 kilometers away. And because I'm on the flattest parts of Mars, the first 650 kilometers is nice, smooth terrain. Yay, a Sedalia planitia. But the rest of it is nasty, rugged, crater-pocked hell. Obviously, I'll have to use a rover. And guess what? They were not designed for massive overland journeys. This is going to be a research effort with a bunch of experimentation. I'll have to become my own little NASA, figuring out how to explore far from the hab. The good news is I have lots of time to figure it out, almost 4 years. Some stuff is obvious. I'll need to use a rover. It'll take a long time, so I'll need to bring supplies. I'll need to recharge en route, and rovers don't have solar cells, so I'll need to steal some from the hab's solar farm. During the trip, I'll need to breathe, eat, and drink. Lucky for me, the tech specs for everything are right here in the computer. I'll need to trick out a rover. Basically, it'll have to be a mobile hab. I'll pick Rover 2 as my target. We have a certain bond after I spent 2 days in it during the great hydrogen scare of Sol 37. There's much more shit to think about all at once. So for now, I'll just think about power. Our mission had a 10-kilometer operational radius. Knowing we wouldn't take straight line paths, NASA designed the rovers to go 35 kilometers on full charge. That presumes flat, reasonable terrain. Each rover has a 9,000 watt-hour battery. Step 1 is to loot Rover 1's battery and install it in Rover 2. Ta-da! I just doubled my full charge range. There is just one complication. Heating. Part of the battery power goes to heating the rover. Mars is really cold. Normally, we were expected to do all EVAs in under 5 hours. But I will be living in it 24.5 hours per day. According to the specs, the heating equipment soaks up 400 watts. Keeping it on would eat up 9,800 watt-hours per day, over half of my power supply, every day. But I do have a free source of heat. Me. A couple million years of evolution gave me warm-blooded technology. I can just turn off the heater and wear layers. The rover has good insulation too. It'll have to be enough. I need every little bit of power. According to my boring math, moving the rover eats 200 watt-hours of juice to go 1 kilometer. So using the full 18,000 watt-hours for motion, minus a negligible amount for computer, life support, etc., gets me 90 kilometers of travel. Now we're talking. I'll never actually get 90 kilometers in a single charge. I'll have hills to deal with and rough terrain, sand, etc. But it's a good ballpark. It tells me that it would take at least 35 days of travel to get to Ares 4. It'll probably be more like 50, but that's plausible at least. At the rover's blazing 25 kph top speed, it'll take me 3.5 hours before I run the battery down. I can drive in twilight and save the sunny parts of the day for charging. This time of year, I get about 13 hours of light. How many solar cells will I have to pilfer from the Habs farm? Thanks to the fine taxpayers of America, I have over 100 square meters of the most expensive solar paneling ever made. It has an astounding 10.2% efficiency, which is good because Mars doesn't get as much sunlight as Earth. Only 500 to 700 watts per square meter, compared to the 1400 Earth gets. Long story short, I need to bring 28 square meters of solar cells. That's 14 panels. I can put 2 stacks of 7 on the roof. They'll stick out over the edges, but as long as they're secure, I'm happy. Every day after driving, I'll spread them out, then wait all day. Man, that will be dull. Well, it's a start. Tomorrow's mission: transfer Rover 1's battery to Rover 2. Log entry: Sol 64. Sometimes things are easy, and sometimes they're not. Getting the battery out of Rover 1 was easy. I removed 2 clamps on the undercarriage and it dropped right out. The cabling was easy to detach too, just a couple of complicated plugs. Attaching it to Rover 2, however, is another story. There is nowhere to put it. The thing is huge. I was barely able to drag it, and that's in Mars gravity. It's just too big. There's no room in the undercarriage for a second one. There's no room on the roof either. That's where the solar cells will go. There's no room inside the cabin, and it wouldn't fit through the airlock anyway. But fear not, I found a solution. For emergencies completely unrelated to this one, NASA provided 6 square meters of extra HAB canvas and some really impressive resin. The same kind of resin, in fact, that saved my life on Sol 6, the patch kit I used on the hole in my suit. In the event of a HAB breach, everyone would run to the airlocks. Procedure was to let the HAB pop rather than die trying to prevent it. Then we'd suit up and assess the damage. Once we found the breach, we'd seal it with a spare canvas and resin. Then re-inflate and we're good as new. The 6 square meters of spare canvas was a convenient 1 by 6 meters. I cut 10 centimeter wide strips, then used them to make a sort of harness. I used the resin and straps to make 2 10-meter circumference loops. Then I put a big patch of canvas on each end. I now had poor man's saddlebags for my rover. This gets more and more wagon train every day. The resin sets almost instantly, but it gets stronger if you wait an hour. So I did. Then I suited up and headed out to the rover. I dragged the battery to the side of the rover and looped one end of the harness around it. Then I threw the other end over the roof. On the other side, I filled it with rocks. When the 2 weights were roughly equal, I was able to pull the rocks down and bring the battery up. Yay! I unplugged Rover 2's battery and plugged in Rover 1's. Then I went through the airlock to the rover and checked all the systems. Everything was A-OK. I drove the rover around a bit to make sure the harness was secure. I found a few largish rocks to drive over just to shake things up. The harness held. Hell yeah! For a short time, I wondered how to splice the second battery's LEDs into the main power supply. My conclusion was, fuck it. There is no need to have a continuous power supply. When battery 1 runs out, I can get out, unplug battery 1, and plug in battery 2. Why not? It's a 10-minute EVA once per day. I'd have to swap batteries again when I'm recharging them, but again, so what? I spent the rest of the day sweeping off the solar cell farm. Soon I shall be looting it. Log entry, Sol 65. The solar cells were a lot easier to manage than the battery. They're thin, light, and just lying around on the ground. And I had one additional bonus. I was the one who set them up in the first place. Well, okay, it wasn't just me. Vogel and I worked together on it. And boy, did we drill on it. We spent almost an entire week drilling on the solar array alone. Then we drilled more whenever they figured we had spare time. The array was mission critical. If we broke the cells or rendered them useless, the HAB wouldn't be able to make power and the mission would end. You might wonder what the rest of the crew were doing while we assembled the array. They were setting up the HAB. Remember, everything in my glorious kingdom came here in boxes. We had to set it up on Sols 1 and 2. Each solar cell is on a lightweight lattice that holds it at a 14-degree angle. I'll admit I don't know why it's a 14-degree angle. Something about maximizing solar energy. Anyway, removing the cells was simple. And the HAB can spare them. With the reduced load of only supporting 1 human instead of 6, a 14% energy production loss is irrelevant. Then it was time to stack them on the rover. I considered removing the rock sample container. It's nothing more than a large canvas bag attached to the roof, way too small to hold the solar cells. But after some thought, I left it there, figuring it would provide a good cushion. The cells stacked well. They were made to, for transport to Mars. And the 2 stacks sat nicely on the roof. They hung over the left and right edges, but I won't go through any tunnels, so I don't care. With some more abuse of the emergency HAB material, I made straps and tied the cells down. The rover has external handles near the front and back. They're there to help us load rocks on the roof. They made perfect anchor points for the straps. I stood back and admired my work. Hey, I earned it. It wasn't even noon and I was done. I came back to the HAB, had some lunch, and worked on my crops for the rest of the sol. It's been 39 sols since I planted the potatoes, which is about 40 Earth days, and it was time to reap and re-sow. They grew even better than I expected. Mars has no insects, parasites, or blights to deal with, and the HAB maintains perfect growing temperature and moisture at all times. They were small compared to the taters you'd usually eat, but that's fine. All I want was enough to support growing new plants. I dug them up, being careful to leave their plants alive. Then I cut them up into small pieces with 1 eye each and reseeded them into new dirt. If they keep growing this well, I'll be able to last a good long time here. After all that physical labor, I deserved a break. I rifled through Johansson's computer today and found an endless supply of digital books. Looks like she's a big fan of Agatha Christie. The Beatles, Christie, I guess she's an Anglophile or something. I remember liking Hercule Poirot TV specials back when I was a kid. I'll start with The Mysterious Affair at Styles. Looks like that's the first one. Log entry, Sol 66. The time has come, ominous musical crescendo, for some missions. NASA gets to name their missions after gods and stuff, so why can't I? Henceforth, rover experimental missions will be serious missions. Get it, dogs? Well, if you don't, fuck you. Series 1 will be tomorrow. The mission. Start with fully charged batteries and solar cells on the roof, drive until I run out of power, and see how far I get. I won't be an idiot. I'm not driving directly away from the HAB. I'll drive a half-kilometer stretch back and forth. I'll be within a short walk home at all times. Tonight I'll charge up both batteries so I can be ready for a little test drive tomorrow. I estimate 3.5 hours of driving, so I'll need to bring fresh CO2 filters. And with the heater off, I'll wear 3 layers of clothes. Log entry: Sol 67. Series 1 is complete. More accurately, Series 1 was aborted after 1 hour. I guess you could call it a failure, but I prefer the term learning experience. Things started out fine. I drove to a nice flat spot a kilometer from the hab, then started going back and forth over a 500-meter stretch. I quickly realized this would be a crappy test. After a few laps, I had compressed the soil enough to have a solid path. Nice hard ground, which makes for abnormally high energy efficiency. Nothing like it would be on a long trip. So I shook it up a bit. I drove around randomly, making sure to stay within a kilometer of the hab. A much more realistic test. After an hour, things started to get cold. And I mean really cold. The rover is always cold when you first get in it. When you haven't disabled the heater, it warms up right away. I expected it to be cold, but Jesus Christ! I was fine for a while. My own body heat plus 3 layers of clothing kept me warm. And the rover's insulation is top notch. The heat that escaped my body just warmed up the interior. But there is no such thing as perfect insulation. And eventually the heat left to the great outdoors, while I got colder and colder. Within an hour I was chattering and numb. Enough was enough. There is no way I could do a long trip like this. Turning the heater on, I drove straight back to the hab. Once I got home, I sulked for a while. All my brilliant plans foiled by thermodynamics. Damn you, entropy! I'm in a bind. The damn heater will eat half my battery power every day. I could turn it down, I guess. Be a little cold, but not freezing to death. Even then, I'd still lose at least a quarter. This will require some thought. I have to ask myself, what would Hercule Poirot do? I'll have to put my little gray cells to work on the problem. Log entry: Sol 68. Well, shit. I came up with a solution, but remember when I burned rocket fuel in the hab? This will be more dangerous. I'm going to use the RTG. The RTG, radioisotope thermoelectric generator, is a big box of plutonium. But not the kind used in nuclear bombs. No. This plutonium is way more dangerous. Plutonium-238 is an incredibly unstable isotope. It is so radioactive that it will get red hot all by itself. As you can imagine, the material that can literally fry an egg with radiation is kind of dangerous. The RTG houses the plutonium, catches the radiation in the form of heat and turns it into electricity. It's not a reactor. The radiation can't be increased or decreased. It's a purely natural process happening at the atomic level. As long ago as the 1960s, NASA began using RTGs to power unmanned probes. They have lots of advantages over solar power. They're not affected by storms. They work day or night. They're entirely internal, so you don't need delicate solar cells all over your probe. But they never used large RTGs on manned missions until the Ares program. Why not? It should be pretty damned obvious why not. They didn't want to put astronauts next to a glowing hot ball of radioactive death. I'm exaggerating a little. The plutonium is inside a bunch of pellets, each one sealed and insulated to prevent radiation leakage, even if the outer container is breached. So for the Ares program, they took the risk. An Ares mission is all about the MAV. It's the single most important component. It's one of the few systems that can't be replaced or worked around. It's the only component that causes a complete mission scrub if it's not working. Solar cells are great in the short term, and they're good for the long term if you have humans around to clean them. But the MAV sits alone for years, quietly making fuel, then just kind of hangs out until the crew arrives. Even doing nothing, it needs power so NASA can monitor it remotely and run self-checks. The prospect of scrubbing a mission because a solar cell got dirty was unacceptable. They needed a more reliable source of power. So the MAV comes equipped with an RTG. It has 2.6 kilograms of plutonium-238, which makes almost 1500 watts of heat. It can turn that into 100 watts of electricity. The MAV runs on that until the crew arrive. 100 watts isn't enough to keep the heater going, but I don't care about the electrical output. I want the heat. A 1500 watt heater is so warm I'll have to tear out insulation of the rover to keep it from getting too hot. As soon as the rovers were unstowed and activated, Commander Lewis had the joy of disposing of the RTG. She detached it from the MAV, drove 4 kilometers away and buried it. However safe it may be, it's still a radioactive core, and NASA didn't want it too close to their astronauts. The mission parameters didn't give a specific location to dump the RTG, just at least 4 kilometers away. So I'll have to find it. I have two things working for me. First, I was assembling solar panels with Vogel when Commander Lewis drove off, and I saw she headed due south. Also, she planted a 3-meter pole with a bright green flag over where she buried it. Green shows up extremely well against the Martian terrain. It's made to ward us off in case we get lost on a rover EVA later on. So my plan is, head south 4 kilometers, then search around until I see a green flag. Having rendered rover 1 unusable, I'll have to use my mutant rover for the trip. I can make a useful test mission of it. I'll see how well the battery harness holds up to a real journey and how well the solar cells do strapped to the roof. I'll call it Sirius 2. Log entry: Sol 69. I'm no stranger to Mars. I've been here a long time. But I've never been out of sight of the hab before today. You wouldn't think that would make a difference, but it does. As I made my way towards the RTG burial site, it hit me. Mars is a barren wasteland, and I'm completely alone here. I already knew that, of course, but there's a difference between knowing it and really experiencing it. All around me there was nothing but dust, rocks, and endless empty desert in all directions. The planet's famous red color comes from iron oxide coating everywhere. So it's not just a desert, it's a desert so old it's literally rusting. The hab is my only hint of civilization, and seeing it disappear made me way more uncomfortable than I like to admit. I put those thoughts behind me by concentrating on what was in front of me. I found the RTG right where it was supposed to be, 4 kilometers due south of the hab. It wasn't hard to find. Commander Lewis had buried it atop a small hill. She probably wanted to make sure everybody could see the flag, and it worked great. Except instead of avoiding it, I beelined to it and dug it up. Not exactly what she was going for. It was a large cylinder with heat sinks all around it. I could feel the warmth it gave off even through my suit's gloves. That's really disconcerting, especially when you know the root cause of the heat is radiation. No point in putting it on the roof. My plan was to have it in the cabin anyway. So I brought it in with me, turned off the heater, then drove back to the hab. In the 10 minutes it took to get home, even with the heater off, the interior of the rover became an uncomfortably hot 37 degrees Celsius. The RTG would definitely be able to keep me warm. The trip also proved that my rigging worked. The solar cells and extra battery stayed beautifully in place while traversing 8 kilometers of random terrain. I declare Sirius 2 to be a successful mission. I spent the rest of the day vandalizing the interior of the rover. The pressure compartment is made of carbon composite. Just inside that is insulation, which is covered by hard plastic. I used a sophisticated method to remove sections of plastic. Hammer. Then carefully removed the solid foam insulation. Hammer again. After tearing out some insulation, I suited up and took the RTG outside. Soon the rover cooled down again and I brought it back in. I watched as the temperature rose slowly, nowhere near as fast as it had on my trip back from the burial site. I cautiously removed more insulation, hammer, and checked again. After a few more cycles of this, I had enough insulation torn out that the RTG could barely keep up with it. In fact, it was a losing battle. Over time, heat will slowly leach out. That's fine. I can turn on the heater for short bursts if necessary. I brought the insulation pieces with me back to the hab. Using advanced construction techniques, duct tape, I reassembled some of them into a square. I figure if things get really cold, I can tape it to a bare patch in the rover and the RTG will be winning the heat fight. Tomorrow, Series 3, which is just Series 1 again but without freezing. Log entry, Sol 70. Today I write you from the rover. I'm halfway through Series 3 and things are going well. I set out at first light and drove laps around the hab, trying to stay on untouched ground. The first battery lasted just under 2 hours. After a quick EVA to switch the cables, I got back to driving. When all was said and done, I had driven 81 kilometers in 3 hours and 27 minutes. That is very good. Mind you, the land around the hab is really flat, as is all of Acidalia planitia. I have no idea what my efficiency would be on the nastier land en route to Ares 4. The second battery still had a little juice left, but I can't just run it down all the way before I stop. Remember, I need life support while recharging. The CO2 gets absorbed through a chemical process, but if the fan that pushes it isn't working, I'll choke. The oxygen pump is also kind of important. After my drive, I set up the solar cells. It was hard work. Last time I had Vogel's help. They aren't heavy, but they're awkward. After setting up half of them, I figured out I could drag them rather than carry them, and that sped things up. Now I'm just waiting for the batteries to recharge. I'm bored, so I'm updating the log. I have all the Poirot books in my computer. That'll help. It's going to take 12 hours to recharge after all. What's that, you say? 12 hours is wrong? I said 13 hours earlier? Well, my friend, let me set you straight. The RTG is a generator. It's a paltry amount of power compared to what the rover consumes, but it's not nothing. It's 100 watts. It'll cut an hour of my total recharge time. Why not use it? I wonder what NASA would think about me fucking with the RTG like this. They would probably hide under their desk and cuddle with their slide rules for comfort. Log entry, Sol 71. As predicted, it took 12 hours to charge the batteries to full. I came straight home as soon as they were done. Time to make plans for Series 4, and I think it will be a multi-day field trip. Looks like power and battery recharging are solved. Food is not a problem. There's plenty of space to store things. Water is even easier than food. I need 2 liters per day to be comfortable. When I do my trip to Ares 4 for real, I'll need to bring the oxygenator. But it's big and I don't want to screw with it right now. So I'll rely on O2 and CO2 filters for Series 4. CO2 isn't a problem. I started this grand adventure with 1500 hours of CO2 filters, plus another 720 for emergency use. All systems use standard filters. Apollo 13 taught us important lessons. Since then, I've used 131 hours of filter on various EVAs. I have 2089 left. 87 days worth. Plenty. Oxygen's a little trickier. The rover was designed to support 3 people for 2 days, plus some reserve for safety. So its O2 tanks can hold enough to last me 7 days. Not enough. Mars has almost no atmospheric pressure. The inside of the rover has 1 atmosphere, so the oxygen tanks are on the inside. Less pressure differential to deal with. Why does that matter? It means I can bring along other oxygen tanks and equalize them with the rover's tanks without having to do an EVA. So today I detached one of the HAB's 2 25-liter liquid oxygen tanks and brought it into the rover. According to NASA, a human needs 588 liters of oxygen per day to live. Compressed liquid O2 is about 1,000 times as dense as gaseous O2 in a comfortable atmosphere. Long story short, with the HAB tank I have enough O2 to last 49 days. That'll be plenty. Series 4 will be a 20-day trip. That may seem a bit long, but I have a specific goal in mind. Besides, my trip to Ares 4 will be at least 40 days, so this is a good scale model. While I'm away, the HAB can take care of itself, but the potatoes are an issue. I'll saturate the ground with most of the water I have. Then I'll deactivate the atmospheric regulator so it does not pull water out of the air. It'll be humid as hell, and water will condense on every surface. That will keep the potatoes well watered while I'm away. A bigger problem is CO2. The potatoes need to breathe. I know what you're thinking. Mark, old chap, you produce carbon dioxide. That's all part of the majestic circle of nature. The problem is, where will I put it? Sure, I exhale CO2 with every breath, but I don't have any way to store it. I could turn off the oxygenator and atmospheric regulator and just fill the HAB with my breath over time. But CO2 is deadly to me. I need to release a bunch at once and run away. Remember the MAV fuel plant? It collects CO2 from the Martian atmosphere. A 10-liter tank of compressed liquid CO2 vented into the HAB will be enough CO2 to do the trick. That'll take less than a day to create. So that's everything. Once I vented the CO2 into the HAB, I turn off the atmospheric regulator and oxygenator, dump a ton of water on the crops, and head out. Series 4. A huge step forward in my rover research. And I can start tomorrow. Chapter 8. Hello, and thank you for joining us, Kathy Warner said to the camera. Today on CNN's Mark Watney report, several EVAs over the past few days. What do they mean? What progress has NASA made on a rescue mission? And how will this affect the Ares 4 preparations? Joining us today is Dr. Venkat Kapoor, Director of Mars Operations for NASA. Dr. Kapoor, thank you for coming. Pleasure to be here, Kathy, Venkat said. Dr. Kapoor, Kathy said, Mark Watney is the most watched man in the solar system, wouldn't you say? Venkat nodded. Certainly the most watched by NASA. We have all 12 of our Martian satellites taking pictures whenever his sight's in view. The European Space Agency has both of theirs doing the same. All told, how often do you get these messages? Every few minutes. Sometimes there's a gap based on satellite orbits, but it's enough that we can track all his EVA activities. Tell us about these latest EVAs. Well, Venkat said, it looks like he's preparing Rover 2 for a long trip. On Sol 64, he took the battery from the other rover and attached it with a homemade sling. The next day, he detached 14 solar cells and stacked them on the rover's roof. And then he took a little drive, didn't he? Kathy prompted. Yes, he did. Sort of aimlessly for an hour, then back to the HAB. He was probably testing it. Next time we saw him was 2 days later, when he drove 4 kilometers away, then back. Another incremental test, we think. Then, over the last couple of days, he's been stocking it up with supplies. Kathy said. Most analysts think Mark's only hope of rescue is to get to the Ares 4 site. Do you think he's come to the same conclusion? Probably, Venkat said. He doesn't know we're watching. From his point of view, Ares 4 is his only hope. Do you think he's planning to go soon? He seems to be getting ready for a trip. I hope not, Venkat said. There is nothing at the site other than the MAV. None of the other pre-supplies. It would be a very long, very dangerous trip, and he'd be leaving the safety of the hab behind. Why would he risk it? Communication, Venkat said. Once he reaches the MAV, he could contact us. So that would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Communication would be a great thing, but traversing 3,200 kilometers to Ares 4 is incredibly dangerous. We'd rather he stayed put. If we could talk to him, we'd certainly tell him that. He can't stay put forever, right? Eventually, he'll need to go to the MAV. Not necessarily, Venkat said. JPL is experimenting with modifications to the MDV so it can make a brief overland flight after landing. I'd heard that idea was rejected as being too dangerous, Kathy said. Their first proposal was, yes. Since then, they've been working on safer ways to do it. With only 3.5 years before Ares 4's scheduled launch, is there enough time to make and test modifications to the MDV? I can't answer that for sure, but remember, we made a lunar lander from scratch in 7 years. Excellent point, Kathy smiled. So, what are his odds right now? No idea, Venkat said, but we're going to do everything we can to bring him home alive. Mindy glanced nervously around the conference room. She'd never felt so thoroughly outranked in her life. Dr. Venkat Kapoor, who was 4 levels of management above her, sat to her left. Next to him was Bruce Wynn, the director of JPL. He'd flown all the way to Houston from Pasadena just for this meeting. Never one to let precious time go to waste, he typed furiously on his laptop. The dark bags under his eyes made Mindy wonder just how overworked he truly was. Mitch Henderson, the flight director for Ares 3, swiveled back and forth in his chair, a wireless earpiece in his ear. It fed him a real-time stream of all the comm chatter from mission control. He wasn't on shift, but he was kept apprised at all times. Annie Montrose entered the conference room, texting as she walked. Never taking her eyes off the phone, she deftly navigated around the edge of the room, avoiding people and chairs, and sat in her usual spot. Mindy felt a pang of envy as she watched the director of media relations. She was everything Mindy wanted to be. Confident, high-ranking, beautiful, and universally respected within NASA. How did I do today? Venkat asked. Annie said, putting her phone away. You shouldn't say things like bring him home alive. It reminds people he might die. Think they are going to forget that? You asked for my opinion. Don't like it? Go fuck yourself. You're such a delicate flower, Annie. How did you end up NASA's Director of Media Relations? Beats the fuck out of me, Annie said. Guys, Bruce said, I need to catch a flight back to LA in 3 hours. Is Teddy coming or what? Quit bitching, Bruce, Annie said. None of us want to be here. Mitch turned the volume down on his earpiece and faced Mindy. Who are you again? Mindy said. I'm Mindy Park. I work in SatCon. You're a director or something? No, I just work in SatCon. I'm a nobody. Venkat looked to Mitch. I put her in charge of tracking Watney. She gets us the imagery. Huh, said Mitch. Not the director of SatCon. Bob's got more to deal with than just Mars. Mindy's handling all the Martian satellites and keeps them pointed at Mark. Why Mindy? Mitch asked. She noticed he was alive in the first place. She gets a promotion because she was in the hot seat when the imagery came through? No, Venkat frowned. She gets a promotion because she figured out he was alive. Stop being a jerk, Mitch. You're making her feel bad. Mitch raised his eyebrows. Didn't think of that. Sorry, Mindy. Mindy looked at the table and managed to say, "Okay." Teddy entered the room. "Sorry I'm late." He took his seat and pulled several folders from his briefcase. Stacking them neatly, he opened the top one and squared the pages within. "Let's get started. Venkat, what's Mark Watney's status?" "Alive and well," Venkat said. "No change from my email earlier today." "What about the RTG? Does the public know about it yet?" Teddy asked. Annie leaned forward. "So far, so good," she said. "The images are public, but we have no obligation to tell them our analysis. Nobody has figured it out yet." "Why did he dig it up?" "Heat, I think," Venkat said. "He wants to make the rover do long trips. It uses a lot of energy keeping warm. The RTG can heat up the interior without soaking battery power. It's a good idea, really." "How dangerous is it?" Teddy asked. "As long as the container is intact, no danger at all. Even if it cracks open, he'll be okay if the pellets inside don't break. But if the pellets break too, he's a dead man." "Let's hope that doesn't happen," Teddy said. "JPL, how are the MDV plans coming along?" "We came up with a plan a long time ago," Bruce said. "You rejected it." "Bruce," Teddy cautioned. Bruce sighed. "The MDV wasn't made for liftoff and lateral flight. Packing more fuel in doesn't help. We'd need a bigger engine and don't have time to invent one. So we need to lighten the MDV. We have an idea for that. The MDV can be its normal weight on primary descent. If we made the heat shield and outer hull detachable, they should ditch a lot of weight after landing in Ares 3 and have a lighter ship for the traverse to Ares 4. We're running the numbers now." "Keep me posted," Teddy said. He turned to Mindy. "Miss Park, welcome to the big leagues." "Sir?" Mindy said. She tried to ignore the lump in her throat. "What's the biggest gap in coverage we have on Watney right now?" Mindy said. "Once every 41 hours, we have a 17-minute gap. The orbits work out that way." "You had an immediate answer," Teddy said. "Good. I like when people are organized." "Thank you, sir." "I want that gap down to 4 minutes," Teddy said. "I'm giving you total authority over satellite trajectories and orbital adjustments. Make it happen." Yes, sir," Mindy said, with no idea how to do it. Teddy looked to Mitch. "Mitch, your email said you had something urgent." "Yeah," Mitch said. "How long do we want to keep this from the Ares 3 crew? They all think Watney's dead. It's a huge drain on morale." Teddy looked to Venkat. "Mitch," Venkat said, "we discussed this." "No, you discussed this," Mitch interrupted. "They think they lost a crewmate. They're devastated." "And when they find out they abandoned a crewmate," Venkat said, "will they feel better then?" Mitch poked the table with his finger. "They deserve to know. You think Commander Lewis can't handle the truth?" "It's a matter of morale," Venkat said. "They can concentrate on getting home." "I make that call," Mitch said. "I am the one who decides what's best for the crew, and I say we bring them up to speed." After a few moments of silence, all eyes turned to Teddy. He thought for a moment. "Sorry, Mitch, I'm with Venkat on this one," he said. "But as soon as we come up with a plan for rescue, we can tell Hermes. There needs to be some hope, or there's no point in telling them." "Bullshit," Mitch grumbled, crossing his arms. "Total bullshit." "I know you're upset," Teddy said calmly. "We'll make it right, just as soon as we have some idea how to save Watney." Teddy let a few seconds of quiet pass before moving on. "Okay, JPL is on the rescue option," he said with a nod towards Bruce. "But it would be part of Ares 4. How does he stay alive till then? Venkat?" Venkat opened a folder and glanced at the paperwork inside. "I had every team check and double-check the longevity of their systems. We're pretty sure the HAB can keep working for 4 years, especially with a human occupant fixing problems as they arise. But there is no way around the food issue." He'll start starving in a year. We have to send him supplies. Simple as that. What about an Ares 4 pre-supply? Said Teddy. Land it at Ares 3 instead. That's what we're thinking, yeah, Venkat confirmed. Problem is, the original plan was to launch pre-supplies a year from now. They're not ready yet. It takes 8 months to get a probe to Mars in the best of times. The positions of Earth and Mars right now, it's not the best of times. We figure we can get there in 9 months. Presuming he's rationing his food, he's got enough to last 350 more days. That means we need to build a pre-supply in 3 months. JPL hasn't even started yet. That'll be tight, Bruce said. Making a pre-supply is a 6-month process. We're set up to pipeline a bunch of them at once, not make one in a hurry. Sorry, Bruce, Teddy said. I know we are asking a lot, but you have to find a way. We will find a way, Bruce said, but the OT alone will be a nightmare. Get started. I'll find you the money. There's also the booster, Venkat said. The only way to get a probe to Mars with the planets in their current positions is to spend a buttload of fuel. We only have one booster capable of doing that, the Delta 9 that's on the pad right now for the Eagle Eye 3 Saturn probe. We'll have to steal that. I talked to the ULA and they just can't make another booster in time. The Eagle Eye 3 team will be pissed, but okay, said Teddy. We can delay their mission if JPL gets the payload done in time. Bruce rubbed his eyes. We'll do our best. He'll starve to death if you don't, Teddy said. Venkat sipped his coffee and frowned at his computer. A month ago, it would have been unthinkable to drink coffee at 9 p.m. Now, it was necessary fuel. Shift schedules, fund allocations, project juggling, out-and-out looting of other projects. He'd never pulled so many stunts in his life. NASA is a large organization, he typed. It doesn't deal with sudden change well. The only reason we're getting away with it is the desperate circumstances. Everyone's pulling together to save Mark Watney, with no interdepartmental squabbling. I can't tell you how rare that is. Even then, this is going to cost tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars. The MDV modifications alone are an entire project that's been staffed up. Hopefully, the public interest will make your job easier. We appreciate your continued support, Congressman, and hope you can sway the committee towards granting us the emergency funding we need. He was interrupted by a knock at his door. Looking up, he saw Mindy. She wore sweats and a t-shirt, her hair in a sloppy ponytail. Fashion tended to suffer when working hours ran long. Sorry to bother you, Mindy said. No bother, Venkat said. I could use a break. What's up? He's on the move, she said. Venkat slouched in his chair. Any chance it's a test drive? She shook her head. He drove straight away from the hab for almost 2 hours, did a short EVA, then drove for another 2. We think the EVA was to change batteries. Venkat sighed heavily. Maybe it's just a longer test, an overnight trip kind of thing? He's 76 kilometers from the hab, Mindy said. For an overnight test, wouldn't he stay within walking distance? Yes, he would, Venkat said. Damn it! We had teams run every conceivable scenario. There's just no way he can make it to Ares 4 with that setup. We never saw him load up the oxygenator or water reclaimer. He can't possibly have enough basics to live long enough. I don't think he's going to Ares 4, Mindy said. If he is, he's taking a weird path. Huh? Said Venkat. He went south-southwest. Schiaparelli crater is southeast. Okay, maybe there is hope, Venkat said. What's he doing right now? Recharging. He's got all the solar cells set up, Mindy said. Last time he did that, it took 12 hours. I was going to sneak home for some sleep, if that's okay. Sure, sounds good. We'll see what he does tomorrow. Maybe he'll go back to the hab. Maybe, Mindy said, unconvinced. Welcome back, Kathy said to the camera. We're chatting with Marcus Washington from the US Postal Service. So, Mr. Washington, I understand the Ares 3 mission has caused the Postal Service first. Can you explain that to our viewers? Yeah, said Marcus. Everyone thought Mark Watney was dead for over 2 months. In that time, the Postal Service issued a run of commemorative stamps honoring his memory. 20,000 were printed and sent to post offices around the country. And then it turned out he was alive, Kathy said. Yeah, said Marcus. We don't print stamps of living people. So we stopped the run immediately and recalled the stamps. But thousands were already sold. Has this ever happened before? Kathy asked. No, not once in the history of the Postal Service. I bet they're worth a pretty penny now. Marcus chuckled. Maybe, but like I said, thousands were sold. They'll be rare, but not super rare. Kathy chuckled, then addressed the camera. We've been speaking with Marcus Washington of the United States Postal Service. If you've got a Mark Watney commemorative stamp, you might want to hold on to it. Thanks for dropping by, Mr. Washington. Thanks for having me, Marcus said. Our next guest is Dr. Irene Shields, flight psychologist of the Ares missions. Dr. Shields, welcome to the program. Thank you, Irene said, adjusting her microphone clip. Do you know Mark Watney personally? Of course, Irene said. I did monthly psych evaluations on each member of the crew. What can you tell us about him, his personality, his mindset? Well, Irene said, he's very intelligent. All of them are, of course. But he's particularly resourceful and a good problem solver. That may save his life, Kathy interjected. It may indeed, Irene agreed. Also, he's a good-natured man, usually cheerful, with a great sense of humor. He's quick with a joke. In the months leading up to launch, the crew was put through a grueling training schedule. They all showed signs of stress and moodiness. Mark was no exception. But the way he showed it was to crack more jokes and get everyone laughing. He sounds like a great guy, Kathy said. He really is, Irene said. He was chosen for the mission in part because of his personality. An Ares crew has to spend 13 months together. Social compatibility is key. Mark not only fits well to any social group, he's a catalyst to make the group work better. It was a terrible blow to the crew when he died. And they still think he's dead, right? The Ares 3 crew. Yes, they do, unfortunately, Irene confirmed. The higher-ups decided to keep it from them, at least for now. I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision. Kathy paused for a moment, then said, All right, you know I have to ask. What's going through his head right now? How does a man like Mark Watney respond to a situation like this? Stranded, alone, no idea we're trying to help. There is no way to be sure, Irene said. The biggest threat is giving up hope. If he decides there is no chance to survive, he'll stop trying. Then we're okay for now, right? Kathy said. He seems to be working hard. He's prepping the rover for a long trip and testing it. He plans to be there when Ares 4 lands. That's one interpretation, yes, Irene said. Is there another? Irene carefully formed her answer before speaking. When facing death, people want to be heard. They don't want to die alone. He might just want the MAV radio so he can talk to another soul before he dies. If he's lost hope, he won't care about survival. His only concern will be making it to the radio. After that, he'll probably take an easier way out than starvation. The medical supplies of an Ares 3 mission have enough morphine to be lethal. After several seconds of complete silence in the studio, Kathy turned to the camera. We'll be right back. Hey, Venk? Bruce's voice came from the speakerphone on Venkat's desk. Bruce, hi, said Venkat, typing on his computer. Thanks for clearing up some time. I wanted to talk to you about the pre-supply. Sure thing. What's on your mind? Let's say we soft landed perfectly. How will Mark know it happened? And how will he know where to look? We've been thinking about that, said Bruce. We've got some ideas. I'm all ears, Bankett said, saving his document and closing the laptop. We'll be sending him a comm system anyway, right? We could have it turn on after landing. It'll broadcast on the rover and the EVA suit frequencies. It'll have to be a strong signal, too. The rovers were only designed to communicate with the HAB and each other. The signal origin was presumed to be within 20 kilometers. The receivers just aren't very sensitive. The EVA suits are even worse. But as long as we have a strong signal, we should be good. Once we land the pre-supply, we'll get its exact location from the satellites. Then broadcast that to Mark so he can get to it. But he's probably not listening, said Venkat. Why would he be? We have a plan for that. We're going to make a bunch of bright green ribbons, light enough to flutter around when dropped, even in Mars's atmosphere. Each ribbon will have "Mark, turn on your comm" printed on it. We're working on a release mechanism now. During the landing sequence, of course. Ideally about 1,000 meters above the surface. I like it, Venkat said. All he needs to do is notice one. And he's sure to check out a bright green ribbon if he sees one outside. Venk, said Bruce, if he takes the Watney mobile to Ares 4 now, this will all be for nothing. I mean, we can land it at Ares 4 if that happens, but he'll be without a HAB, yeah, Venkat said. One thing at a time. Let me know when you come up with a release mechanism for those ribbons. Will do. After terminating the call, Venkat opened his laptop to get back to work. There was an email from Mindy Park waiting for him. Watney's on the move again. Still going in a straight line, Mindy said, pointing to her monitor. I see, Venkat said. He's sure as hell not going to Ares 4, unless he's going around some natural obstacle. There is nothing for him to go around, Mindy said. It's Acidalia planitia. Are those the solar cells? Venkat asked, pointing to the screen. Yeah, Mindy said. He did the usual 2-hour drive, EVA 2-hour drive. He's 156 kilometers from the HAB right now. They both peered at the screen. Wait, Venkat said. Wait. No way. What? Mindy asked. Venkat grabbed a pad of post-its and a pen. Give me his location and the location of the HAB. Mindy checked her screen. He's currently at 28.9 degrees north, 29.6 degrees west. With a few keystrokes, she brought up another file. The HAB is at 31.2 degrees north, 28.5 degrees west. What do you see? Venkat finished taking down the numbers. Come with me, he said, quickly walking out. Mindy stammered, following after. Where are we going? SATCON break room, Venkat said. You guys still have a map of Mars on that wall, right? Sure, Mindy said. But it's just a poster from the gift shop. I've got high-quality digital maps on my computer. Nope, I can't draw on those, he said. Then, rounding the corner to the break room, he pointed to the Mars map on the wall. I can draw on that. The break room was empty, save for a computer technician sipping a cup of coffee. He looked up in alarm as Venkat and Mindy stormed in. Good, it has latitude and longitude lines, Venkat said. Looking at his post-it, then sliding his finger along the map, he drew an X. That's the HAB, he said. Hey, the technician said. Are you drawing on our poster? I'll buy you a new one, Venkat said without looking back. Then he drew another X. That's his current location. Get me a ruler. Mindy looked left and right. Seeing no ruler, she grabbed the technician's notebook. Hey, the technician protested. Using the notebook as a straight edge, Venkat drew a line from the hab to Mark's location and beyond. Then took a step back. Yep, that's where he's going, Venkat said excitedly. Oh, Mindy said. The line passed through the exact center of a bright yellow dot printed on the map. Pathfinder? Mindy said. He's going to Pathfinder? Yep, Venkat said. Now we're getting somewhere. It's like 800 kilometers from him. He can get there and back with the supplies on hand. And bring Pathfinder and Sojourner rover back with him? Mindy added. Venkat pulled out his cell phone. We lost contact with Pathfinder in 1997. If he can get it online again, we can communicate. It might just need the solar cells cleaned. Even if it has got a bigger problem, he's an engineer. Dialing, he added, fixing things is his job. Smiling for what felt like the first time in weeks, he held the phone to his ear and awaited a response. Bruce, it's Venkat. Everything just changed. Watney's heading for Pathfinder. Yeah, I know, right? Dig up everyone who was on that project and get them to JPL now. I'll catch the next flight. Hanging up, he grinned at the map. Mark, you sneaky, clever son of a bitch. Chapter 9. Log entry. Sol 79. It's the evening of my 8th day on the road. Series 4 has been a success so far. I've fallen into a routine. Every morning I wake up at dawn. First thing I do is check oxygen and CO2 levels. Then I eat a breakfast pack and drink a cup of water. After that, I brush my teeth, using as little water as possible, and shave with an electric razor. The rover has no toilet. We were expected to use our suit's reclamation systems for that, but they aren't designed to hold 20 days worth of output. My morning piss goes in a resealable plastic box. When I open it, the rover reeks like a truck stop men's room. I could take it outside and let it boil off, but I worked hard to make that water, and the last thing I'm going to do is waste it. I'll feed it to the water reclaimer when I get back. Even more precious is my manure. It's critical to the potato farm, and I'm the only source on Mars. Fortunately, when you spend a lot of time in space, you learn how to shit in a bag. And if you think things are bad after opening the piss box, imagine the smell after I drop anchor. After I'm done with that lovely routine, I go outside and collect the solar cells. Why didn't I do it the previous night? Because trying to dismantle a stack solar cells in total darkness is not fun. I learned that the hard way. After securing the cells, I come back in, turn on some shitty 70s music, and start driving. I putter along at 25 kph, the rover's top speed. It's comfortable inside. I wear hastily made cutoffs and a thin shirt while the RTG bakes the interior. When it gets too hot, I detach the insulation duct taped to the hull. When it gets too cold, I tape it back up. I can go almost 2 hours before the first battery runs out. I do a quick EVA to swap cables, then I'm back at the wheel for the second half of the day's drive. The terrain is very flat. The undercarriage of the rover is taller than any of the rocks around here, and the hills are gently sloping affairs, smoothed by eons of sandstorms. When the other battery runs out, it's time for another EVA. I pull the solar cells off the roof and lay them on the ground. For the first few sols, I lined them up in a row. Now I plop them wherever, trying to keep them close to the rover out of sheer laziness. Then comes the incredibly dull part of my day. I sit around for 12 hours with nothing to do. And I'm getting sick of this rover. The inside is the size of a van. That may seem like plenty of room, but try being trapped in a van for 8 days. I look forward to tending my potato farm in the wide open space of the hab. I'm nostalgic for the hab. How fucked up is that? I have shitty 70s TV to watch and a bunch of Poirot novels to read. But mostly I spend my time thinking about getting to Ares 4. I'll have to do it someday. How the hell am I going to survive a 3,200 kilometer trip in this thing? It'll probably take 50 days. I'll need the water reclaimer and the oxygenator, maybe some of the HAB's main batteries, then a bunch more solar cells to charge everything. Where will I put it all? These thoughts pester me throughout the long, boring days. Eventually, it gets dark and I get tired. I lie among the food packs, water tanks, extra O2 tanks, piles of CO2 filters, box of pee, bags of shit, and personal items. I have a bunch of crew jumpsuits to serve as bedding, along with my blanket and pillow. Basically, I sleep in a pile of junk every night. Speaking of sleep, good night. Log entry Sol 80. By my reckoning, I'm about 100 kilometers from Pathfinder. Technically, it's Carl Sagan Memorial Station, but with all due respect to Carl, I can call it whatever the hell I want. I'm the King of Mars. As I mentioned, it's been a long, boring drive, and I'm still on the outward leg. But hey, I'm an astronaut. Long ass trips are my business. Navigation is tricky. The HAB's nav beacon only reaches 40 kilometers, so it's useless to me out here. I knew that would be an issue when I was planning this little road trip, so I came up with a brilliant plan that didn't work. The computer has detailed maps, so I figured I could navigate by landmarks. I was wrong. Turns out you cannot navigate by landmarks if you can't find any goddamn landmarks. Our landing site is at the delta of a long gone river. NASA chose it because if there are any microscopic fossils to be had, it's a good place to look. Also, the water would have dragged rock and soil samples from thousands of kilometers away. With some digging, we could get a broad geological history. That's great for science, but it means the HAB's in a featureless wasteland. I considered making a compass. The rover has plenty of electricity, and the medkit has a needle. Only one problem: Mars doesn't have a magnetic field. So I navigate by Phobos. It whips around Mars so fast it actually rises and sets twice a day, running west to east. It isn't the most accurate system, but it works. Things got easier on Sol 75. I reached a valley with a rise to the west. It had flat ground for easy driving, and I just needed to follow the edge of the hills. I named it Lewis Valley, after our fearless leader. She'd love it here, geology nerd that she is. 3 sols later, Lewis Valley opened into a wide plain. So, again, I was left without references and relied on Phobos to guide me. There is probably symbolism here. Phobos is the god of fear, and I'm letting it be my guide. Not a good sign. But today, my luck finally changed. After 2 sols wandering the desert, I found something to navigate by. It was a 5-kilometer crater, so small it didn't even have a listed name. But it was on the maps, and so to me it was the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Once I had it in sight, I knew exactly where I was. I'm camped near it now, as a matter of fact. I'm finally through the blank areas of the map. Tomorrow I'll have the lighthouse to navigate by, and Hamelin Crater later on. I'm in good shape. Now on to my next task, sitting around with nothing to do for 12 hours. I better get started. Log entry Sol 81. Almost made it to Pathfinder today, but I ran out of juice. Just another 22 kilometers to go. An unremarkable drive. Navigation wasn't a problem. As Lighthouse receded into the distance, the rim of Hamelin Crater came into view. I left Acidalia planitia behind a long time ago. I'm well into Ares Vallis now. The desert plains are giving way to bumpier terrain, strewn with ejecta that never got buried by sand. It makes driving a chore. I have to pay more attention. Up till now, I've been driving right over the rock-strewn landscape. But as I travel farther south, the rocks are getting bigger and more plentiful. I have to go around some of them or risk damage to my suspension. The good news is I don't have to do it for long. Once I get to Pathfinder, I can turn around and go the other way. The weather's been very good. No discernible winds, no storms. I think I got lucky here. There's a good chance my rover tracks from the past few sols are intact. I should be able to get back to Lewis Valley by just following them. After setting up the solar panels today, I went for a little walk. I never left sight of the rover. The last thing I want to do is get lost on foot. But I couldn't stomach crawling back into that cramped, smelly rat's nest. Not right away. It's a strange feeling. Everywhere I go, I'm the first. Step outside the rover, first guy to ever be there. Climb a hill, first guy to climb that hill. Kick a rock, that rock hadn't moved in a million years. I'm the first guy to drive long distance on Mars. The first guy to spend more than 31 sols on Mars. The first guy to grow crops on Mars. First. I wasn't expecting to be first at anything. I was the 5th crewman out of the MDV when we landed, making me the 17th person to set foot on Mars. The egress order had been determined years earlier. A month before launch, we all got tattoos of our Mars numbers. Johansson almost refused to get her 15 because she was afraid it would hurt. Here's a woman who had survived the centrifuge, the vomit comet, hard landing drills, and 10K runs. A woman who fixed simulated MDV computer failure while being spun around upside down. But she was afraid of a tattoo needle. Man, I miss those guys. Jesus Christ, I'd give anything for a 5-minute conversation with anyone. Anyone, anywhere, about anything. I'm the first person to be alone on an entire planet. Okay, enough moping. I am having a conversation with someone, whoever reads this log. It's a bit one-sided, but it'll have to do. I might die, but damn it, someone will know what I had to say. And the whole point of this trip is to get a radio. I could be reconnected with mankind before I even die. So here's another first. Tomorrow I'll be the first person to recover a Mars probe. Log entry. Sol 82. Victory! I found it! I knew I was in the right area when I spotted Twin Peaks in the distance. The 2 small hills are under a kilometer from the landing site. Even better, they were on the far side of the site. All I had to do was aim for them until I found the lander. And there it was, right where it was supposed to be. I excitedly stumbled out and rushed to the site. Pathfinder's final stage of descent was a balloon-covered tetrahedron. The balloons absorbed the impact of landing. Once it came to rest, they deflated and the tetrahedron unfolded to reveal the probe. It's actually 2 separate components, the lander itself and the Sojourner rover. The lander was immobile, while Sojourner wandered around and got a good look at the local rocks. I'm taking both back with me, but the important part is the lander. That's the part that can communicate with Earth. I can't explain how happy I was to find it. It was a lot of work to get here, and I'd succeeded. The lander was half buried. With some quick and careful digging, I exposed the bulk of it, though the large tetrahedron and the deflated balloons still lurked below the surface. After a quick search, I found Sojourner. The little fella was only 2 meters from the lander. I vaguely remember it was farther away when they last saw it. It probably entered a contingency mode and started circling the lander, trying to communicate. I quickly deposited Sojourner in my rover. It's small, light, and easily fit in the airlock. The lander was a different story. I had no hope of getting the whole thing back to the hab. It was just too big. But I only needed the probe itself. It was time for me to put on my mechanical engineer hat. The probe was on the central panel of the unfolded tetrahedron. The other three sides were each attached to the central panel with a metal hinge. As anyone at JPL will tell you, probes are delicate things. Weight is a serious concern, so they're not made to stand up to much punishment. When I took a crowbar to the hinges, they popped right off. Then things got difficult. When I tried to lift the central panel assembly, it didn't budge. Just like the other three panels, the central panel had deflated balloons underneath it. Over the decades, the balloons had ripped and filled with sand. I could cut off the balloons, but I'd have to dig to get to them. It wouldn't be hard, it's just sand, but the other three panels were in the damn way. I quickly realized I didn't give a crap about the condition of the other panels. I went back to my rover, cut some strips of hab material, then braided them into a primitive but strong rope. I can't take credit for it being strong. Thank NASA for that. I just made it rope-shaped. I tied one end to a panel and the other to the rover. The rover was made for traversing extremely rugged terrain, often at steep angles. It may not be fast, but it has great torque. I towed the panel away like a redneck removing a tree stump. Now I had a place to dig. As I exposed each balloon, I cut it off. The whole task took an hour. Then I hoisted the central panel assembly up and carried it confidently to the rover. At least that's what I wanted to do. The damn thing is still heavy as hell. I'm guessing it's 200 kilograms. Even in Mars's gravity, that's a bit much. I could carry it around the hab easily enough, but lifting it while wearing an awkward AVA suit, out of the question. So I dragged it to the rover. Now for my next feat. Getting it on the roof. The roof was empty at the moment. Even with mostly full batteries, I had set up the solar cells when I stopped. Why not? Free energy. I had worked it out in advance. On the way there, 2 stacks of solar panels occupied the whole roof. On the way back, I'll use a single stack to make room for the probe. It's a little bit more dangerous. The stack might fall over. Also, the cells will be a pain in the ass to stack that high. But I'll get it done. I can't just throw a rope over the rover and hoist Pathfinder up there. I don't want to break it. I mean, it is already broken. They lost contact in 1997. But I don't want to break it more. I came up with a solution, but I had done enough physical labor for one day, and I was almost out of daylight. Now I'm in the rover, looking at Sojourner. It seems alright. No physical damage on the outside. Doesn't look like anything got too baked by the sunlight. The dense layer of Mars crap all over it protected it from long-term solar damage. You may think Sojourner isn't much use to me. It can't communicate with Earth. Why do I care about it? Because it has lots of moving parts. If I establish a link with NASA, I can talk to them by holding a page of text up to the lander's camera. But how would they talk to me? The only moving parts of the lander are the high-gain antenna, which would have to stay pointed at Earth, and the camera boom. We'd have to come up with a system where NASA could talk by rotating the camera head. It would be painfully slow. But Sojourner has 6 independent wheels that rotate reasonably fast. It will be much easier to communicate with those. I could draw letters on the wheels. NASA could rotate them to spell things at me. That all assumes I can get the lander's radio working at all. Time to turn in. I've got a lot of back-breaking physical labor to do tomorrow. I'll need my rest. Log entry. Soul 83. Oh God, I'm sore. But it's the only way I could think of to get the lander safely onto the roof. I built a ramp out of rocks and sand, just like the ancient Egyptians did. And if there's one thing Aris Vallis has, it's rocks. First, I experimented to find out how steep the grade could be. I piled some rocks near the lander and dragged it up the pile and back down again. Then I made the pile steeper and made sure I could drag the lander up and down. I repeated this over and over until I found the best grade for my ramp, 30 degrees. Anything more was too risky. I might lose my grip and send the lander tumbling down the ramp. The roof of the rover is 2 meters from the ground, so I'd need a ramp almost 4 meters long. I got to work. The first few rocks were easy. Then they started feeling heavier and heavier. Hard physical labor in a spacesuit is murder. Everything is more effort because you are lugging 20 kilograms of suit around with you, and your movements are limited. I was panting within 20 minutes. So I cheated. I upped my O2 mixture. It really helped a lot. Probably shouldn't make that a habit. Also, I didn't get hot. The suit leaks heat faster than my body could ever generate it. The heating system is what keeps the temperature bearable. My physical labor just meant the suit didn't have to heat itself as much. After hours of grueling labor, I finally got the ramp made. Nothing more than a pile of rocks against the rover, but it reached the roof. I stomped up and down the ramp first, to make sure it was stable. Then I dragged the lander up. It worked like a charm. I was all smiles as I lashed the lander in place. I made sure it was firmly secured, and even stacked the solar cells in a big single stack. Why waste the ramp? But then it hit me. The ramp would collapse as I drove away, and the rocks might damage the wheels or the undercarriage. I'd have to take the ramp apart to keep that from happening. Ugh. Tearing the ramp down was easier than putting it up. I didn't need to carefully put each rock in a stable place. I just dropped them wherever. It only took me an hour. And now I'm done. I'll start heading home tomorrow with my new 200-kilogram broken radio. Chapter 10. Log entry. Soul 90. 7 days since Pathfinder and 7 days closer to home. As I'd hoped, my inbound tracks gave me a path back to Lewis Valley. Then it was 4 souls of easy driving. The hills to my left made it impossible to get lost, and the terrain was smooth. But all good things come to an end. I'm back in Acidalia Planitia now. My outgoing tracks are long gone. It's been 16 days since I was last here. Even timid weather would clear them out in that time. On my way out, I should have made a pile of rocks every time I camped. The land is so flat they'd be visible for kilometers. On second thought, thinking back to making that damn ramp, ugh. So once again, I am the desert wanderer, using Phobos to navigate and hoping I don't stray too far. All I need to do is get within 40 kilometers of the hab and I'll pick up the beacon. I'm feeling optimistic. For the first time, I think I might get off this planet alive. With that in mind, I'm taking soil and rock samples every time I do an EVA. At first, I figured it was my duty. If I survive, geologists will love me for it. But then it started to get fun. Now, as I drive, I look forward to that simple act of bagging rocks. It just feels nice to be an astronaut again. That's all it is. Not a reluctant farmer, not an electrical engineer, not a long-haul trucker, an astronaut. I'm doing what astronauts do. I missed it. Log entry. Sol 92. I got 2 seconds of signal from the HAB beacon today, then lost it. But it's a good sign. I've been traveling vaguely north-northwest for 2 days. I must be a good 100 kilometers from the hab. It's a miracle I got any signal at all. Must have been a moment of perfect weather conditions. During the boring ass days, I'm working my way through the $6 million man from Commander Lewis's inexhaustible collection of 70s tripe. I just watched an episode where Steve Austin fights a Russian Venus probe that landed on Earth by mistake. As an expert in interplanetary travel, I can tell you there are no scientific inaccuracies to that story. It's quite common for probes to land on the wrong planet. Also, the probe's large, flat panel hull is ideal for the high pressure Venusian atmosphere. And as we all know, probes often refuse to obey directives, choosing instead to attack humans on sight. So far, Pathfinder hasn't tried to kill me, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Log entry Sol 93. I found the HAB signal today. No more chance to get lost. According to the computer, I'm 24,718 meters away. I'll be home tomorrow. Even if the rover has a catastrophic failure, I'll be fine. I can walk to the hab from here. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I am really fucking sick of being in this rover. I've spent so much time seated or lying down, my back is all screwed up. Of all my crewmates, the one I miss most right now is Beck. He'd fix my aching back. Though he'd probably give me a bunch of shit about it. Why didn't you do stretching exercises? Your body is important. Eat more fiber. Or whatever. At this point, I would welcome a health lecture. During training, we had to practice the dreaded missed orbit scenario. In the event of a second stage failure during the MAV ascent, we'd be in orbit but too low to reach Hermes. We'd be skimming the upper atmosphere, so our orbit would rapidly decay. NASA would remotely operate Hermes and bring it in to pick us up. Then we'd get the hell out of there before Hermes caught too much drag. To drill this, they made us stay in the MAV simulator for 3 miserable days. 6 people in an ascent vehicle originally designed for a 23-minute flight. It got a little cramped. And by a little cramped, I mean we wanted to kill each other. I'd give anything to be in that cramped capsule with those guys again. Man, I hope I get Pathfinder working again. Log entry Sol 94. Home sweet home! Today, I write from my gigantic, cavernous hab. The first thing I did when I got in was wave my arms wildly while running in circles. Felt great. I was in that damn rover for 22 sols, and I couldn't even walk without suiting up. I'll need to endure twice that to get to Ares 4, but that's a problem for later. After a few celebratory laps around the hab, it was time to get to work. First, I fired up the oxygenator and atmospheric regulator. Checking the air levels, everything looked good. There was still CO2, so the plants hadn't suffocated without me exhaling for them. Naturally, I did an exhaustive check on my crops, and they're all healthy. I added my bags of shit to the manure pile. Lovely smell, I can tell you. But once I mixed some soil in it, it died down to tolerable levels. I dumped my box OP into the water reclaimer. I had been gone over 3 weeks and had left the hab very humid for the sake of the crops. That much water in the air can cause any amount of electrical problems. So I spent the next few hours doing full system checks on everything. Then I kind of lounged around for a while. I wanted to spend the rest of the day relaxing, but I had more to do. After suiting up, I went out to the rover and dragged the solar cells off the roof. Over the next few hours, I put them back where they belonged, wiring them into the hab's power grid. Getting the lander off the roof was a hell of a lot easier than getting it up there. I detached a strut from the MAV platform and dragged it over to the rover. By leaning it against the hull and digging the other end into the ground for stability, I had a ramp. I should have brought that strut with me to the Pathfinder site. Live and learn. There's no way to get the lander in the airlock. It's just too big. I could probably dismantle it and bring it in a piece at a time, but there's a pretty compelling reason not to. With no magnetic field, Mars has no defense against harsh solar radiation. If I were exposed to it, I'd get so much cancer the cancer would have cancer. So the HAB canvas shields from electromagnetic waves. This means the HAB itself would block any transmissions if the lander were inside. Speaking of cancer, it was time to get rid of the RTG. It pained me to climb back into the rover, but it had to be done. If the RTG ever broke open, it would kill me to death. NASA decided 4 kilometers was a safe distance, and I wasn't about to second guess them. I drove back to where Commander Lewis had originally dumped it, ditched it in the same hole, and drove back to the HAB. I'll start work on the lander tomorrow. Now I enjoy a good long sleep in an actual cot, with the comforting knowledge that when I wake up, my morning piss will go into a toilet. Log entry, Sol 95. Today was all about repairs. The Pathfinder mission ended because the lander had an unknown critical failure. Once JPL lost contact with the lander, they had no idea what became of Sojourner. It might be in a better shape. Maybe it just needs power. Power it couldn't get with the solar panels hopelessly caked with dust. I set the little rover on my workbench and pried open a panel to peek inside. The battery was a lithium thionyl chloride non-rechargeable. I figured that out from some subtle cues. The shape of the connection points, the thickness of the insulation, and the fact that it had lithium thionyl chloride non-rechargeable written on it. I cleaned the solar panels thoroughly, then aimed a small flexible lamp directly at them. The battery is long dead, but the panels might be okay, and Sojourner can operate directly off them. We'll see if anything happens. Then it was time to take a look at Sojourner's daddy. I suited up and headed out. On most landers, the weak point is the battery. It's the most delicate component, and when it dies, there is no way to recover. Landers can't just shut down and wait when they have low batteries. Their electronics won't work unless they're at a minimum temperature. So they have heaters to keep the electronics warm. It's a problem that rarely comes up on Earth, but hey, Mars. Over time, the solar panels get covered with dust. Then winter brings colder temperatures and less daylight. This all combines into a big fuck you from Mars to your lander. Eventually, it's using more power to keep warm than it's getting from the meager daylight that makes it through the dust. Once the battery runs down, the electronics get too cold to operate, and the whole system dies. The solar panels will recharge the battery somewhat, but then there's nothing to tell the system to reboot. Anything that could make that decision would be electronics, which would not be working. Eventually, the now unused battery will lose its ability to retain charge. That's the usual cause of death, and I sure hope it is what killed Pathfinder. I piled some leftover parts of the MDV into a makeshift table and ramp. Then I dragged the lander up to my new outdoor workbench. Working in an EVA suit is annoying enough. Bending over the whole time would have been torture. I got my toolkit and started poking around. Opening the outer panel wasn't too hard, and I identified the battery easily enough. JPL labels everything. It's a 40 amp hour silver zinc battery with an optimal voltage of 1.5. Wow, they really made those things run on nothing back then. I detached the battery and headed back inside. I checked it with my electronics kit, and sure enough, it's dead. I could shuffle across a carpet and hold more charge. But I knew what the lander needed, 1.5 volts. Compared to the makeshift crap I've been gluing together since Sol 6, this was a breeze. I have voltage controllers in my kit. It only took me 15 minutes to put a controller on a reserve power line, then another hour to get outside and run the line to wherever the battery used to be. Then there's the issue of heat. It's a good idea to keep electronics above negative 40 degrees Celsius. The temperature today is a brisk negative 63 degrees Celsius. The battery was big and easy to identify, but I had no clue where the heaters were, even if I knew it would be too risky to hook them directly to power. I could easily fry the whole system. So instead, I went to good old Spare Parts Rover 1 and stole its environment heater. I've gutted that poor rover so much it looks like it parked in a bad part of town. I lugged the heater to my outdoor workbench and hooked it to hab power. Then I rested it in the lander where the battery used to be. Now I wait and hope. Log entry, Sol 96. I was really hoping I'd wake up to a functional lander, but no such luck. Its high gain antenna is right where I last saw it. Why does that matter? Well, I'll tell you. If the lander comes back to life, and that is a big if, it'll try to establish contact with Earth. Problem is, nobody's listening. It's not like the Pathfinder team is hanging around JPL just in case their long-dead probe is repaired by a wayward astronaut. The Deep Space Network and SETI are my best bets for picking up the signal. If either of them caught a blip from Pathfinder, they'd call JPL. JPL would quickly figure out what was going on, especially when they triangulated the signal to my landing site. They would tell the lander where Earth is, and it would angle the high-gain antenna appropriately. That there, the angling of the antenna, is how I'll know if I linked up. So far, no action. There is still hope. Any number of reasons could be delaying things. The rover heater is designed to heat air at 1 atmosphere, and the thin Martian air severely hampers its ability to work. So the electronics might need more time to warm up. Also, Earth is only visible during the day. I hopefully fixed the lander yesterday evening. It's morning now, so most of the intervening time has been night. No Earth. Sojourners showing no signs of life either. It's been in the nice warm environment of the hab all night, with plenty of lights on its sparkling clean solar cells. Maybe it is running an extended self-check, or staying still until it hears from the lander or something. I'll just have to put it out of my mind for now. Pathfinder log, Sol 0. Boot sequence initiated. Time 0. Loss of power detected. Time date unreliable. Loading operating system. VxWare operating system. Wind River Systems. Performing hardware check. Interior temperature negative 34 degrees. Exterior temperature non-functional. Battery full. High gain okay. Low gain okay. Wind sensor non-functional. Meteorology non-functional. ASI non-functional. Imager okay. Rover ramp non-functional. Solar A non-functional. Solar B non-functional. Solar C non-functional. Hardware check complete. Broadcasting status. Listening for telemetry signal. Listening for telemetry signal. Listening for telemetry signal. Signal acquired. Chapter 11. Something's coming in. Yes, it's Pathfinder. The crowded room burst into applause and cheers. Venkat slapped an unknown technician on the back while Bruce pumped his fist in the air. The ad hoc Pathfinder Control Center was an accomplishment in itself. Over the last 20 days, a team of JPL engineers had worked around the clock to piece together antiquated computers, repair broken components, networking everything, and install hastily made software that allowed the old systems to interact with a modern deep space network. The room itself was formerly a conference room. JPL had no space ready for the sudden need. Already jam-packed with computers and equipment, the cramped space had turned positively claustrophobic with the many spectators now squeezing into it. One Associated Press camera team pressed against the back wall, trying and failing to stay out of everyone's way while recording the auspicious moment. The rest of the media would have to satisfy themselves with the live AP feed and await a press conference. Venkat turned to Bruce. "God damn, Bruce, you really pulled a rabbit out of your hat this time. Good work." "I'm just a director," Bruce said modestly. "Thank the guys who got all this stuff working." "Oh, I will," Venkat beamed. "But first I have to talk to my new best friend." Turning to the headsetted man at the communications console, Venkat asked, "What's your name, new best friend?" "Tim," he said, not taking his eyes off the screen. "What now?" Venkat asked. We sent the return telemetry automatically. It'll get there in just over 11 minutes. Once it does, Pathfinder will start high-gain transmissions. So it'll be 22 minutes till we hear from it again. Venkat's got a doctorate in physics, Tim, Bruce said. You don't need to explain transmission time to him. Tim shrugged. You can never tell with managers. What was the transmission we got? Venkat asked. Just the bare bones, a hardware self-check. It's a lot of non-functional systems, cause they were on the panels Watney removed. What about the camera? It says the imager is working. We'll have it take a panorama as soon as we can. Log entry. Sol 97. It worked! Holy shit! It worked! I just suited up and checked the lander. The high-gain antenna is angled directly at Earth. Pathfinder has no way of knowing where it is, so it has no way of knowing where Earth is. The only way for it to find out is getting a signal. They know I'm alive. I don't even know what to say. This was an insane plan, and somehow it worked. I'm going to be talking to someone again. I spent 3 months as the loneliest man in history, and it's finally over. Sure, I might not get rescued, but I won't be alone. The whole time I was recovering Pathfinder, I imagined what this moment would be like. I figured I'd jump up and down a bit, cheer, maybe flip off the ground, because the whole damn planet is my enemy, but that's not what happened. When I got back to the hab and took off the EVA suit, I sat down in the dirt and cried, bawled like a little kid for several minutes. I finally settled down to mild sniffling and then felt a deep calm. It was a good calm. It occurs to me, now that I might live, I have to be more careful about logging embarrassing moments. How do I delete log entries? There's no obvious way. I'll get to it later. I've got more important things to do. I've got people to talk to. Venkat grinned as he took the podium in the JPL press room. We received the high-gain response just over half an hour ago, he said to the assembled press. We immediately directed Pathfinder to take a panoramic picture. Hopefully, Watney has some kind of message for us. Questions? The sea of reporters raised their hands. Kathy, let's start with you, Venkat said, pointing to the CNN reporter. Thanks, she said. Have you had any contact with the Sojourner rover? Unfortunately, no, he replied. The lander hasn't been able to connect to Sojourner, and we have no way to contact it directly. What might be wrong with Sojourner? I can't even speculate, Venkat said. After spending that long on Mars, anything could be wrong with it. Best guess? Our best guess is he took it into the hab. The lander's signal wouldn't be able to reach Sojourner through hab canvas. Pointing to another reporter, he said, You there. Marty West, NBC News, Marty said. How will you communicate with Watney once everything's up and running? That will be up to Watney, said Venkat. All we have to work with is the camera. He can write notes and hold them up, but how we talk back is trickier. How so? Marty asked. Because all we have is the camera platform. That's the only moving part. There are plenty of ways to get information across with just the platform's rotation, but no way to tell Watney about them. He'll have to come up with something and tell us. We'll follow his lead. Pointing to the next reporter, he said, Go ahead. Jill Holbrook, BBC. With a 32-minute round trip and nothing but a single rotating platform to talk with, it will be a dreadfully slow conversation, won't it? Yes, it will, Venkat confirmed. It's early morning in Acidalia Planitia right now, and just past 3 a.m. here in Pasadena. We'll be here all night, and that's just for a start. No more questions for now. The panorama is due back in a few minutes. We'll keep you posted. Before anyone could ask follow-up questions, Venkat strode out the side door and hurried down the hall to the makeshift Pathfinder control center. He pressed through the throng to the communications console. Anything, Tim? Totally, he replied. But we're staring at this black screen because it's way more interesting than pictures from Mars. You're a smart-ass, Tim, Venkat said. Noted. Bruce pushed his way forward. Still another few seconds on the clock, he said. The time passed in silence. Getting something, Tim said. Yep, it's the panoramic. Sighs of relief and muted conversation replaced tense silence as the image began coming through. It filled out from left to right at a snail's pace due to the bandwidth limitations of the antique probe sending it. Martian surface, Venkat said as the lines slowly filled in. More surface. Edge of the hub, Bruce said, pointing to the screen. Hab, Venkat smiled. More hab now. More hab? Is that a message? That is a message! As the image grew, it revealed a handwritten note, suspended at the camera's height by a thin metal rod. We got a note from Mark, Venkat announced to the room. Applause filled the room, then quickly died down. What's it say? Someone asked. Venkat leaned closer to the screen. It says, I'll write questions here. Are you receiving? Okay, said Bruce. That's what it says, Venkat shrugged. Another note, said Tim, pointing to the screen as more of the image came through. Venkat leaned in again. This one says, point here for yes. He folded his arms. All right, we have communication with Mark. Tim, point the camera at yes. Then start taking pictures at 10-minute intervals until he puts another question up. Log entry. Soul 97, Part 2. Yes! They said yes! I haven't been this excited about a yes since prom night. Okay, calm down. I have limited paper to work with. These cards were intended to label batches of samples. I have about 50 cards. I can use both sides, and if it comes down to it, I can reuse them by scratching out the old question. The Sharpie I'm using will last much longer than the cards, so ink isn't a problem. But I have to do all my writing in the hab. I don't know what kind of hallucinogenic crap that ink is made out of, but I'm pretty sure it would boil off in Mars's atmosphere. I'm using old parts of the antenna array to hold the cards up. There's a certain irony in that. We'll need to talk faster than yes-no questions every half hour. The camera can rotate 360 degrees, and I have plenty of antenna parts. Time to make an alphabet. But I can't just use the letters A through Z. 26 letters plus my question card would be 27 cards around the lander. Each one would only get 13 degrees of arc. Even if JPL points the camera perfectly, there's a good chance I won't know which letter they meant. So I'll have to use ASCII. That's how computers manage characters. Each character has a numerical code between 0 and 255. Values between 0 and 255 can be expressed as 2 hexadecimal digits. By giving me pairs of hex digits, they can send any character they like, including numbers and punctuation, etc. How do I know which values go with which characters? Because Johansson's laptop is a wealth of information. I knew she'd have an ASCII table in there somewhere. All computer geeks do. So I'll make cards from 0 through 9 and A through F. That makes 16 cards to place around the camera, plus the question card. 17 cards means over 21 degrees each. Much easier to deal with. Time to get to work. Spell with ASCII 0 to F at 21 degree increments. We'll watch camera starting 1100 my time. When message done, return to this position. Wait 20 minutes after completion to take picture, so I can write and post reply. Repeat process at top of every hour. STATUS. Status. No physical problems. All HAB components functional. Eating 3/4 rations. Successfully growing crops in HAB with cultivated soil. Note, situation not Ares 3 crew's fault. Bad luck. How alive. Impaled by antenna fragment. Knocked out by decompression. Landed face down. Blood sealed hole. Woke up after crew left. Biomonitor computer destroyed by puncture. Crew had reason to think me dead. Not their fault. Crops? Long story. Extreme botany. Have 126 square meters farmland growing potatoes. Will extend food supply, but not enough to last until Ares 4 landing. Modified rover for long distance travel. Plan to drive to Ares 4. We saw. Satellite. Government watching me with satellites? Need tinfoil hat. Also need faster way to communicate. Speak and spell taking all damn day. Any ideas? Bring Sojourner out. Sojourner rover brought out, placed 1 meter due north of lander. If you can contact it, I can draw hex numbers on the wheels and you can send me 6 bytes at a time. Sojourner not responding. Damn. Any other ideas? Need faster communication. Working on it. Earth is about to set. Resume 0800 my time tomorrow morning. Tell family I'm fine. Give crew my best. Tell Commander Lewis disco sucks. Venkat blinked his bleary eyes several times as he tried to organize the papers on his desk. His temporary desk at JPL was nothing more than a folding table set up in the back of the break room. People were in and out picking up snacks all day, but on the plus side the coffee pot was nearby. Excuse me, said a man approaching the table. Yes, they're out of Diet Coke, Venkat said without looking up. I don't know when site services refills the fridge. I'm actually here to talk to you, Dr. Kapoor. Huh? Said Venkat, looking up. He shook his head. Sorry, I was up all night. He gulped his coffee. Who are you again? Jack Trevor, said the thin, pale man before Venkat. I work in software engineering. What can I do for you? We have an idea for communication. Oh, I'm all ears. We've been looking through the old Pathfinder software. We got duplicate computers up and running for testing. Same computers they used to find the problem that almost killed the original mission. Real interesting story, actually. Turns out there was a priority inversion in Sojourner's threat management and focus, Jack, interrupted Venkat. Right. Well, the thing is, Pathfinder has an OS update process. So we can change the software to anything we want. And how does that help us? Pathfinder has 2 communication systems. One to talk to us, the other one to talk to Sojourner. We can change the second system to broadcast on the Ares 3 rover frequency, and we can have it pretend to be the beacon signal from the HAB. You can get Pathfinder talking to Mark's rover? It's the only option. The HAB's radio is dead, but the rover has communications equipment made for talking to the HAB and to the other rover. Problem is, to implement a new comm system, both ends of it need to have the right software running. We can remotely update Pathfinder, but not the rover. So, Venkat said, you can tell Pathfinder to talk to the rover, but you can't get the rover to listen or talk back. Right. Ideally, we want our text to show up on the rover's screen, and whatever Watney types to be sent back to us. That requires a change in the rover's software. Venkat sighed. What's the point of this discussion if we can't update the rover's software? Jack grinned as he continued. We can't do the patch, but Watney can. We can just send the data and have him enter the update into the rover himself. How much data are we talking about? I have guys working on the rover software right now. The patch file will be 20 meg minimum. We can send 1 byte to Watney every 4 seconds or so with a speak and spell. It would take 3 years of constant broadcasting to get that patch across. Obviously, that's no good. But you're talking to me, so you have a solution, right? Venkat probed, resisting the urge to scream. Of course, Jack beamed. Software engineers are sneaky bastards when it comes to data management. Enlighten me, said Venkat. Here's the clever part, Jack said conspiratorially. The rover currently parses the signal into bytes, then identifies the specific sequence the HAB sends. That way, natural radio waves won't throw off the homing. If the bytes aren't right, the rover ignores them. Okay, so what? It means there's a spot in the codebase where it's got the parsed bytes. We can insert a tiny bit of code, just 20 instructions, to write the parsed bytes into a log file before checking their validity. This sounds promising, Venkat said. It is, Jack said excitedly. First, we update Pathfinder so it knows how to talk to the rover. Then we tell Watney exactly how to hack the rover software to add those 20 instructions. Then we have Pathfinder broadcast new software to the rover. The rover logs the bytes to a file. Finally, Watney launches the file as an executable and the rover patches itself. Venkat furrowed his brow, taking in far more information than his sleep-deprived mind wanted to accept. Jack said, you're not cheering or dancing. So we just need to send Watney those 20 instructions, Venkat asked. That and how to edit the files, and where to insert the instructions in the files. Just like that? Just like that! Venkat was silent for a moment. Jack, I'm going to buy your whole team autographed Star Trek memorabilia. I prefer Star Wars, he said, turning to leave. Original trilogy, of course. Of course, Venkat said. As Jack walked away, a woman approached Venkat's table. Yes, Venkat said. I can't find any Diet Coke. Are we out? Yes, Venkat said. I don't know when site services refills the fridge. Thanks, she said. Just as he was about to get back to work, his mobile rang. He groaned loudly at the ceiling as he snatched the phone from his desk. Hello, he said as cheerfully as he could. I need a picture of Watney. Hi, Annie. Nice to hear from you too. How are things back in Houston? Cut the shit, Venkat. I need a picture. It's not that simple, Venkat explained. You're talking to him with a fucking camera. How hard can it be? We spell out our message, wait 20 minutes, and then take a picture. Watney's back in the HAB by then. So tell him to be around when you take the next picture, Annie demanded. We can only send 1 message per hour, and only when Acidalia Planitia is facing Earth, Venkat said. We're not going to waste a message just to tell him to pose for a photo. Besides, he'll be in his EVA suit. You won't be able to see his face. I need something, Venkat, Annie said. You've been in contact for 24 hours and media's going apeshit. They want an image for the story. It'll be on every news site in the world. You have the picture of his notes. Make do with that. Not enough, Annie said. The press is crawling down my throat for this. And up my ass. Both directions, Venkat. They're going to meet in the middle. It'll have to wait a few days. We're going to try and link Pathfinder to the rover computer. A few days? Annie gasped. This is all anyone cares about right now. In the world. This is the biggest story since Apollo 13. Give me a fucking picture! Venkat sighed. I'll try to get it tomorrow. Great, she said, looking forward to it. Log entry. Soul 89. I have to be watching the camera when it spells things out. It's half a byte at a time. So I watch a pair of numbers, then look them up on an ASCII cheat sheet I made. That's one letter. I don't want to forget any letters, so I scrape them into the dirt with a rod. The process of looking up a letter and scraping it in the dirt takes a couple of seconds. Sometimes when I look back at the camera, I've missed a number. I can usually guess it from context, but other times I just miss out. Today I got up hours earlier than I needed to. It was like Christmas morning. I could hardly wait for 0800 to roll around. I had breakfast, did some unnecessary checks on HAB equipment, and read some Poirot. Finally, the time came. Can hack rover to talk to Pathfinder. Prepare for a long message. Yeah, took me a minute. Can hack rover to talk to Pathfinder. Prepare for a long message. That took some mental gymnastics to work out, but it was great news. If we could get that set up, we'd only be limited by transmission time. I set up a note that said, Roger. Not sure what they meant by long message, but I figured I better be ready. I went out 15 minutes before the top of the hour and smoothed out a big area of dirt. I found the longest antenna rod I had, so I could reach into the smooth area without having to step on it. Then I stood by, waiting. At exactly the top of the hour, the message came. Launch HexEdit on rover computer. Open file, user lib, habcom, and so on and so on. Jesus, okay. They want me to launch HexEdit on the rover's computer, then open the file userlib habcom.so, scroll until the index reading on the left of the screen is 2AAE5, then replace the bytes there with a 141-byte sequence NASA will send in the next message. Fair enough. Also, for some reasons, they want me to hang around for the next picture. Not sure why. You can't see any part of me when I'm in the suit. Even the faceplate would reflect too much light. Still, it's what they want. I went back and copied down the message for future reference. Then I wrote a short note and came back out. Usually I pin up the note and go back in, but this time I had to hang around for a photo op. I gave the camera a thumbs up to go along with my note, which said, Aye. Blame the 70s TV. I ask for a picture and I get the fonts? Annie asked, admonishing Venkat. You got your picture, quit bitching, he said, cradling the phone on his shoulder. He paid more attention to the schematics in front of him than the conversation. I? Annie mocked. Why would he do that? Have you met Mark Watney? Fine, Annie said. But I want a pic of his face, ASAP. Can't do that. Why not? Because if he takes off his helmet, he'll die. Annie, I have to go. One of the JPL programmers is here and it's urgent. Bye. But, Annie said as he hung up. Jack in the doorway said, It's not urgent. Yeah, I know, Venkat said. What can I do for you? We were thinking, Jack began. This rover hack might get kind of detailed. We may have to do a bunch of back and forth communication with Watney. That's fine, Venkat said. Take your time, do it right. We could get things done faster with a shorter transmission time, Jack said. Venkat gave him a puzzled look. Do you have a plan for moving Earth and Mars closer together? Earth doesn't have to be involved, Jack said. Hermes is 73 million kilometers from Mars right now, only 4 light minutes away. Beth Johansson is a great programmer. She could talk Mark through it. Out of the question, Venkat said. She's the mission's sysop, Jack pressed on. This is her exact area of expertise. Can't do it, Jack. The crew still doesn't know. What is it with you? Why won't you just tell them? Watney is not my only responsibility, Venkat said. I've got 5 other astronauts in deep space who have to concentrate on their return trip. Nobody thinks about it, but statistically, they're in more danger than Watney right now. He is on a planet. They're in space. Jack shrugged. Fine, we'll do it the slow way. Log entry. Sol 98, Part 2. Ever transcribed 141 random bytes, 1/2 of a byte at a time? It's boring. And it's tricky when you don't have a pen. Earlier, I had just written letters in the sand, but this time I needed a way to get the numbers onto something portable. My first plan was use a laptop. Each crewman had their own laptop, so I have 6 at my disposal. Rather, I had 6. Now I have 5. I thought a laptop would be fine outside. It's just electronics, right? It'll keep warm enough to operate in the short term, and it doesn't need air for anything. It died instantly. The screen went black before I was out of the airlock. Turns out the L in LCD stands for liquid. I guess it either froze or boiled off. Maybe I'll post a consumer review. Brought product to surface of Mars. It stopped working. 0 out of 10. So I use a camera. I've got lots of them, specifically made for working on Mars. I wrote the bytes in the sand as they came in, took a picture, then transcribed them in the hab. It's night now, so no more messages. Tomorrow I'll enter this into the rover and the geeks at JPL can take it from there. A notable smell hung in the air of the makeshift Pathfinder control room. The ventilation system was not designed for so many people, and everyone had been working every waking moment without much time for personal hygiene. Come on up here, Jack, Venkat said. You get to be the most Tim-word today. Thanks, said Jack, taking Venkat's place next to Tim. Hi, Tim. Jack, said Tim. How long will the patch take? Venkat asked. Should be pretty much instant, Jack answered. Watney entered the hack earlier today, and we confirmed it worked. We updated Pathfinder's OS without any problems. We sent the rover patch, which Pathfinder rebroadcast. Once Watney executes the patch and reboots the rover, we should get a connection. Jesus, what a complicated process, Venkat said. Try updating a Linux server sometime, Jack said. After a moment of silence, Tim said, You know he was telling a joke, right? That was supposed to be funny? Oh, said Venkat. I'm a physics guy, not a computer guy. He's not funny to computer guys either. You're a very unpleasant man, Tim, Jack said. Systems online, said Tim. What? It's online, FYI. Holy crap, Jack said. It worked, Venkat announced to the room. 1118, JPL. Mark, this is Venkat Kapoor. We've been watching you since Sol 49. The whole world has been rooting for you. Amazing job getting Pathfinder. We're working on rescue plans. JPL is adjusting Ares 4's MDV to do a short overland flight. They'll pick you up, then take you with them to Schiaparelli. We're putting together a supply mission to keep you fed till Ares 4 arrives. 1129. Watney. Glad to hear it. Really looking forward to not dying. I want to make it clear it wasn't the crew's fault. Side question, what did they say when they found out I was alive? Also, hi mom. 11:41. JPL. Tell us about your crops. We estimated your food packs would last until Sol 400 at 3/4 ration per meal. Will your crops affect that number? As to your question, we haven't told the crew you're alive yet. We wanted them to concentrate on their own mission. 11:52. Watney. The crops are potatoes, grown from the ones we were supposed to prepare for Thanksgiving. They're doing great, but the available farmland isn't enough for sustainability. I'll run out of food at around Sol 900. Also, tell the crew I'm alive. What the fuck is wrong with you? 12:04. JPL. We'll get botanists in to ask detailed questions and double check your work. Your life is at stake, so we want to be sure. Sol 900 is great news. It'll give us a lot more time to get the supply mission together. Also, please watch your language. Everything you type is being broadcast live all over the world. 12:15. Watney. Oh, look, a pair of boobies! Thank you, Mr. President, Teddy said into the phone. I appreciate the call, and I'll pass your congratulations on to the whole organization. He terminated the call and put his phone on the corner of his desk, flush with the desktop's edges. Mitch knocked on the open door to the office. This a good time? Mitch asked. Come in, Mitch, Teddy said. Have a seat. Thanks, Mitch said, sitting in a fine leather couch. He reached up into his earpiece and lowered the volume. How is mission control? Teddy asked. Fantastic, Mitch said. All's well with Hermes. And everyone's in great spirits thanks to what's going on at JPL. Today was a damn good day for a change. Yes, it was, Teddy agreed. Another step closer to getting Watney back alive. Yeah, about that, said Mitch. You probably know why I'm here. I can take a guess, said Teddy. You want to tell the crew Watney's alive? Yes, Mitch said. And you're bringing this up with me while Venkat's in Pasadena, so he can't argue the other side. I shouldn't have to clear this with you or Venkat or anyone else. I'm the flight director. It should have been my call from the beginning, but you two stepped in and overrode me. Ignoring all that, we agreed we'd tell them when there was hope. And now there is hope. We got communication, we have a plan for rescue in the works, and his farm buys us enough time to get him supplies. Okay, tell them, Teddy said. Mitch paused. Just like that? I knew you would be here sooner or later, so I already thought it through and decided. Go ahead and tell them. Mitch stood up. All right, thanks, he said as he left the office. Teddy swiveled in his chair and looked out his windows to the night sky. He pondered the faint red dot among the stars. Hang in there, Watney, he said. We're coming. Chapter 12. Watney slept peacefully in his bunk. He shifted slightly as some pleasant dream put a smile on his face. He'd done 3 EVAs the previous day, all filled with labor-intensive HAB maintenance. So he slept deeper and better than he had in a long time. Good morning, crew, Lewis called out. It's a brand new day, Sol 6, up and at them. Watney added his voice to a chorus of groans. Come on, Lewis prodded. No bitching. You got 40 minutes more sleep than you would have on Earth. Martinez was first out of his bunk. An Air Force man, he could match Lewis's Navy schedule with ease. Morning, Commander, he said crisply. Johansson sat up, but made no further move towards the harsh world outside her blankets. A career software engineer, mornings were never her forte. Vogel slowly lumbered from his bunk, checking his watch. He wordlessly pulled on his jumpsuit, smoothing out what wrinkles he could. He sighed inwardly at the grimy feeling of another day without a shower. Watney turned away, hugging a pillow to his head. Noisy people, go away, he mumbled. Beck, Martinez called out, shaking the mission's doctor. Rise and shine, bud. Yeah, okay, Beck said blearily. Johansson fell out of her bunk, then remained on the floor. Pulling the pillow from Watney's hands, Lewis said, Let's move, Watney. Uncle Sam paid $100,000 for every second we'll be here. Bad woman, take pillow, Watney groaned, unwilling to open his eyes. Back on Earth, I've tipped 200-pound men out of their bunks. Want to see what I can do in 0.4 G? No, not really, Watney said, sitting up. Having roused the troops, Lewis sat at the comm station to check overnight messages from Houston. Watney shuffled to the ration cupboard and grabbed a breakfast at random. Hand me an eggs, will ya? Martinez said. You can tell the difference? Watney said, passing Martinez a pack. Not really, Martinez said. Beck, what will you have? Watney continued. Don't care, Beck said. Give me whatever. Watney tossed a pack to him. Vogel, your usual sausages? Yeah, please, Vogel responded. You know you're a stereotype, right? I am comfortable with that, Vogel replied, taking the proffered breakfast. Hey, Sunshine, Watney called to Johansson. Eating breakfast today? Yeah, Johansson grunted. Pretty sure that's a no, Watney guessed. The crew ate in silence. Johansson eventually trudged to the ration cupboard and got a coffee packet. She clumsily added hot water, then sipped until wakefulness crept in. Mission updates from Houston, Lewis said. Satellites show a storm coming, but we can do surface ops before it gets here. Vogel, Martinez, you'll be with me outside. Johansson, you're stuck tracking weather reports. Watney, your soil experiments are bumped up to today. Beck, run the samples from yesterday's EVA through the spectrometer. Should you really go out with a storm on the way? Beck asked. Houston authorized it, Lewis said. Seems needlessly dangerous. Coming to Mars was needlessly dangerous, Lewis said. What's your point? Beck shrugged. Just be careful. 3 figures looked eastward. Their bulky EVA suits rendered them nearly identical. Only the European Union flag on Vogel's shoulder distinguished him from Lewis and Martinez, who wore stars and stripes. The darkness to the east undulated and flickered in the rays of the rising sun. The storm, Vogel said in his accented English, it is closer than Houston reported. We've got time, Lewis said. Focus on the task at hand. This EVA is all about chemical analysis. Vogel, you're the chemist, so you're in charge of what we dig up. Yeah, Vogel said. Please dig 30 centimeters and get soil samples, at least 100 grams each. Very important is 30 centimeters down. Will do, Lewis said. Stay within 100 meters of the hab, she added. Vogel said. Yes, ma'am, Martinez said. They split up. Greatly improved since the days of Apollo, Ares EVA suits allowed much more freedom of motion. Digging, bending over, and bagging samples were trivial tasks. After a time, Lewis asked, How many samples do you need? 7 each, perhaps? That's fine, Lewis confirmed. I've got 4 so far. 5 here, Martinez said. Of course, we can't expect the Navy to keep up with the Air Force now, can we? So that's how you want to play it, Lewis said. Just call him as I see him, Commander. Johansson here. The SysOps voice came over the radio. Houston's upgraded the storm to severe. It's going to be here in 15 minutes. Back to base, Lewis said. The hab shook in the roaring wind as the astronauts huddled in the center. All 6 of them now wore their flight spacesuits, in case they had to scramble for an emergency takeoff in the MAV. Johansson watched her laptop while the rest watched her. Sustained winds over 100 kph now, she said. Gusting to 125. Jesus, we're gonna end up in Oz, Watney said. What's the abort wind speed? Technically 150 kph, Martinez said. Any more than that and the MAV is in danger of tipping. Any prediction to the storm track? Lewis asked. This is the edge of it, Johansson said, staring at her screen. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. The hab canvas rippled under the brutal assault as the internal supports bent and shivered with each gust. The cacophony grew louder by the minute. All right, Lewis said. Prep for abort. We'll go to the MAV and hope for the best. If the wind gets too high, we'll launch. Leaving the hab in pairs, they grouped up outside airlock 1. The driving wind and sand battered them, but they were able to stay on their feet. Visibility is almost zero, Lewis said. If you get lost, home in onto my suit's telemetry. The wind is gonna be rougher away from the hab, so be ready. Pressing through the gale, they stumbled towards the MAV, with Lewis and Beck in the lead and Watney and Johansson bringing up the rear. Hey, Watney panted. Maybe we could shore up the MAV, make tipping less likely. How? Lewis huffed. We could use cables from the solar farm as guy lines. He wheezed for a few moments, then continued. The rovers could be anchors. The trick would be getting the line around the... Flying wreckage slammed Watney, carrying him off into the wind. Watney! Johansson exclaimed. What happened? Lewis asked. Something hit him, Johansson reported. Watney, report, Lewis said. No reply. Watney, report, Lewis repeated. Again, she was met with silence. He's offline, Johansson reported. I don't know where he is. Commander, Beck said. Before we lost telemetry, his decompression alarm went off. Shit, Lewis exclaimed. Johansson, where did you last see him? He was right in front of me, and then he was gone, she said. He flew off due west. Okay, Lewis said. Martinez, get to the MAV and prep for launch. Everyone else, home in on Johansson. Dr. Beck, Vogel said as he stumbled through the storm. How long can a person survive decompression? Less than a minute, Beck said, emotion choking his voice. I can't see anything, Johansson said as the crew crowded around her. Line up and walk west, Lewis commanded. Small steps, he's probably prone. We don't want to step over him. Staying in sight of one another, they trudged through the chaos. Martinez fell into the MAV airlock and forced it closed against the wind. Once it pressurized, he quickly doffed his suit. Having climbed the ladder to the crew compartment, he slid into the pilot's couch and booted the system. Grabbing the emergency launch checklist with one hand, he flicked switches rapidly with the other. One by one, the systems reported flight-ready status. As they came online, he noted one in particular. Commander, he radioed, the MAV's got a 7-degree tilt. It'll tip at 12.3. Copy that, Lewis said. Johansson, Beck said, looking at his ARM computer. Watney's biomonitor sent something before going offline. My computer just says bad packet. I have it too, Johansson said. It didn't finish transmitting. Some data is missing and there is no checksum. Give me a sec. Commander, Martinez said. Message from Houston. We're officially scrubbed. The storm's definitely gonna be too rough. Copy, Lewis said. They sent that 4.5 minutes ago, Martinez continued, while looking at satellite data from 9 minutes ago. Understood, Lewis said. Continue prepping for launch. Copy, Martinez said. Beck, Johansson said. I have the raw packet. It's plain text. BP0, PR0, TP 36.2. That's as far as it got. Copy, Beck said morosely. Blood pressure 0, pulse rate 0, temperature normal. The channel fell silent for some time. They continued pressing forward, shuffling through the sandstorm, hoping for a miracle. Temperature normal? Lewis said, a hint of hope in her voice. It takes a while for the... Beck stammered. It takes a while to cool. Commander, Martinez said, tilting at 10.5 degrees now, with gusts pushing it to 11. Copy, Lewis said. Are you at pilot release? Affirmative, Martinez replied. I can launch any time. If it tips, can you launch before it falls completely over? Martinez said, not expecting the question. Yes, ma'am. I'd take manual control and go full throttle. Then I'd nose up and return to pre-programmed ascent. Copy that, Lewis said. Everyone home into Martinez's suit. That'll get you to the MAV airlock. Get in and prep for a launch. What about you, Commander? Beck asked. I'm searching a little more. Get moving. And Martinez, if you start to tip, launch. You really think I'll leave you behind? Martinez asked. I just ordered you to, Lewis replied. You three, get to the ship. They reluctantly obeyed Lewis's order and made their way towards the MAV. The punishing wind fought them every step of the way. Unable to see the ground, Lewis shuffled forward. Remembering something, she reached to her bag and got a pair of rock drill bits. She had added the 1-meter bits to her equipment that morning, anticipating geological sampling later in the day. Holding one in each hand, she dragged them along the ground as she walked. After 20 meters, she turned around and walked the opposite direction. Walking a straight line proved to be impossible. Not only did she lack visual references, the endless wind pushed her off course. The sheer volume of attacking sand buried her feet with each step. Grunting, she pressed on. Beck, Johansen, and Vogel squeezed into the MAV airlock. Designed for 2, it could be used by 3 in emergencies. As it equalized, Lewis's voice came over the radio. Johansen, she said, would the rover IR camera do any good? Negative, Johansen replied. IR can't get through sand any better than visible light. What's she thinking? Beck asked after removing his helmet. She's a geologist. She knows IR can't go through the sandstorm. She's grasping, Vogel said, opening the inner door. We must get to the couches. Please hurry. I don't feel good about this, Beck said. Neither do I, Doctor, said Vogel, climbing the ladder. But the commander has given us orders. Insubordination will not help. Commander, Martinez radioed, we're tilting to 11.6 degrees. One good gust and we're tipping. What about the proximity radar? Lewis said. Could it detect Watney's suit? No way, Martinez said. It's made to see Hermes in orbit, not the metal in a single spacesuit. Give it a try, Lewis said. Commander, said Beck, putting on a headset as he slipped into the acceleration couch. I know you don't want to hear this, but what? Mark is dead. Copy, Lewis said. Martinez, try the radar. Roger, Martinez radioed. He brought the radio online and waited for it to complete a self-check. Glaring at Beck, he said, What's the matter with you? My friend just died, Beck answered, and I don't want my commander to die too. Martinez gave him a stern look. Turning his attention back to the radar, he radioed, Negative contact on proximity radar. Nothing? Lewis asked. It can barely see the HAB, he replied. The sandstorm's fucking things up. Even if it wasn't, there's not enough metal in. Shit! Strap in, he yelled to the crew. We're tipping. The MAV creaked as it tilted faster and faster. 13 degrees, Johansen called out from her couch. Buckling his restraints, Vogel said, We are far past balance. We'll not rock back. We can't leave her, Beck yelled. Let it tip. We'll fix it. 32 metric tons, including fuel? Martinez said, his hands flying over the controls. If it hits the ground, it'll do structural damage to the tanks, frame, and probably the second stage engine. We'd never be able to fix it. You can't abandon her, Beck said. You can't. I've got one trick. If that doesn't work, I'm following her orders. Bringing the orbital maneuvering system online, he fired a sustained burn from the nose cone array. The small thrusters fought against the lumbering mass of the slowly tilting spacecraft. You are firing the OMS? Vogel asked. I don't know if it'll work. We're not tipping very fast, Martinez said. I think it's slowing down. The aerodynamic caps will have automatically ejected, Vogel said. It'll be a bumpy ascent with 3 holes in the side of the ship. Thanks for the tip, Martinez said, maintaining the burn and watching the tilt readout. Come on. Still 13 degrees, Johansson reported. What's going on up there? Lewis radioed. You went quiet. Respond. Stand by, Martinez replied. 12.9 degrees, Johansson said. It is working, Vogel said. For now, Martinez said. I don't know if maneuvering fuel will last. 12.8 now, Johansson supplied. OMS fuel at 60%, Beck said. How much do you need to dock with Hermes? 10% if I don't fuck anything up, Martinez said, adjusting the thrust angle. 12.6, Johansson said. We're tipping back. Or the wind died down a little, Beck postulated. Fuel at 45%. There is danger of damage to the vents, Vogel cautioned. The OMS was not made for prolonged thrusts. I know, Martinez said. I can dock without nose vents if I have to. Almost there, Johansson said. Okay, we're under 12.3. OMS cut off, Martinez announced, terminating the burn. Still tipping back, Johansson said. 11.6? 11.5? Holding at 11.5. OMS fuel at 22%, Beck said. Yeah, I see that, Martinez replied. It'll be enough. Commander, Beck radioed. You need to get to the ship now. Agreed, Martinez radioed. He's gone, ma'am. Watney's gone. The 4 crewmates awaited their commander's response. Copy, she finally replied. On my way. They lay in silence, strapped to their couches and ready for launch. Beck looked at Watney's empty couch and saw Vogel doing the same. Martinez ran a self-check on the nose cone OMS thrusters. They were no longer safe for use. He noted the malfunction in his log. The airlock cycled. After removing her suit, Lewis made her way to the flight cabin. She wordlessly strapped into her couch, her face a frozen mask. Only Martinez dared speak. Still at pilot release, he said quietly. Ready for launch. Lewis closed her eyes and nodded. I'm sorry, Commander, Martinez said. You need to verbally launch, she said. Yes, ma'am, he replied, activating the sequence. The retaining clamps ejected from the launch gantry, falling to the ground. Seconds later, pre-ignition pyros fired, igniting the main engines, and the MAV lurched upward. The ship slowly gained speed. As it did, wind shear blew it laterally off course. Sensing the problem, the ascent software angled the ship into the wind to counteract it. As fuel was consumed, the ship got lighter and the acceleration more pronounced. Rising at this exponential state, the craft quickly reached maximum acceleration, a limit defined not by the ship's power, but by the delicate human bodies inside. As the ship soared, the open OMS ports took their toll. The crew rocked in their couches as the craft shook violently. Martinez and the ascent software kept it trim, though it was a constant battle. The turbulence tapered off and eventually fell to nothing as the atmosphere became thinner and thinner. Suddenly all 4 stopped. The first stage had been completed. The crew experienced weightlessness for several seconds, then were pressed back to the couches as the next stage began. Outside, the now empty first stage fell away, eventually to crash on some unknown area of the planet below. The second stage pushed the ship ever higher and into low orbit. Lasting less time than the massive first stage and thrusting much more smoothly, it seemed almost like an afterthought. Abruptly, the engine stopped, and an oppressive calm replaced the previous cacophony. Main engine shut down, Martinez said. Ascent time 8 minutes 14 seconds. On course for Hermes intercept. Normally, an incident-free launch would be cause for celebration. This one earned only silence, broken by Johansson's gentle sobbing. 4 months later. Beck tried not to think about the painful reason he was doing zero-G plant growth experiments. He noted the size and shape of the fern leaves, took photos and made notes. Having completed his science schedule for the day, he checked his watch. Perfect timing. The data dump would be completing soon. He floated past the reactor to the semicone A ladder. Traveling feet first along the ladder, he soon had to grip in earnest as the centripetal force of the rotating ship took hold. By the time he reached semicone A, he was at 0.4 G. No mere luxury, the centripetal gravity of Hermes kept them fit. Without it, they would have spent their first week on Mars barely able to walk. Zero-G exercise regimes could keep the heart and bones healthy, but none had been devised that would give them full function from Sol 1. Because the ship was already designed for it, they used the system on the return trip as well. Johansson sat at her station. Lewis sat at the adjacent seat while Vogel and Martinez hovered nearby. The data dump carried emails and videos from home. It was the high point of the day. "Is it here yet?" Beck asked as he entered the bridge. "Almost," Johansson said. 98%. "You look cheerful, Martinez," Beck said. "My son turned 3 yesterday," he beamed. "Should be some pics of the party. How about you?" "Nothing special," Beck said. "Peer reviews of a paper I wrote a few years back." "Complete," Johansson said. "All the personal emails are dispatched to your laptops. Also, there's a telemetry update for Vogel and a system update for me." "Huh. There's a voice message addressed to the whole crew." She looked over her shoulder to Lewis. Lewis shrugged. "Play it." Johansson opened the message and then sat back. "Hermes, this is Mitch Henderson," the message began. "Henderson?" Martinez said, puzzled. "Talking directly to us without Capcom." Lewis held her hand up to signal for silence. "I have some news," Mitch's voice continued. "There's no subtle way to put this. Mark Watney is still alive." Johansson gasped. "What?" Beck stammered. Vogel stood with his mouth agape as a shocked expression swept across his face. Martinez looked to Lewis. She leaned forward and pinched her chin. "I know that's a surprise," Mitch continued. "And I know you'll have lots of questions. We're going to answer those questions, but for now I'll just give you the basics. He's alive and healthy. We found out 2 months ago and decided not to tell you. We even censored personal messages. I was strongly against that. We're telling you now because we finally have communication with him and a viable rescue plan. It boils down to Ares 4 picking him up with a modified MDV. We'll get you a full write-up of what happened, but it's definitely not your fault. Mark stresses that every time it comes up. It was just bad luck. Take some time to absorb this. Your science schedules are cleared for tomorrow. Send all the questions you want and we'll answer them. Henderson out." The message's end brought stunned silence to the bridge. He's alive?" Martinez said, then smiled. Vogel nodded excitedly. "He lives!" Johansson stared at her screen in wide-eyed disbelief. "Holy shit!" Beck laughed. "Holy shit! Commander, he's alive!" "I left him behind," Lewis said quietly. The celebration ceased immediately as the crew saw their commander's expression. "But," Beck began, "we all left together." "You followed orders," Lewis interrupted. "I left him behind, in a barren, unreachable, god-forsaken wasteland." Beck looked to Martinez pleadingly. Martinez opened his mouth, but could find no words to say. Lewis trudged off the bridge. Chapter 13. The employees of Deo Plastics worked double shifts to finish the HAB canvas for Ares 3. There was talk of triple shifts if NASA increased the order again. No one minded. The overtime pay was spectacular, and the funding was limitless. Woven carbon thread ran slowly through the press, which sandwiched it between polymer sheets. The completed material was folded 4 times and glued together. The resulting thick sheet was then coated with soft resin and taken to the hot room to set. Log entry: Sol 114. Now that NASA can talk to me, they won't shut the hell up. They want constant updates on every HAB system, and they've got a room full of people trying to micromanage my crops. It's awesome to have a bunch of dipshits on Earth telling me, a botanist, how to grow plants. I mostly ignore them. I don't want to come off as arrogant here, but I'm the best botanist on the planet. One big bonus: email. Just like the days back on Hermes, I get data dumps. Of course, they relay email from friends and family, but NASA also sends along choice messages from the public. I've gotten email from rock stars, athletes, actors and actresses, even the president. One of them was from my alma mater, the University of Chicago. They say once you grow crops somewhere, you have officially colonized it. So technically I colonized Mars. In your face, Neil Armstrong. But my favorite email was the one from my mother. It's exactly what you'd expect. Thank God you're alive. Stay strong. Don't die. Your family says hello, etc. I read it 50 times in a row. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm not a mama's boy or anything. I'm a full-grown man who only occasionally wears diapers. You have to in an EVA suit. It's totally manly and normal for me to cling to a letter from my mom. It's not like I'm some homesick kid at camp, right? Right? Admittedly, I have to schlep to the rover 5 times a day to check email. They can get a message from Earth to Mars, but they can't get it another 10 meters to the HAB. But hey, I can't bitch. My odds of living through this are way higher now. Last I heard, they have solved the weight problem on Ares 4's MDV. Once it lands here, they'll ditch the heat shield, all the life support stuff, and a bunch of empty fuel tanks. Then they can take the 7 of us, Ares 4's crew plus me, all the way to Schiaparelli. They're already working on my duties for the surface op. How cool is that? In other news, I'm learning Morse code. Why? Because it's our backup communications system. NASA figured a decades-old probe isn't ideal as a sole means of communication. If Pathfinder craps out, I'll spell messages with rocks, which NASA will see with satellites. They can't reply, but at least we'd have some one-way communication. Why Morse code? Because making dots and dashes with rocks is a lot easier than making letters. It's a shitty way to communicate. Hopefully it won't come up. All chemical reactions complete, the sheet was sterilized and moved to a clean room. There, a worker cut a strip off the edge, divided it into squares, and put each through a series of rigorous tests. Having passed inspection, the sheet was then cut to shape. The edges were folded over, sewn, and resealed with resin. A man with a clipboard made final inspections, independently verifying the measurements, then approved it for use. Log entry: Sol 115. The meddling botanists have grudgingly admitted I did a good job. They agree I'll have enough food to last until Sol 900. Bearing that in mind, NASA has fleshed out the mission details of the supply probe. At first, they were working on a desperate plan to get a probe here before Sol 400. But I bought another 500 sols of life with my potato farm, so they have more time to work on it. They'll launch next year during the Hohmann transfer window, and it'll take almost 9 months to get here. It should arrive around Sol 856. It will have plenty of food, a spare oxygenator, water reclaimer, and a comm system. 3 comm systems, actually. I guess they aren't taking any chances, what with my habit of being nearby when radios break. Got my first email from Hermes today. NASA's been limiting direct contact. I guess they're afraid I'll say something like, "You abandoned me on Mars, you assholes!" I know the crew was surprised to hear from the ghost of Mars missions past, but come on. I wish NASA was less of a nanny sometimes. Anyway, they finally let one email through from the commander. Watney, obviously we are very happy to hear you survived. As the person responsible for your situation, I wish there was more I could do to directly help. But it looks like NASA has a good rescue plan. I'm sure you will continue to show your incredible resourcefulness and get through this. Looking forward to buying you a beer back on Earth. Lewis. My reply? Commander, pure bad luck is responsible for my situation, not you. You made the right call and saved everyone else. I know it must have been a tough decision, but any analysis of that day will show it was the right one. Get everyone else home and I'll be happy. I will take you up on that beer, though. Watney. The employees carefully folded the sheet and placed it in an argon-filled airtight shipping container. The man with the clipboard placed a sticker on the package. Project Ares 3, HAB Canvas, sheet AL-102. The package was placed on a charter plane and flown to Edwards Air Force Base in California. It flew abnormally high, at great cost of fuel, to ensure a smoother flight. Upon arrival, the package was carefully transported by a special convoy to Pasadena. Once there, it was moved to the JPL spacecraft assembly facility. Over the next 5 weeks, engineers in white bodysuits assembled pre-supply 309. It contained AL-102 as well as 12 other HAB canvas packages. Log entry, Sol 116. It's almost time for the second harvest. Yep. I wish I had a straw hat and some suspenders. My reseed of the potatoes went well. I'm beginning to see that crops on Mars are extremely prolific, thanks to the billions of dollars worth of life support equipment around me. I now have 400 healthy potato plants, each one making lots of calorie-filled taters for my dining enjoyment. In just 10 days they'll be ripe. And this time I'm not replanting them as seed. This is my food supply. All natural, organic, Martian-grown potatoes. Don't hear that every day, do you? You may be wondering how I'll store them. I can't just pile them up. Most of them would go bad before I got around to eating them. So, instead, I'll do something that wouldn't work at all on Earth. Throw them outside. Most of the water will be sucked out by the near vacuum. What's left of it will freeze solid. Any bacteria planning to rot my taters will die screaming. In other news, I got an email from Venkat Kapoor. Mark, some answers to your earlier questions. No, we will not tell our botany team to go fuck themselves. I understand you've been on your own for a long time, but we're in the loop now, and it's best if you listen to what we have to say. The Cubs finished the season at the bottom of the NL Central. The data transfer rate just isn't good enough for the size of music files, even in compressed formats. So your request for anything, oh god, anything but disco is denied. Enjoy your boogie fever. Also, an uncomfortable side note, NASA is putting together a committee. They want to see if there were any avoidable mistakes that led to you being stranded. Just a heads up. They may have questions for you later on. Keep us posted on your activities. Kapoor. My reply? Venkat, tell the investigation committee they'll have to do their witch hunt without me. And when they inevitably blame Commander Lewis, be advised I'll publicly refute that. I'm sure the rest of the crew will do the same. Also, please tell them that each and every one of their mothers is a prostitute. Watney. P.S. They're sisters too. The pre-supply probes for Ares 3 launched on 14 consecutive days during the Hohmann transfer window. Pre-supply 309 was launched third. The 251-day trip to Mars was uneventful, needing only 2 minor course adjustments. After several aerobraking maneuvers to slow down, it made its final descent towards Acidalia Planitia. First, it endured re-entry via a heat shield. Later, it released a parachute and detached the now expanded heat shield. Once its onboard radar detected it was 30 meters from the ground, it cut loose the parachute and inflated balloons around its hull. It fell unceremoniously to the surface, bouncing and rolling until it finally came to rest. Deflating its balloons, the onboard computer reported the successful landing back to Earth. Then it waited 23 months. Log entry: Sol 117. The water reclaimer is acting up. 6 people will go through 18 liters of water per day, so it's made to process 20. But lately it hasn't been keeping up. It's doing 10 tops. Do I generate 10 liters of water per day? No, I'm not the urinating champion of all time. It's the crops. The humidity inside the hab is a lot higher than it was designed for, so the water reclaimer is constantly filtering it out of the air. I'm not worried about it. If need be, I can piss directly on the plants. The plants will take their share of water and the rest will condense on the walls. I could make something to collect the condensation, I'm sure. Thing is, the water can't go anywhere. It's a closed system. Okay, technically I'm lying. The plants aren't entirely water neutral. They strip the hydrogen from it, releasing the oxygen, and use it to make the complex hydrocarbons that are the plant itself. But it's a very small loss, and I made nearly 600 liters of water from the MDV fuel. I could take baths and still have plenty left over. NASA, however, is absolutely shitting itself. They see the water reclaimer as critical survival element. There is no backup, and they think I'll die instantly without it. To them, equipment failure is terrifying. To me, it's Tuesday. So instead of preparing my harvest, I have to make extra trips to and from the rover to answer their questions. Each new message instructs me to try some new solution and report the results back. So far, as we've worked out, it's not the electronics, refrigerating system, instrumentation, or temperature. I'm sure it'll turn out to be a little hole somewhere. Then NASA will have 4 hours of meetings before telling me to cover it with duct tape. Lewis and Beck opened pre-supply 309. Working as best they could in their bulky EVA suits, they removed the various portions of hab canvas and laid them on the ground. 3 entire pre-supply probes were dedicated to the hab. Following a procedure they had practiced hundreds of times, they efficiently assembled the pieces. Special seal strips between the patches ensured airtight mating. After erecting the main structure of the hab, they assembled the 3 airlocks. Sheet AL-102 had a hole perfectly sized for airlock 1. Beck stretched the sheet tight to the seal strips on the airlock's exterior. Once all airlocks were in place, Lewis flooded the hab with air, and AL-102 felt pressure for the first time. Lewis and Beck waited an hour. No pressure was lost. The setup had been perfect. Log entry: Sol 118. My conversation with NASA about the water reclaimer was boring and riddled with technical details, so I'll paraphrase it for you. Me? This is obviously a clog. How about I take it apart and check the internal tubing? NASA, after 5 hours of deliberation: No, you'll fuck it up and die. So I took it apart. Yeah, I know, NASA has a lot of ultra-smart people and I should really do what they say. And I'm being too adversarial considering they spent all day working on how to save my life. I just get sick of being told how to wipe my ass. Independence was one of the qualities they looked for when choosing Ares astronauts. It's a 13-month mission, most of it spent many light minutes away from Earth. They wanted people who would act on their own initiative. If Commander Lewis was here, I'd do whatever she said, no problem. But a committee of faceless bureaucrats back on Earth? Sorry, I'm just having a tough time with it. I was really careful. I labeled every piece as I dismantled it and laid everything out on a table. I have the schematics in the computer, so nothing was a surprise. And just as I suspected, there was a clogged tube. The water reclaimer was designed to purify urine and strain humidity out of the air. You exhale almost as much water as you piss. I've mixed my water with soil, making it mineral water. The minerals built up in the water reclaimer. I cleaned out the tubing and put it all back together. It completely solved the problem. I'll have to do it again someday, but not for 100 souls or so. No big deal. I told NASA what I did. Our paraphrased conversation was, me? I took it apart, found the problem and fixed it. NASA? Dick. AL-102 shuddered in the brutal storm. Withstanding forces far greater than it was designed for, it ripped violently against the airlock seal strip. Other sections of canvas undulated along their seal strips together, acting as a single sheet. But AL-102 had no such luxury. The airlock barely moved, leaving AL-102 to take the full force of the tempest. The layers of plastic, constantly bending, heated the resin from pure friction. The new, more yielding environment allowed the carbon fibers to separate. AL-102 stretched. Not much, only 4 millimeters, but the carbon fiber, usually 500 microns apart, now had a gap 8 times that width in their midst. After the storm abated, the lone remaining astronaut performed a full inspection of the HAB. But he didn't notice anything amiss. The weak part of canvas was concealed by a seal strip. Designed for a mission of 31 souls, AL-102 continued well past its planned expiration. Soul after soul went by, with the lone astronaut traveling in and out of the HAB almost daily. Airlock 1 was closest to the rover charging station, so the astronaut preferred it to the other two. When pressurized, the airlock expanded slightly. When depressurized, it shrunk. Every time the astronaut used the airlock, the strain on AL-102 relaxed, then tightened anew. Pulling, stressing, weakening, stretching. Log entry, Sol 119. I woke up last night to the HAB shaking. The medium-grade sandstorm ended as suddenly as it began. It was only a Category 3 storm with 50 kph winds. Nothing to worry about. Still, it's a bit disconcerting to hear howling winds when you're used to utter silence. I'm worried about Pathfinder. If the sandstorm damaged it, I'll have lost my connection to NASA. Logically, I shouldn't worry. The thing has been on the surface for decades. A little gale won't do any harm. When I head outside, I'll confirm Pathfinder is still functional before moving to the sweaty, annoying work of the day. Yes, with each sandstorm comes the inevitable cleaning of the solar cells, a time-honored tradition among hearty Martians such as myself. It reminds me of growing up in Chicago and having to shovel snow. I'll give my dad credit. He never claimed it was to build character or teach me the value of hard work. Snowblowers are expensive, he used to say. You are free. Once I tried to appeal to my mom. Don't be such a wuss, she suggested. In other news, it's 7 souls till the harvest, and I still haven't prepared. For starters, I need to make a hoe. Also, I need to make an outdoor shed for the potatoes. I can't just pile them up outside. The next major storm would cause the Great Martian Potato Migration. Anyway, all that will have to wait. I've got a full day today. After cleaning the solar cells, I have to check the whole solar array to make sure the storm didn't hurt it. Then I'll need to do the same for the rover. I better get started. Airlock 1 slowly depressurized to 0.006 atmospheres. Watney, wearing an EVA suit, stood inside it waiting for the cycle to complete. He had done it literally hundreds of times. Any apprehension he might have had on Sol 1 was long gone. Now it was merely a boring chore before exiting to the surface. As the depressurization continued, the HAB's atmosphere compressed the airlock and AL-102 stretched for the last time. On Sol 119, the HAB breached. The initial tear was less than 1 millimeter. The perpendicular carbon fibers should have prevented the rip from growing, but countless abuses had stretched the vertical fibers apart and weakened the horizontal ones beyond use. The full force of the HAB's atmosphere rushed through the breach. Within a tenth of a second, the rip was a meter long, running parallel to the seal strip. It propagated all the way around until it met the starting point. The airlock was no longer attached to the HAB. The unopposed pressure launched the airlock like a cannonball as the HAB's atmosphere explosively escaped through the breach. Inside, the surprised Watney slammed against the airlock's back door with the force of the expulsion. The airlock flew 40 meters before hitting the ground. Watney, barely recovered from the earlier shock, now endured another as he hit the front door, face first. The faceplate took the brunt of the blow, the safety glass shattering into hundreds of small cubes. His head slammed against the inside of the helmet, knocking him senseless. The airlock tumbled across the surface for a further 15 meters. The heavy padding of Watney's suit saved him from many broken bones. He tried to make sense of the situation, but he was barely conscious. Finally done tumbling, the airlock rested on its side amid a cloud of dust. Watney, on his back, stared blankly upward through the hole in his shattered faceplate. A gash in his forehead trickled blood down his face. Regaining some of his wits, he got his bearings. Turning his head to the side, he looked through the back door's window. The collapsed HAB rippled in the distance, a junkyard of debris strewn across the landscape in front of it. Then a hissing sound reached his ears. Listening carefully, he realized it was not coming from his suit. Somewhere in the phone booth-sized airlock, a small breach was letting air escape. He listened intently to the hiss, then he touched his broken faceplate. Then he looked out the window again. "You fucking kidding me?" he said. Chapter 14. Audio log transcript, Sol 119. You know what? Fuck this. Fuck this airlock, fuck that HAB, and fuck this whole planet. Seriously, this is it. I've had it. I've got a few minutes before I run out of air, and I'll be damned if I spend them playing Mars's little game. I'm so goddamn sick of it I could puke. All I have to do is sit here. The air will leak out and then I'll die. I'll be done. No more getting my hopes up, no more self-delusion, and no more problem-solving. I fucking had it! Audio log transcript, Sol 119, Part 2. Okay, I've had my tantrum, and now I have to figure out how to stay alive. Again. Okay, let's see what I can do here. I'm in the airlock. I can see the HAB out the window. It's a good 50 meters away. Normally the airlock is attached to the HAB, so that's a problem. The airlock is on its side, and I can hear a steady hiss. So either it's leaking or there are snakes in here. Either way, I'm in trouble. Also, during the whatever the fuck happened, I got bounced around like a pinball and smashed my faceplate. Air is notoriously uncooperative when it comes to giant gaping holes in your EVA suit. Looks like the hab is completely deflated and collapsed. So even if I had a functional EVA suit to leave the airlock with, I wouldn't have anywhere to go. So that sucks. I gotta think for a minute, and I have to get out of this EVA suit. It's bulky and the airlock is cramped. Besides, it's not like it's doing me any good. Audio log transcript Sol 119 Part 3. Things aren't as bad as they seem. I'm still fucked, mind you, just not as deeply. Not sure what happened to the hab, but the rover is probably fine. It's not ideal, but at least it's not a leaky phone booth. I have a patch kit on my EVA suit, of course. The same kind that saved my life back on Sol 6. But don't get excited. It won't do the suit any good. The patch kit is a cone-shaped valve with super sticky resin on the wide end. It's just too small to deal with a hole larger than 8 centimeters. And really, if you have a 9 centimeter hole, you're going to be dead way before you could whip out that kit. Still, it's an asset, and maybe I can use it to stop the airlock leak. And that is my top priority right now. It's a small leak. With the faceplate gone, the EVA suit is effectively managing the whole airlock. It's been adding air to make up for the missing pressure, but it'll run out eventually. I need to find the leak. I think it's near my feet, judging by the sound. Now that I'm out of the suit, I can turn around and get a look. I don't see anything. I can hear it, but it's down here somewhere, but I don't know where. I can only think of one way to find it. Start a fire. Yeah, I know, a lot of my ideas involve setting something on fire. And yes, deliberately starting a fire in a tiny enclosed space is usually a terrible idea. But I need the smoke. Just a little wisp of it. As usual, I'm working with stuff that was deliberately designed not to burn. But no amount of careful design by NASA can get around a determined arsonist with a tank of pure oxygen. Unfortunately, the EVA suit is made entirely of non-flammable materials. So is the airlock. My clothes are fireproof as well, even the thread. I was originally planning to check the solar array, doing repairs as needed after last night's storm, so I have my toolbox with me. But looking through it, I see it's all metal or non-flammable plastic. I just realized I do have something flammable. My own hair. It'll have to do. There's a sharp knife in the toolkit. I'll shave some arm hairs off into a little pile. Next step, oxygen. I don't have anything so refined as pure oxygen flow. All I can do is muck with the EVA suit's controls to increase the oxygen percentage in the whole airlock. I figure bumping it to 40% will do. All I need now is a spark. The EVA suit has electronics, but it runs on very low voltage. I don't think I could get an arc with it. Besides, I don't want to mess with the suit. I need it working to get from the airlock to the rover. The airlock itself has electronics, but it ran on hab power. I guess NASA never considered what would happen if it was launched 50 meters. Lazy bums. Plastic might not burn, but anyone who has played with a balloon knows it's great at building up a static charge. Once I do that, I should be able to make a spark just by touching a metal tool. Fun fact, this is exactly how the Apollo 1 crew died. Wish me luck. Audio log transcript Sol 119 Part 4. I'm in a box full of burning hair smell. Not a good smell. On my first try, the fire lit, but the smoke just drifted randomly around. My own breathing was screwing it up, so I held my breath and tried again. My second try, the EVA suit threw everything off. There's a gentle flow of air coming out of the faceplate as the suit is constantly replacing the missing air. So I shut the suit down, held my breath, and tried again. I had to be quick. The pressure was dropping. My third try, the quick arm movements I used to set the fire messed everything up. Just moving around makes enough turbulence to send the smoke everywhere. The fourth time, I kept the suit turned off, held my breath, and when the time came to light the fire, I did it very, very slowly. Then I watched as the little wisp of smoke drifted towards the floor of the airlock, disappearing through a hairline fracture. I have you now, little leak. I gasped for air and turned the EVA suit back on. The pressure had dropped to 0.9 atmospheres during my little experiment. But there was plenty of oxygen in the air for me and my hair fire to breathe. The suit quickly got things back to normal. Looking at the fracture, I see it's pretty tiny. It would be a cinch to seal it with the suit's patch kit, but now that I think about it, that's a bad idea. I'll need to do some kind of repair to the faceplate. I don't know how just yet, but the patch kit and its pressure-resistant resin are probably really important. And I can't do it bit by bit either. Once I break the seal on the patch kit, the binary components of the resin mix and I have 60 seconds before it hardens. I can't just take a little to fix the airlock. Given time, I might be able to come up with a plan for the faceplate. Then I could take a few seconds during the plan to scrape resin over to the airlock fracture. But I don't have time. I'm down to 40% of my N2 tank. I need to seal that fracture now, and I need to do it without using the patch kit. First idea, little Dutch boy. I'm licking my palm, placing it over the crack. Okay, I can't quite make a perfect seal. So there is airflow. Getting colder now. Getting pretty uncomfortable. Okay, fuck this. On to idea number 2. Tape. I have duct tape in my toolbox. Let's slap some on and see if it slows the flow. I wonder how long it will last before the pressure rips it. Putting it on now. There we go. Still holding. Let me check the suit. Readouts say the pressure is stable. Looks like the duct tape made a good seal. Let's see if it holds. Audio log transcript, Sol 119, part 5. It's been 15 minutes and the tape is still holding. Looks like that problem is solved. Sort of anticlimactic, really. I was already working out how to cover the breach with ice. I have 2 liters of water in the EVA suit's hamster feeder. I could have shut off the suit's heating systems and let the airlock cool to freezing. Then well, whatever. Could have done it with ice. I'm just saying. Alright, on to my next problem. How do I fix the EVA suit? Duct tape might seal the hairline crack, but it can't hold an atmosphere of pressure against the size of my broken faceplate. The patch kit is too small, but still useful. I can spread the resin around the edge of where the faceplate was, then stick something on to cover the hole. Problem is, what do I use to cover the hole? Something that can stand up to a lot of pressure. Looking around, the only thing I see that can hold an atmosphere is the EVA suit itself. There's plenty of material to work with, and I can even cut it. Remember when I was cutting hab canvas into strips? Those same shears are right here in my toolkit. Cutting a chunk out of my EVA suit leaves it with another hole. But a hole I can control the shape and location of. Yeah, I think I see a solution here. I'm going to cut off my arm. Well, no, not my arm. The EVA suit's arm. I'll cut right below the left elbow. Then I can cut along its length, turning it into a rectangle. It'll be big enough to seal the faceplate, and it will be held in place by the resin. Material designed to withstand atmospheric pressure? Check. Resin designed to seal a breach against that pressure? Check. And what about that gaping hole in the stumpy arm? Unlike my faceplate, the suit's material is flexible. I'll press it together and seal it with resin. I'll have to press my left arm against my side while I'm in the suit, but there will be room. I'll be spreading the resin pretty thin, but it is literally the strongest adhesive known to man. And it doesn't have to be a perfect seal. It just has to last long enough for me to get to safety. And where will that safety be? Not a damn clue. Anyway, one problem at a time. Right now, I'm fixing the EVA suit. Audio log transcript, Sol 119, part 6. Cutting the arm off the suit was easy. So was cutting along the length to make a rectangle. Those shears are strong as hell. Cleaning the glass off the faceplate took longer than I expected. It's unlikely it would puncture the EVA suit's material, but I'm not taking any chances. Besides, I don't want glass in my face when I'm wearing it. Then came the tricky part. Once I broke the seal on the patch kit, I had 60 seconds before the resin set. I scooped it off the patch kit with my fingers and quickly spread it around the rim of the faceplate. Then I took what was left and sealed the armhole. I pressed the rectangle of suit material onto the helmet with both hands while using my knee to keep pressure on the arm seam. I held on until I'd counted 120 seconds, just to be sure. It seemed to work well. The seal looked strong and the resin was rock hard. I did, however, glue my hand to the helmet. Stop laughing! In retrospect, using my fingers to spread the resin wasn't the best plan. Fortunately, my left hand was still free. After some grunting and a lot of profanities, I was able to reach the toolbox. Once I got a screwdriver, I chiseled myself free, feeling really stupid the whole time. It was a delicate process because I didn't want to flay the skin off my fingers. I had to get the screwdriver between the helmet and the resin. I freed my hand and didn't draw blood, so I call that a win. Though I'll have hardened resin on my fingers for days, just like a kid who played with crazy glue. Using the arm computer, I had the suit pressurized to 1.2 atmospheres. The faceplate patch bowed outward, but otherwise held firm. The arm filled in, threatening to tear the new seam, but stayed in one place. Then I watched the readouts to see how airtight it was. Answer: not very. It absolutely pissed the air out. In 60 seconds it leaked so much it pressurized the whole airlock to 1.2 atmospheres. The suit is designed for 8 hours of use. That works out to 250 milliliters of liquid oxygen. Just to be safe, the suit has a full liter of O2 capacity. But that's only half the story. The rest of the air is nitrogen. It is just there to add pressure. When the suit leaks, that is what it will backfill with. The suit has 2 liters of liquid N2 storage. Let's call the volume of the airlock 2 cubic meters. The inflated EVA suit probably takes up half of it. So it took 5 minutes to add 0.2 atmospheres to 1 cubic meter. That's 285 grams of air. Trust me on the math. The air in the tank is around 1 gram per cubic meter, meaning I just lost 285 milliliters. The 3 tanks combined had 3000 milliliters to start with. A lot of that was used to maintain pressure while the airlock was leaking. Also, my breathing turned some oxygen into carbon dioxide, which was captured by the suit's CO2 filters. Checking the readouts, I see that I have 410 milliliters of oxygen, 738 milliliters of nitrogen. Together, they make almost 1150 milliliters to work with. That divided by 285 milliliters I lost per minute. Once I'm out of the airlock, the EVA suit will only last 4 minutes. Fuck. Audio log transcript, Sol 119, Part 7. Okay, I have been thinking some more. What good is going to the rover? I would just be trapped there instead. The extra room would be nice, but I would still die eventually. No water reclaimer, no oxygenator, no food. Take your pick. All of those problems are fatal. I need to fix the hab. I know what to do. We practiced it in training. But it'll take a long time. I'll have to scrounge around in the now collapsed canvas to get the spare material for patching. Then I have to find the breach and seal strip a patch in place. But it will take hours to repair, and my EVA suit is useless. I'll need another suit. Martinez's suit used to be in the rover. I hauled it all the way to the Pathfinder site and back, just in case I needed a spare. But when I returned, I put it back in the hab. Damn it! Alright, so I'll need to get another suit before going to the rover. Which one? Johansson's is too small for me. Tiny little gal, our Johansson. Lewis's is full of water. Actually, by now it's full of slowly sublimating ice. The mangled, glued together suit I have with me is my original one. That leaves just Martinez, Vogel, and Beck. I left Martinez's near my bunk, in case I need a suit in a hurry. Of course, after that sudden decompression, it could be anywhere. Still, it's a place to start. Next problem. I'm like 50 meters from the hab. Running in 0.4 G while wearing a bulky EVA suit isn't easy. At best, I can trundle 2 meters per second. That's precious 25 seconds. Almost an eighth of my 4 minutes. I've got to bring that down. But how? Audio log transcript, Sol 119, Part 8. I'll roll the damn airlock. It's basically a phone booth on its side. I did some experiments. I figured if I wanted to roll, I'll need to hit the wall as hard as possible. And I have to be in the air at that time. I can't press against some other part of the airlock. The forces would cancel each other out and it wouldn't move at all. First, I tried launching myself off the wall and slamming into the other. The airlock slid a little, but that's it. Next, I tried doing a super push-up to get airborne. 0.4 G, yay. Then kicking the wall with both feet. Again, it just slid. The third time, I got it right. The trick was to plant both feet on the ground near the wall, then launch myself to the top of the opposite wall and hit with my back. When I tried that just now, it gave me enough force and leverage to tip the airlock and roll it one face toward the hab. The airlock is a meter wide, so I have to do it like 50 more times. I'm gonna have a hell of a backache after this. Audio log transcript, Sol 120. I have a hell of a backache. The subtle and refined hurl my body at the wall technique had some flaws. It worked only 1 out of every 10 tries, and it hurt a lot. I had to take breaks, stretch out, and generally convince myself to body slam the wall again and again. It took all damn night, but I made it. I'm 10 meters from the hab now. I can't get any closer, cause the debris from the decompression is all over the place. This isn't an all-terrain airlock. I can't roll over that shit. It was morning when the hab popped. Now it is morning again. I've been in this damn box for an entire day, but I'm leaving soon. I'm in the EVA suit now, ready to roll. Alright, okay. Once more through the plan. Use the manual valves to equalize the airlock. Get out and hurry to the hab. Wander around under the collapsed canvas. Find Martinez's suit, or Vogel's if I run into it first. Get to the rover. Then I'm safe. If I run out of time before finding a suit, I'll just run to the rover. I will be in trouble, but I'll have time to think and materials to work with. Deep breaths. Here we go. Log entry. Sol 120. I'm alive, and I'm in the rover. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but I'm not dead, so it's a win. Equalizing the airlock went fine. I was out on the surface within 30 seconds. Skipping towards the hab, the fastest way to move in this gravity. I passed through the field of debris. The rupture had really sent things flying, myself included. It was hard to see. My faceplate was covered by the makeshift patch. Fortunately, my arm had a camera. NASA discovered that turning your whole EVA-suited body to look at something was a strenuous waste of time. So they mounted a small camera to the right arm. The feed is projected on the inner faceplate. This allows us to look at things just by pointing at them. The faceplate patch wasn't exactly smooth or reflective, so I had to look at a rippled, messed up version of the camera feed. Still, it was enough to see what was going on. I beelined for where the airlock used to be. I knew there had to be a pretty big hole there, so I'd be able to get in. I found it easily. And boy, it is a nasty rip. It's going to be a pain in the ass to fix it. That's when the flaws in my plan started to reveal themselves. I only had one arm to work with. My left arm was pinned against my body, while the stumpy arm of the suit bounced freely. So as I moved around under the canvas, I had to use my one good arm to hold the canvas up. It slowed me down. From what I could see, the interior of the hab is chaos. Everything moved. Entire tables and bunks are meters away from where they started. Lighter objects are wildly jumbled, many of them out on the surface. Everything's covered in soil and mangled potato plants. Trudging onward, I got to where I'd left Martinez's suit. To my shock, it was still there. Yay, I naively thought. Problem solved. Unfortunately, the suit was pinned under a table, which was held down by the collapsed canvas. If I'd had both arms, I could have pulled it free, but with only one, I just couldn't do it. Running low on time, I detached the helmet. Setting it aside, I reached past the table to get Martinez's patch kit. I found it with the help of the arm camera. I dropped it in the helmet and hauled ass out of there. I barely made it to the rover in time. My ears were popping from pressure loss just as the rover's airlock filled with wonderful one-atmosphere air. Crawling in, I collapsed and panted for a moment. So I'm back in the rover, just like I was back on the Great Pathfinder recovery expedition. Ugh. At least this time it smells a little better. NASA is probably pretty worried about me by now. They probably saw the airlock move back to the hab, so they know I'm alive. But they'll want a status. And as it happens, it's the rover that communicates with Pathfinder. I tried to send a message, but Pathfinder isn't responding. That's not a big surprise. It's powered directly from the hab, and the hab is offline. During my brief, panicked scramble outside, I saw that Pathfinder was right where I left it, and the debris didn't reach that far out. It should be fine once I get it some power. As for my current situation, the big gain is the helmet. They're interchangeable, so I can replace my broken-ass one with Martinez's. The stumpy arm is still an issue, but the faceplate was the main source of leaks. And with the fresh patch kit, I can seal the arm with more resin. But that can wait. I've been awake for over 24 hours. I'm not in any immediate danger, so I'm going to sleep. Log entry. Sol 121. Got a good night's sleep and made some real progress today. First thing I did was reseal the arm. Last time I had to spread the resin pretty thin. I'd used most of it for the faceplate patch. But this time I had a whole patch kit just for the arm. I got a perfect seal. I still only had a one-armed suit, but at least it didn't leak. I'd lost most of my air yesterday, but I had a half-hour oxygen left. Like I said earlier, a human body doesn't need much oxygen. Maintaining pressure was the problem. With that much time, I was able to take advantage of the rover's EVA tank refill. Something I couldn't do with a leaky suit. The tank refill is an emergency measure. The expected use of the rover is to start with full EVA suits and come back with air to spare. It was not designed for long trips, or even overnighters. But just in case of emergency, it has refill hoses mounted to the exterior. Inside, space was limited already, and NASA concluded that most air-related emergencies would be outdoors. But refilling is slow, slower than my suit was leaking, so it wasn't any use to me until I swapped helmets. Now, with a solid suit capable of holding pressure, refilling the tanks was a breeze. After refilling and making sure the suit was still not leaking, I had a few immediate tasks to take care of. Much as I trust my handiwork, I wanted a two-armed suit. I ventured back into the hab. This time, not being rushed, I was able to use a pole to leverage the table of Martinez's suit. Pulling it loose, I dragged it back to the rover. After a thorough diagnostic to be sure, I finally had a fully functional EVA suit. It took me 2 trips to get it, but I got it. Tomorrow I'll fix the hab. Log entry: Sol 122. The first thing I did today was line up rocks near the rover to spell A-OK. That should make NASA happy. I went into the hab again to assess the damage. My priority will be to get the structure intact and holding pressure. From there I can work on fixing stuff that broke. The hab is normally a dome, with flexible support poles maintaining the arch and rigid folding floor material to keep its base flat. The internal pressure was a vital part of its support. Without it, the whole thing collapsed. I inspected the poles, and none of them had broken. They're just lying flat is all. I'll have to recouple a few of them, but that will be easy. The hole where airlock 1 used to be is huge, but surmountable. I have seal strips and spare canvas. It'll be a lot of work, but I can get the hab together again. Once I do, I'll re-establish power to get Pathfinder back online. From there, NASA can tell me how to fix anything I can't figure out on my own. I'm not worried about any of that. I have a much bigger problem. The farm is dead. With a complete loss of pressure, most of the water boiled off. Also, the temperature is well below freezing. Not even the bacteria in the soil can survive a catastrophe like that. Some of the crops were in pop tents off the hab, but they're dead too. I had them connected directly to the hab via hoses to maintain air supply and temperature. When the hab blew, the pop tents depressurized as well. Even if they hadn't, the freezing cold would have killed the crops. Potatoes are now extinct on Mars. So is the soil bacteria. I'll never grow another plant so long as I'm here. We had it all planned out. My farm would give me food till Sol 900. A supply probe would get here on Sol 856. Way before I ran out. With the farm dead, that plan is history. The ration packs won't have affected by the explosion. And the potatoes I've already grown may be dead, but they're still food. I was about to harvest, so it was a good time for this to happen, I guess. The rations will last me till Sol 400. I can't say for sure how long the potatoes will last until I see how many I've got. But I can estimate. I had 400 plants, probably averaging 5 potatoes each. 2,000 taters. At 150 calories each, I'll need to eat 10 per soul to survive. That means they'll last me 200 souls. Grand total, I have enough food to last till soul 600. By soul 856, I'll be long dead. Chapter 15. 0812, Watney. Test. 0825, JPL. Received. You gave us quite a scare there. Thanks for the AOK message. Our analysis of satellite imagery shows a complete detachment of airlock 1. Is that correct? What's your status? 0839, Watney. If by detachment you mean shot me out like a cannon, then yeah. Minor cut on my forehead. Had some issues with my EVA suit. I'll explain later. I patched up the hab and repressurized it. Main air tanks were intact. I just got power back online. The farm is dead. I've recovered as many potatoes as I could and stored them outside. I count 1,841. That will last me 184 days. Including the remaining mission rations, I'll start starving on Sol 584. 852, JPL. Yeah, we figured. We're working on solutions to the food issue. What's the status of the HAB systems? 0905, Watney. Primary air and water tanks were unharmed. The rover, solar array, and pathfinder were out of the blast range. I'll run diagnostics on the HAB systems while I wait for your next reply. By the way, who am I talking to? 0918, JPL. Venkat Kapoor in Houston. Pasadena relays my messages. I'm going to handle all direct communication with you from now on. Check the oxygenator and water reclaimer first. They're the most important. 0931, Watney. Duh. Oxygenator functioning perfectly. Water reclaimer is completely offline. Best guess is water froze up inside and burst some tubing. I'm sure I can fix it. The HAB's main computer is also functioning without any problems. Any idea what caused the HAB to blow up? 0944, JPL. Best guess is fatigue on the canvas near airlock 1. The pressurization cycle stressed it until it failed. From now on, alternate airlock 2 and 3 for all EVAs. Also, we'll be getting you a checklist and procedures for a full canvas exam. 0957, Watney. Yay! I get to stare at a wall for several hours. Let me know if you come up with a way for me not to starve. 1011, JPL. Will do. It's Sol 122, Bruce said. We have until Sol 584 to get a probe to Mars. That's 462 sols, which is 475 days. The assembled department heads of JPL furrowed their brows and rubbed their eyes. He stood from his chair. The positions of Earth and Mars aren't ideal. The trip will take 414 days. Mounting the probe to the booster and dealing with inspections will take 13 days. That leaves us with just 48 days to make this probe. Sounds of whispered exasperation filled the room. Jesus, someone said. It's a whole new ballgame, Bruce continued. Our focus is food. Anything else is a luxury. We don't have time to make a powered descent lander. It'll have to be a tumbler. So we can't put anything delicate inside. Say goodbye to all the other crap we plan to send. Where's the booster coming from? Asked Norm Toshi, who was in charge of the re-entry process. The Eagle Eye 3 Saturn probe, Bruce said. It was scheduled to launch next month. NASA put it on hold so we can have the booster. I bet the Eagle Eye team was pissed about that, Norm said. I'm sure they were, Bruce said, but it's the only booster we have that's big enough. Which brings me to my next point. We only get one shot at this. If we fail, Mark Watney dies. He looked around the room and let that sink in. We do have some things going for us, he finally said. We have some of the parts built for the Ares 4 pre-supply missions. We can steal from them, and that'll save us some time. Also, we're sending food, which is pretty robust. Even if there's a re-entry problem and the probe impacts at high velocity, food is still food. And we don't need a precision landing. Watney can travel hundreds of kilometers if necessary. We just need to land close enough for him to reach it. This ends up being a standard tumble land pre-supply, and we have to make it quickly, so let's get to it. 0802 JPL. We've spun up a project to get you food. It's been in progress for a week or so. We can get it to you before you starve, but it'll be tight. It'll just be food and a radio. We can't send an oxygenator, water reclaimer, or any of that other stuff without powered descent. 0816 Watney. No complaints here. You get me the food, I'll be a happy camper. I've got all HAB systems up and running again. The water reclaimer is working fine now that I replaced the burst hoses. As for water supply, I have 620 liters remaining. I started with 900 liters, 300 to start with and 600 more from reducing hydrazine, so I lost almost 300 liters to sublimation. Still, with the water reclaimer operational again, it's plenty. 0831 JPL. Good. Keep us posted on any mechanical or electronic problems. By the way, the name of the probe we're sending is Iris, named after the Greek goddess who traveled the heavens with the speed of wind. She's also the goddess of rainbows. 0847 Watney. Gay probe coming to save me. Got it. Rich Purnell sipped coffee in the silent building. He ran a final test on the software he'd written. It passed. With a relieved sigh, he sank back in his chair. Checking the clock on his computer, he shook his head. 3:42 a.m. As an astrodynamicist, Rich rarely had to work late. His job was to find the exact orbits and course corrections needed for any given mission. Usually it was one of the first parts of a project, all the other steps being based on the orbit. But this time things were reversed. Iris needed an orbital path and nobody knew when it would launch. Planets move as time goes by. A course calculated for a specific launch date will work only for that date. Even a single day's difference would result in missing Mars entirely. So Rich had to calculate many courses. He had a range of 25 days during which Iris might launch. He calculated one course for each. He began an email to his boss. Mike, he typed, attached are the courses for Iris, in 1-day increments. We should start peer review and vetting so they can be officially accepted. And you were right, I was here almost all night. It wasn't that bad. Nowhere near the pain of calculating orbits for Hermes. I know you get bored when I get into the math, so I'll summarize. The small constant thrust of Hermes' ion drives is much harder to deal with than the large point thrusts of pre-supply probes. All 25 of the courses take 414 days, and vary only slightly in thrust duration and angle. The fuel requirements is nearly identical for the orbits, and is well within the capacity of Eagle Eye's booster. It's too bad, Earth and Mars are really badly positioned. Heck, it's almost easier to... He stopped writing. Furrowing his brow, he stared into the distance. He said. He grabbed his coffee cup and went to the break room for a refill. Teddy scanned the crowded conference room. It was rare to see such an assembly of NASA's most important people all in one place. He squared a small stack of notes he'd prepared and placed them neatly in front of him. I know you're all busy, Ted said. Thank you for making time for this meeting. I need status on Project Iris from all departments. Venkat, let's start with you. The mission team's ready, Venkat said, looking at spreadsheets on his laptop. There was a minor turf war between the Ares 3 and Ares 4 pre-supply control teams. The Ares 3 guys said they should run it, because while Watney's on Mars, Ares 3 is still in progress. The Ares 4 team points out that it's their co-opted probe in the first place. I ended up going with Ares 3. Did that upset Ares 4? Teddy asked. Yes, but they'll get over it. They have 13 other pre-supply missions coming up. They won't have time to be pissy. Mitch, Teddy said to the flight controller, What about the launch? Mitch pulled the earpiece from his ear. We've got a control room ready, he said. I'll oversee the launch, then hand cruise and landing over to Venkat's guys. Media, Teddy said, turning to Annie. I'm giving daily updates to the press, she said, leaning back in her chair. Everyone knows Watney's fucked if this doesn't work. The public hasn't been this engaged in ship construction since Apollo 11. CNN's The Watney Report has been the #1 show in its time slot for the past 2 weeks. The attention is good, Teddy said. It'll help get us emergency funding from Congress. He looked up to a man standing near the entrance. Maurice, thanks for flying out on short notice. Maurice nodded. Teddy gestured to him and addressed the room. For those who don't know him, this is Maurice Stein from Cape Canaveral. He was the scheduled pad leader for Eagle Eye 3, so he inherited the role for Iris. Sorry for the bait and switch, Maurice. No problem, said Maurice. Glad I can help out. Teddy flipped the top page of his notes face down beside his stack. How's the booster? It's all right for now, said Maurice, but it's not ideal. Eagle Eye 3 was set to launch. Boosters aren't designed to stand upright and bear the stress of gravity for long periods. We are adding external supports that we'll remove before launch. It's easier than disassembly. Also, the fuel is corrosive to the internal tanks, so we had to drain it. In the meantime, we're performing inspections on all systems every 3 days. Good, thank you, Teddy said. He turned his attention to Bruce Wynn, who stared back at him with heavy, bloodshot eyes. Bruce, thank you for flying out too. How's the weather in California these days? I wouldn't know, Bruce said. I rarely see the outdoors. Subdued laughter filled the room for a few seconds. Teddy flipped another page. Time for the big question, Bruce. How's Iris coming along? We're behind, Bruce said with a tired shake of his head. We're going as fast as we can, but it's just not fast enough. I can find money for overtime, Teddy offered. We're already working around the clock. How far behind are we talking about? Teddy asked. Bruce rubbed his eyes and sighed. We've been at it 29 days, so we only have 19 left. After that, the pad needs 13 days to mount it to the booster. We're at least 2 weeks behind. Is that as far behind as you're going to get? Teddy asked, writing a note on his papers. Or will you slip more? Bruce shrugged. If we don't have any more problems, it'll be 2 weeks late. But we always have problems. Give me a number, Teddy said. 15 days, Bruce responded. If we had another 15 days, I'm sure we could get it done in time. All right, Teddy said, taking another note. Let's create 15 days. Turning his attention to the Ares 3 flight surgeon, Teddy asked, Dr. Keller, can we reduce Watney's food intake to make the rations last longer? Sorry, but no, Keller said. He's already at minimal calorie count. In fact, considering the amount of physical labor he does, he's eating far less than he should. And it's only going to get worse. Soon his entire diet will be potatoes and vitamin supplements. He's been saving protein-rich rations for later use, but he'll still be malnourished. Once he runs out of food, how long until he starves to death? Teddy asked. Presuming ample water supply, he might last 3 weeks. Shorter than a typical hunger strike, but remember he will be malnourished and thin to begin with. Venkat raised a hand and caught their attention. Remember, Iris is a tumbler. He might have to drive a few days to get it. And I'm guessing it's hard to control a rover when you are literally starving to death. He's right, Dr. Keller confirmed. Within 4 days of running out of food, he'll barely able to stand up, let alone control a rover. Plus, his mental faculties will rapidly decline. He'd have a hard time even staying awake. So, the landing date's firm, Teddy said. Maurice, can you get Iris on the booster in less than 13 days? Maurice leaned against the wall and pinched his chin. Well, it only takes 3 days to actually mount it. The following 10 are for testing and inspections. How much can you reduce those? With enough overtime, I could get the mounting down to 2 days. That includes transport from Pasadena to Cape Canaveral. But the inspections can't be shortened. They are time-based. We do checks and rechecks with set intervals between them to see if something deforms or warps. If you shorten the intervals, you invalidate the inspections. How often do those inspections reveal a problem? Teddy asked. A silence fell over the room. Maurice stammered. Are you suggesting we don't do the inspections? No, Teddy said. Right now I'm asking how often they reveal a problem. About 1 in 20 launches. Teddy wrote that down. And how often is the problem they find something that would have caused a mission failure? I'm not sure, maybe half the time? He wrote that down as well. So if we skip inspections and testing, we have a 1 in 40 chance of mission failure, Teddy asked. That's 2.5%, Venkat said, stepping in. Normally, that's grounds for a countdown halt. We can't take a chance like that. Normally was a long time ago, Teddy said. 97.5% is better than 0. Can anyone think of a safer way to get more time? He scanned the room. Blank faces stared back. All right then, he said, circling something on his notes. Speeding up the mounting process and skipping inspections buys us 11 days. If Bruce can pull a rabbit out of a hat and get done sooner, Maurice can do some inspections. What about the other 4 days? Venkat asked. I'm sure Watney can stretch the food to last extra 4 days. Malnutrition notwithstanding, Teddy said, looking to Dr. Keller. Keller started. I can't recommend... Hang on, Teddy interrupted. He stood and straightened his blazer. Everyone, I understand your positions. We have procedures. Skipping those procedures means risk. Risk means trouble for your department. But now isn't the time to cover our asses. We have to take risks, or Mark Watney dies. Turning to Dr. Keller, he said, Make the food last another 4 days. Keller nodded. Rich, said Mike. Rich Purnell concentrated on his computer screen. His cubicle was a landfill of printouts, charts, and reference books. Empty coffee cups rested on every surface. Take-out packaging littered the ground. Rich, Mike said more forcefully. Rich looked up. Yeah? What the hell are you doing? Just a little side project. Something I wanted to check up on. Well, that's fine, I guess, Mike said. But you need to do your assigned work first. I asked for those satellite adjustments 2 weeks ago, and you still haven't done them. I need supercomputer time, Rich said. You need supercomputer time to calculate routine satellite adjustments? No, it's for the other thing I'm working on, Rich said. Rich, seriously, you have to do your job. Rich thought for a moment. Would now be a good time for a vacation? He asked. Mike sighed. You know what, Rich? I think now would be an ideal time for you to take a vacation. Great, Rich smiled. I'll start right now. Sure, Mike said. Go on home, get some rest. Oh, I'm not going home, Rich said, returning to his calculations. Mike rubbed his eyes. Okay, whatever. About those satellite orbits? I'm on vacation, Rich said without looking up. Mike shrugged and walked away. 0801, Watney. How's my care package coming along? 0816, JPL. A little behind schedule, but we'll get it done. In the meantime, we want you to get back to work. We're satisfied the hab is in good condition. Maintenance only takes you 12 hours per week. We're going to pack the rest of your time with research and experiments. 0831, Watney. Great! I'm sick of sitting on my ass. I'm going to be here for years. You may as well make use of me. 0847, JPL. That's what we're thinking. We'll get you a schedule as soon as the science team puts it together. It'll be mostly EVAs, geological sampling, soil tests, and weekly self-administered medical tests. Honestly, this is the best bonus Mars time we've had since the Opportunity lander. 0902, Watney. Opportunity never went back to Earth. 0817, JPL. Sorry, bad analogy. The JPL spacecraft assembly facility, known as the Clean Room, was the little-known birthplace of the most famous spacecraft in Mars exploration history. Mariner, Viking, Spirit, Opportunity, and Curiosity, to name a few, had all been born in this room. Today, the room was abuzz with activity as technicians sealed Iris into the specially designed shipping container. The off-duty techs watched the procedure from the observation deck. They had rarely seen their homes in the last 2 months. A makeshift bunk room had been set up in the cafeteria. Fully a third of them would normally be asleep at this hour, but they did not want to miss this moment. The shift leader tightened the final bolt. As he retracted the wrench, the engineers broke into applause. Many of them were in tears. After 63 days of grueling work, Iris was complete. Annie took the podium and adjusted the microphone. "The launch preparations are complete," she said. "Iris is ready to go. The scheduled launch is 9:14 a.m. Once launched, it will stay in orbit for at least 3 hours. During that time, Mission Control will gather exact telemetry in preparation for the Trans-Mars injection burn. When that's complete, the mission will be handed off to the Ares 3 pre-supply team, who will monitor its progress over the following months. It will take 414 days to reach Mars." "About the payload," a reporter asked. "I hear there's more than just food?" "That's true," Annie smiled. "We allocated 100 grams of luxury items. There are some handwritten letters from Mark's family, a note from the president, and a USB drive filled with music from all ages." "Any disco?" someone asked. "No disco," Annie said as chuckles cascaded through the room. CNN's Kathy Warner spoke up. "If the launch fails, is there any recourse for Watney?" "There's risk to any launch," Annie said, sidestepping the question, "but we don't anticipate problems. The weather at the Cape is clear with warm temperatures. Conditions couldn't be better." "Is there any spending limit to the rescue operation?" another reporter asked. "Some people are beginning to ask how much is too much." "It's not about the bottom line," Annie said, prepared for the question. "It's about a human life in immediate danger. But if you want to look at it financially, consider the value of Mark Watney's extended mission. His prolonged mission and fight for survival are giving us more knowledge about Mars than the rest of the Ares program combined." "Do you believe in God, Venkat?" Mitch asked. "Sure, lots of them," Venkat said. "I'm Hindu." "Ask them all for help with this launch." "Will do." Mitch stepped forward to his station in Mission Control. The room bustled with activity as the dozens of controllers each made final preparations for launch. He put his headset on and glanced at the time readout on the giant center screen at the front of the room. He turned on his headset and said, "This is the flight director. Begin launch status check." "Roger that, Houston," was the reply from the launch control director in Florida. "CLCDR checking all stations are manned and systems ready," he broadcast. "Give me a go, no-go for launch." "Talker, go," was the response. "Timer, go," said another voice. "QAM1, go." Resting his chin on his hands, Mitch stared at the center screen. It showed the pad video feed. The booster, amid cloudy water vapor from the cooling process, still had Eagle Eye 3 stenciled on the side. "QAM2, go. QAM3, go." Venkat leaned against the back wall. He was an administrator. His job was done. He could only watch and hope. His gaze was fixated on the far wall's displays. In his mind, he saw the numbers, the shift juggling, the outright lies and borderline crimes he'd committed to put this mission together. It would all be worth it if it worked. FSC, go. Prop 1, go. Teddy sat in the VIP observation room behind Mission Control. His authority afforded him the very best seat, front row center. His briefcase lay at his feet and he held a blue folder in his hands. Prop 2, go. PTO, go. Annie Montrose paced in her private office next to the press room. 9 televisions mounted to the wall were each tuned to a different network. Each network showed the launch pad. A glance at her computer showed foreign networks doing the same. The world was holding its breath. ACC, go. LWO, go. Bruce Wynn sat at the JPL cafeteria along with hundreds of engineers who had given everything they had to Iris. They watched the live feed on a projection screen. Some fidgeted, unable to find comfortable positions. Others held hands. It was 6:13 a.m. in Pasadena, yet every single employee was present. AFLC, go. Guidance, go. Millions of kilometers away, the crew of Hermes listened as they crowded around Johansson's station. The 2-minute transition time didn't matter. They had no way to help. There was no need to interact. Johansson stared intently at her screen, although it displayed only the audio signal's strength. Beck wrung his hands. Vogel stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the floor. Martinez prayed, silently at first, then saw no reason to hide it. Commander Lewis stood apart, her arms folded across her chest. PTC, go. Launch Vehicle Director, go. Houston, this is Launch Control. We are go for launch. Roger, Mitch said, checking the countdown. This is Flight. We are go for launch on schedule. Roger that, Houston, Launch Control said. Launch on schedule. Once the clock reached T-15, the television networks got what they were waiting for. The time controller began verbal countdown. 15, she said. 14, 13, 12, 11. Thousands had gathered at Cape Canaveral, the largest crowd ever to watch an unmanned launch. They listened to the time controller's voice as it echoed across the grandstands. 10, 9, 8, 7. Rich Purnell, entrenched in his orbital calculations, had lost track of time. He didn't notice when his co-workers migrated to the large meeting room where a TV had been set up. In the back of his mind, he thought the office was unusually quiet, but he gave it no further thought. 6, 5, 4. Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1. Clamps released. The booster rose amid a plume of smoke and fire, slowly at first, then racing ever faster. The assembled crowd cheered it on its way. And liftoff of the Iris supply probe, the time controller said. As the booster soared, Mitch had no time to watch the spectacle on the main screen. Trim, he called out. Trim's good, Flight, was the immediate response. Course, he asked. On course. Altitude 1,000 meters, someone said. We've reached safe aboard, another person called out, indicating that the ship could crash harmlessly into the Atlantic Ocean if necessary. Altitude 1,500 meters. Pitch and roll maneuver commencing. Getting a little shimmy, Flight. Mitch looked over to the ascent flight director. Say again? A slight shimmy. Onboard guidance is handling it. Keep an eye on it, Mitch said. Altitude 2,500 meters. Pitch and roll complete. 22 seconds till staging. When designing Iris, JPL accounted for catastrophic landing failure. Rather than normal meal kits, most of the food was cubed protein bar material, which would still be edible even if Iris failed to deploy its tumble balloons and impacted at incredible speed. Because Iris was an unmanned mission, there was no cap on acceleration. The contents of the probe endured forces no human could survive. But while NASA had tested the effects of extreme g-forces on protein cubes, they had not done so with a simultaneous lateral vibration. Had they been given more time, they would have. The harmless shimmy caused by a minor fuel mixture imbalance rattled the payload. Iris, mounted firmly within the aeroshell atop the booster, held firm. The protein cubes inside Iris did not. At the microscopic level, the protein cubes were solid food particles suspended in thick vegetable oil. The food particles compressed to less than half their original size, but the oil was barely affected at all. This changed the volume ratio of solid to liquid dramatically, which in turn made the aggregate act as a liquid. Known as liquefaction, this process transformed the protein cubes from a steady solid into a flowing sludge. Stored in a compartment that originally had no leftover space, the now compressed sludge had room to slosh. The shimmy also caused an imbalanced load, forcing the sludge towards the edge of the compartment. This shift in weight only aggravated the larger problem, and the shimmy grew stronger. "Shimmy's getting violent," reported the ascent flight director. "How violent?" Mitch asked. "More than we'd like," he said, but the accelerometers caught it and calculated the new center of mass. "The guidance computer is adjusting the engine's thrust to counteract. We're still good." "Keep me posted," Mitch said. 13 seconds till staging." The unexpected weight shift had not spelled disaster. All systems were designed for worst-case scenarios. Each did its job admirably. The ship continued towards orbit with only a minor course adjustment, implemented automatically by sophisticated software. The first stage depleted its fuel, and the booster coasted for a fraction of a second as it jettisoned stage clamps via explosive bolts. The now empty stage fell away from the craft as its second stage engines prepared to ignite. The brutal forces had disappeared. The protein sludge floated free in the container. Given 2 seconds, it would have re-expanded and solidified, but it was given only a quarter second. As the second stage fired, the craft experienced a sudden jolt of immense force. No longer contending with the dead weight of the first stage, the acceleration was profound. 300 kilograms of sludge slammed into the back of its container. The point of impact was at the edge of Iris, nowhere near where the mass was expected to be. Though Iris was held in place by 5 large bolts, the force was directed entirely to a single one. The bolt was designed to withstand immense forces, if necessary to carry the entire weight of the payload. But it was not designed to sustain a sudden impact from a loose 300-kilogram mass. The bolt sheared. The burden was then shifted to the remaining 4 bolts. The forceful impact having passed, their work was considerably easier than that of their fallen comrade. Had the pad crew been given time to do normal inspections, they would have noticed the minor defect in one of their bolts. A defect that slightly weakened it, though it would not cause failure on a normal mission. Still, they would have swapped it out with a perfect replacement. The off-center load presented unequal force to the 4 remaining bolts, the defective one bearing the brunt of it. Soon it failed as well. From there, the other 3 failed in rapid succession. Iris slipped from its supports in the aeroshell, slamming into the hull. "Whoa!" exclaimed the ascent flight director. "Flight, we're getting a large precession." "What?" Mitch said as alerts beeped and lights flashed across all the consoles. "Force on Iris is 7 Gs, someone said. "Intermittent signal loss," called another voice. "Ascent, what's happening here?" Mitch demanded. "All hell broke loose. It's spinning on the long axis with a 17-degree precession." "How bad?" "At least 5 RPs and falling off course." "Can you get it to orbit?" "I can't talk to it at all. Signal failures left and right." "Come," Mitch shot to the communications director. "Working on it, flight," was the response. "There's a problem with the onboard system." Getting some major Gs inside, flight. Ground telemetry shows 200 meters slow off the target path. We've lost readings on the probe, flight. Entire loss of the probe? He asked. Affirm, flight. Intermittent signal from the ship, but no probe. Shit, Mitch said. It shook loose in the aeroshell. It's dreidling, flight. Can it limp to orbit? Mitch said. Even super low EO. We must be able to. Loss of signal, flight. LOS here too. Same here. Other than the alarms, the room fell silent. After a moment, Mitch said, Re-establish? No luck, said Com. Ground? Mitch asked. GC, was the reply. Vehicle had already left visual range. SATCON? Mitch asked. No satellite acquisition of signal. Mitch looked forward to the main screen. It was black now, with large white letters reading LOS. Flight, a voice said over the radio. US destroyer Stockton reports debris falling from the sky. Source matches last known location of Iris. Mitch put his head in his hands. Roger, he said. Then he uttered the words every flight director hopes never to say. GC, flight, lock the doors. It was the signal to start post-failure procedures. From the VIP observation room, Teddy watched the despondent Mission Control Center. He took a deep breath, then let it out. He looked forlornly at the blue folder that contained his cheerful speech praising a perfect launch. He placed it in his briefcase and extracted the red folder with the other speech in it. Venkat stared out his office windows to the space center beyond. A space center that housed mankind's most advanced knowledge of rocketry, yet had still failed to execute today's launch. His mobile rang. His wife again. No doubt worried about him. He let it go to voicemail. He just couldn't face her, or anyone. A chime came from his computer. Glancing over, he saw an email from JPL. A relayed message from Pathfinder. 1603, Watney. How did the launch go?